Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about What If Deku was the Villian Part 1. If you guys enjoy this What If and want to see Part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story HufflepuffDeathEater from 𝐬3. So let's start the video. Bakugou's 𝗵𝘃𝗲. There was a group of villains in the center of town. I didn't know what their quirks were. But unless one of them was impervious to fire 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, and I could take them down easily. We got there and started fighting. There were 5 of them. 1 of them had super strength, 1 of them could teleport, 2 of them could join into a bigger version, and the 5th one was high-fiving the air. I was about to punch the 5th one when he high-fived the air in my direction. I suddenly got really sleepy. It had been years since the incident that caused Deku to drop out of UA and become a villain. I had almost forgotten about him when I passed a wanted poster with his face on it. He was wanted for several reasons, but the one that stood out the most was 3 accounts of first-degree murder, the murders of pro heroes Ingenium, Uravity, and Shoto. They were his friends at UA, so it made sense that he would go after them first. That poster was dated for a couple of weeks ago. I passed another one that said he was wanted for 6 murders, had killed 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and created. This poster was his 19 classmates. Another poster with yesterday's date showed that he added Pinky Chargeable Earphone Jack and cellophane to his body count. I knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to lure me out of hiding. It was too dangerous for a hero to be out in costume. Wearing civvies was our best bet. But he knew who we were and all of our weaknesses. The pro heroes before us had retired with all might. They didn't know how to deal with someone like Deku. The only pro hero that could have stopped Deku was our teacher Eraserhead. If he still had his quirk right. When Deku dropped out, he came back to school saying he needed to talk to Mr. Aizawa about re-enrolling. Mr. Aizawa left the room, and not even 5 seconds later Deku had stabbed both eyes out. Most of us had been willing to believe that Deku realized his mistake. But after that we saw him as a serious threat to the news. I said I didn't know why he waited so long before going after his classmates. But I did know he wanted it to hurt more, to twist the knife. He wanted us to think it was safe and get hero licenses. He wanted to kill prisoners to prove that he could. The Americans had been called, but they couldn't do anything on the way home. I passed a poster that hadn't been there before. It had today's date. Pro hero Invisible Girl had gone missing tomorrow when Deku killed her. They would replace this poster with a wanted poster. This was enough. Someone had to stop him, as much as I hated to admit it. I couldn't stop him alone. I tried to contact all of our classmates that were still alive. Aoyama didn't answer. Koda and Sato said no, and Mineta hung up on me. The only 3 willing to help were Ojiro, Shoji, and Ijiro were getting picked off one by one. I said he just kidnapped 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵. At this rate, well, I'll be dead before the month is over. Katsuki, we don't even know where he is. Ijiro said I do. How could I not? Being All Might's sidekick was all he talked about when he thought he was quirkless. How? Shoji asked. Better question. Ojiro said he's killed several pro heroes. What makes you think we can do any better? You signed up for this. Now Shoji, he followed me around until you still can't admit it. Someone muttered under their breath. Whoever said that? I don't like what you're implying. Not implying anything, Ojiro said. If there was one person he looked up to more than All Might, it was you. I took a deep breath. This wasn't our main concern. If you hadn't been such a jerk all the time, we wouldn't even be having this meeting. He would be a pro hero, our classmates would be alive, and Mr. Aizawa would still have his quirk. Ojiro shouted, I know you want to find 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, but we can't do that if you keep yelling at me. I shouted back at him. We wouldn't have to find 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐵 if you weren't so stuck on being the best and admitting when you need help. I felt the flames on my hands had gone too far. You try being the one kidnapped by villains, try being chained to a chair, unable to use your quirk, trying not to let them know you're scared. Imagine how it felt when All Might and the police showed up only to be kidnapped again. You wouldn't trust anyone either, not even the people that saved you. No, because it turns out that he was feeding secrets to the League of Villains. Get out. If you want to save 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐵, go find her yourself. Ojiro didn't move. My sleeves were on fire, but I didn't care. I threw a fireball at him. Shoji pulled him out the door. I sank into a chair. Ijiro pulled a chair up beside me. Hey, it's not your fault. I sighed. Yeah, it is. I hate to admit it, but it is. No, it's not. You gotta look at when he started changing. Ijiro said you've said several times that he started to change when he found his quirk. If I hadn't bullied him about it. Katsuki, stop. It's not your fault, Ijiro said. Sitting here and wallowing in self-pity isn't going to save 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐵. I know, so put the fire on your sleeves out, get suited up, and let's find him. I'm going to find him and stop him myself. I have to know you. Don't you called us here because you needed help? Yeah. And you saw how great that worked. Ojiro was just upset. I'm sure he would have apologized if we saved 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐵. Have you noticed that no one says his name? I asked, changing the subject. Yeah, everyone is scared, 𝐈 said. That's why we have to stop him. If you can say his name, you can go with me. I have to hear you say it. Deal. When do we leave? If you can say Deku's name, we leave on Friday. I knew I was going by myself when 𝐒𝐻𝐼 flinched when I said Deku. It was Friday and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 still hadn't said Deku's name. He didn't bother to come by today. I put my costume on and got ready to go. I hadn't been out of the house since 𝐬𝐼 and Shoji left. 𝐒𝐼 had stopped by almost every day to make sure I was okay. When I left, I didn't get far. I was in a dark alley when I ran into Deku. Or rather, Deku was waiting on me. Kaken. Is that really you? He said. I didn't think that we'd meet again. I'm so happy to see you. Do you remember me? I didn't say anything. How did he know I was going to be looking for him? Of course you do. How could you forget? I have another question. Do you remember all through school when you said I would never become a hero? Well, I didn't, just like you said, Deku. I said, oh. Someone still says my name. Well, Kirishima basically told me as much. You know, for someone whose quirk is hardening, he was easy to break. What did you do? I asked. Oh, you know, the same thing I did to the rest of our classmates. Deku paused for a second before saying, torturing them for information. Why? Because I've been looking for you. But you said I didn't expect us to meet again. I really didn't. From what everyone had told me, you were more mature. You didn't go looking for a fight anymore. Why have you become this? You wanted to be a hero. That's true, I did, until a certain someone got kidnapped. I saw how the All for One defeated All Might. But he didn't. All for One is in prison. Oh, Kaken. There's so much you don't understand. I'm about to kill you. So I guess it doesn't matter if I tell you you're not going to kill me, I said, flames licking my hands. Deku laughed. Cute. You actually think you can beat me? I threw a fireball at him. He dodged and ran at me. I used the explosions to jump over him. But he knew what I was doing and jumped at the same time. He grabbed me, and I fell out of the air, falling onto the concrete, knocked the breath out of me. It didn't help that Deku was sitting on my chest. I was gasping for breath, unable to breathe. He didn't look as heavy as he was. He smiled at me. You always thought you were better than me. He punched me. I felt blood drip from my nose. Deku, stop. I'm sorry, Kaken, but I can't. You can. This isn't you. Deku saying my name isn't going to help. He punched me again. I heard my nose break. I tried to get him off of me, but I couldn't even get my back off of the ground. My best bet was to work up a sweat and set myself on fire. I know what you're thinking, Deku said. What you think? That if you can set yourself on fire, you'll have to move well. If I draw a little more blood, you'd have exhausted yourself too much. You can't breathe. You're bleeding. Your nose is broken, and you're not going anywhere. Is this what All Might would have wanted? All Might isn't here to stop me. He punched me again and again and again. I coughed up blood, and he smiled. You want to try your little plan? Now, what would your mother think? He punched me before answering. Who cares what she thinks? You were going to tell me about your quirk. I'm trying to buy time for what I don't know. You're right. So All Might gave me his quirk. Todoroki wasn't that far off, which is why I had to kill him. Gave you his quirk. Instead of All for One, it's called One for All. It gave me all of All Might's powers. That's why you can't move me. Would you kill everyone else? It's fun. Those empty threats you spouted weren't empty when I said them. Do you remember the day I took Aizawa's quirk? I remembered it clearly. After he took Mr. Aizawa's eyes, he walked back into the classroom to show us. Then he said he would kill each and every one of us. Then he put the bloody eyeballs on the desk and walked out like he didn't do what had just done. So I'm about to knock you unconscious. Then I'm going to take your quirk too. What happened? I asked. He didn't answer me. He punched me until I passed out. I woke up at his mother's house. I was chained to the kitchen table. The rest of the house was dark, but the kitchen light was on. Deku wasn't in the room. 𝗵𝗃, I shouted. 𝗵𝗃, oh, you're awake. Perfect, Deku said. So I turned the air conditioner on and all the fans on. I also opened the windows, so it should get cold pretty soon, and the colder it is, the less likely you are to sweat. This is your plan? Take away my quirk and make me fight? I asked. Just like old times, right? Deku asked. One of us is quirkless, and the other is beating the crap out of him. Deku, I'm sorry. I was freezing. I usually don't get cold, but the chains were made of whatever takes my quirk away. Deku walked over to the table and unlocked the chains from the table. They were still wrapped around my arms and legs. I sat up and looked at the phone on the wall. Go for the phone, and this will be over very quickly, Deku said. Fight like a real? I was about to say hero, and he knew it. He laughed before walking over to the window. He brushed the snow off of the ledge and leaned against it. Just so you know, I can't get to every window before you have the chance to jump out of one, Deku said. But your hero costume wasn't easily transportable, so shorts and a tank top aren't exactly the kind of clothes you need to be wearing in the snow. He was farther gone than I thought. No one would believe me if I said that he let me go wearing summer clothes, and quirk canceling chains was a good way to get put into a mental institution. As bad as my anger issues or when I was younger would be proof enough for anyone, I guess. The only thing I could do was fight, since when have I ran from a fight? I asked. You're just as reckless as you were when we were teenagers, Deku said. He stood up and ran at me. I wasn't used to fighting quirkless, so I tried to trip him. He stopped before he got to me and smirked. He walked up to me and shoved me. I stumbled back. A glance behind me showed that there was a knife rack behind me. Was that what he wanted? Did he want me to have a weapon? Or was the direction he pushed me chance? I took another step back before turning, and grabbing a knife I swung it at Deku. He dodged and starting laughing. This was what he wanted. If I could just get to the phone. How stupid are you, Kaken? Deku asked. I killed Dark Shadow. You're no match for me. I swung the knife again, turning so I could try to get to the phone. He dodged before kicking the knife out of my hand. Then he kicked me across the kitchen. I grabbed for the phone and missed. I found the invisible girl. He kicked me. I outsmarted Ida and Ieyasu. He grabbed the collar of my shirt and pulled me up until I was standing. I killed my friends as easily as I did yours. He punched me. Poor Kirishima. Katsuki will kill you. Katsuki knows where you are. Katsuki, you're all he talked about. How do you think I knew you were waiting for me? I brought my knee up, trying to hit him where it hurt. He dodged and let go of my shirt. I put my hands on the wall to keep from sliding back down. I stood up and got into a fighting stance. Deku laughed at me. I screamed and ran at him. This is more like it, just like when you beat me up in middle school. He was across the kitchen. Now I didn't even see him move. If he was a villain version of All Might, I didn't stand a chance. Had been dodging all my attacks for 15 minutes. I ran for the phone. I picked it up only for him to laugh and tell me it wasn't connected to anything. I was losing strength quickly without my quirk. This was pointless. He was going to kill me, and there was nothing I could do. I'll let you kill me, I said, but only if you listen for a minute. I'm going to kill you regardless, so go ahead. All Might was on the news last week. He's taking the blame for all the murders. He told everyone about the fight with the slime monster, about how he chose you, mentored you. He wanted everyone to know it was his fault. They interviewed your mother. Ijiro showed me the article a few days ago. She says that more than anything she wants the Izuku that didn't have a quirk back. She wants the Izuku that isn't a murderer. Your father thinks this is his fault. He thinks that if he hadn't have been overseas you wouldn't be like this. Todoroki and Uraraka, before you killed them, said you wouldn't really kill anyone. They said you were the one person they trusted not to do this. I took a breath. I had to get him to believe me. You got Todoroki to use his left side. I couldn't do that. And that's what cost him the win at the sports festival. You didn't treat Todoroki, Ida, and Ieyasu differently when you found out they were rich. You were the only one out of the entire class to treat Minta like a human. He didn't deserve it. But you were the only one who cared enough. You almost got yourself killed to save Koda at the summer camp. You never gave up on me when I was a jerk. You were always my friend, even when I wasn't a good one to you. You're a good person. You're a hero. Really? Kaken? Deku asked. You thought your little speech would work. Half of what you said was a lie. He picked up the knife head kicked out of my hand and put it against my throat. I never planned to kill you. I need someone to remember me, to remember the person I was before. I only wanted to draw a little blood, let you know how the others felt in their final moments. He pressed the knife against my throat, drawing blood. Although if I ever see you again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Your hero costume is hanging on the coat rack. He dragged the knife across my throat, enough to draw blood, but not enough to make me bleed out. I stumbled out of the kitchen, feeling along the wall for a light switch. I found one and turned the lights on. I screamed. There were dead bodies everywhere. I looked over their faces to see that it was my classmates. Deku laughed from the kitchen. I quickly got my hero costume and left Chan Kaken. Young Bakugou Katsuki, wake up. My eyes flew open, and I looked around in a panic. Standing around me were All Might, Deku, and Ijiro. I didn't know where I was. Where am I? I asked. You're in the hospital, All Might said. I pointed at Deku. What are you doing here? Get away from me. Hey, calm down, Ijiro said. The villains we were fighting has some kind of sleep quirk. I didn't know what to do, but Midoriya showed up right after you fell asleep. When you didn't wake up, I called All Might. The doctor said you'll be fine when you wake up. The only thing was that there may be lingering nightmares. If it was a nightmare quirk, Ijiro said. Okay, it was just a sleep quirk. I smiled at him. It was in that moment that I made a promise to myself that no one would ever know what I saw in my nightmare. Bakugou, good night, I said to Ijiro before walking to my room. Good night, he called after me. We had been roommates for a little over a year. Now we found a nice house that we could afford. It was 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. The other houses we looked at were too small or too expensive, or both at breakfast. The next morning, Ijiro looked online to see how many of class 1 was left. We were disappearing one by one. Besides us, there's no one left. He kidnapped the last person last night, Ijiro said, looking up from his phone. Todoroki. I asked. Yeah, I don't think it was coincidental. Either one of his sidekicks said had been acting weird for a few months. The one person with the backstory to be a villain. Todoroki's probably helping him. I said. I stood up from the table and started pacing. If Todoroki was helping Deku, that meant he was probably looking for us. He found 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐫. If he was looking for us, our best bet was to find him first. At least people still say Todoroki's name. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 said, returning his attention to his cereal. I sighed. Todoroki was still a hero, the number 2 hero. People would say his name, they would say his father's name. And they would say that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. That was probably why Deku recruited him in the first place. The worst torture he could use on Todoroki is making him like his father. I started to walk to my room. I'm going to stop Deku once and for all. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 stood up and grabbed my arm. Katsuki, you are not going after the most wanted villain alone. Not, I said. If half and half is helping Deku, I'm going to need help. Get suited up. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 reluctantly let go of my arm and walked to his room. I went to mine and put my hero costume on. We met up at the front door with weapons in our hands. I had grenades strapped to my back and 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 had knives in his hands. There's a reason Deku is the number 1 villain, I said as I opened the door. As we walked, I explained how All Might gave Deku his quirk. Then, almost as if they were waiting for me to finish my story, Deku and Todoroki ambushed us. Todoroki froze my hands from behind and Deku tripped 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 and pinned him to the ground. So I've joined the dark side, Todoroki said. Didn't take much persuasion, if you know what I mean. He smirked and looked at Deku. The dark side? I asked. What is this, a movie? A little help, Deku asked, ignoring me. Todoroki froze 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 to the ground and Deku stood up. He walked over to me and smiled. If things were different, that smile wouldn't be as terrifying. It would be the next symbol of peace. Instead, it sent shivers down my spine. When I was shoved forward, I realized that the shiver was from Todoroki's hand, encasing all the extra grenades in ice. I fell only because Deku pulled my feet out from under me. As I lost my balance, my hands were too cold to use my quirk, so I faceplanted onto the concrete. Todoroki covered me in ice. Deku laughed. But Todoroki had always been straight-faced. But this was different. It was like all of his emotions had been removed. That's probably what the sidekick had been talking about when they said he was different. He seemed to be waiting for Deku to tell him what to do. That would explain the dark side comment. So Xiaodo has a good reason for being a villain with his father and everything. But I just find it fun. Deku leaned down and whispered into my ear. Then he stood up again. Now, I'm sure you know I was waiting until you came looking for me. I didn't know that, but I had some suspicions. Why else would he wait so long? I didn't say anything. But that was all the information Deku needed, so I was waiting. Because if the top 3 heroes suddenly became villains that would live, what if I torture you for a few weeks? Deku trailed off after making finger quotes around the word torture. It made me wonder what he did to Todoroki. Todoroki wasn't moving around like Deku. He was waiting for orders. Ground Zero is the number 1 hero, but also number 1 on the heroes that look like they should be villains list, Todoroki said. Now Red Riot number 3 on the other hand. He wasn't using the same tone of voice that Deku was, but his statement sounded like the orders he was following. We can try to bring the anger back out on Keck and for Kirishima. I think I should wait to tell you when they can't escape, Deku said. Knock him out. Then Deku walked over to me. He hit me in the back of the head, and everything went black. When I came to, I was chained to the wall beside 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖, who was still passed out. I tried to use my quirk, but I couldn't. The chains were made from the quirk canceling material. The chains only covered my arms, not my hands. But it was too cold to use my quirk. Even if the chains didn't cover my hands, ice lined the walls and floor. I wasn't wearing my hero costume. Instead, I had on shorts and a tank top. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 did too for me. Deku knew that I can't use my quirk in the cold. That's why he didn't kill Todoroki. For 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖, I think Deku was trying to kill him. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖, I whisper shouted. 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 Kirishima. He startled awake and pulled against the chains. Katsuki, where are we? I don't know, but be quiet. Deku doesn't know we're awake. Wrong. Deku sang into the darkness. Had been listening to our conversation. I heard him walk over and lean against the wall beside me. I don't know where Todoroki is, but he had to be close by. I could see Deku standing beside me. Now he had a long knife in his hand. It was one of the knives that 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 had brought with us. Kirishima, in about 5 seconds Todoroki is going to take you upstairs, Keck, and you're going to be able to hear him screaming, Deku said. Then Todoroki walked in, hearing his cue. He walked over to 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 and unlocked the chains from the wall. Todoroki led 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 out. Deku waved the knife in front of my face tauntingly. I would have grabbed it, but I couldn't move my arms. 5 minutes later, 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 screamed. Deku laughed. When I flinched, he held the knife up and put the flat part of the blade against my face. I jerked my head away from him. You can torture me all you want, you can kill me, but 𝐈𝐺𝑻𝑖 has no business with you. Let him go. The same for Todoroki. But where's the fun in that? Deku asked. Kirishima does have business with me. His business is that he's the only way to get you to join my side. Deku got close to my face to say the next part. And I'm going to torture him until you finally help me, then I'm going to torture you until you follow my every command, just like I did with Todoroki when you want protest. I'm going to kill Kirishima once and for all. As for Todoroki, I spat in his face. You're a monster. Deku wiped the side of his face. Then he moved to where he was standing in front of me and brought the knife up. He put his hand on the right side of my face and traced my jawline with the knife. Maybe, but remember whose fault it is, Deku said. Then he left. I felt blood running down my face. I saw it splatter against the icy floor. He knew I blamed myself. The psychological torture had already started. For hours the only sound was 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 screams. I wanted to cover my ears, but I couldn't. When Todoroki finally brought him back, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻's face was bloody. I don't know if the chains erased his quirk, but I don't know how else they would have beat him the way they did. So do you want to join the dark side? Deku asked. Never, I told him. I will never join you. All right. Then I guess we'll just torture 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 some more tomorrow. We might just tell him why all this happened as well. Deku and Todoroki left. If 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 made it out of this alive, he would have scars. Whatever you do, don't give in. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 said. I can handle it. I wanted to tell him before they did. You have to promise, don't give in. I took a deep breath. I promise. Good. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 tried to smile, but it turned into a wince for his sake. I acted like I didn't see it. Instead, I tried to break out of the chains. I wanted to tell him, but he was only being held up by the chains. I didn't want to wake him up. He deserved the rest. The next morning Todoroki came and got 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 all day long. I heard his screams that night. They brought 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 back and chained to the wall again. Deku tried to get me to join him. The same thing day after day for weeks. Every night after Deku left, 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 would tell me not to give in. He didn't say anything about Deku becoming a villain, so that must have been a bluff. One day when Todoroki came and got 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻, Deku led me upstairs with them. He led me to a room with more knives than a professional kitchen. Todoroki strapped 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 to a table in the middle of the room. Deku attached the chains on my arms and legs to notches in the wall like the ones in our cell. Please, I don't want him in here, 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 begged him, not stopping until Bakugou joins us. Todoroki said. Another robot response. What do you say, Kaken? Deku asked. Do you want to save Kirishima or save yourself? I didn't say anything. Deku nodded to Todoroki and Todoroki picked up a knife. He started to drag the knife along 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻's arms. 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 screamed with each cut of the knife. Every few cuts, Todoroki dipped the knife into a bucket on the floor beside him. After an hour, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't watch my best friend get tortured because of me. Stop, I shouted. I'll join you, Katsuki. No, 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻 said. Okay, you're not. I joined the dark side. That's enough, Todoroki. Deku said. I have what I want, though I did think it would take longer to break him. He smiled, taunting me. Todoroki put the knife in the bucket. Then he came over to me and unchained me from the walls. Now that I wasn't chained to the wall, I could lift my arms. I couldn't move them far enough apart to punch him, so I held onto the chain and waited until he turned around. When he did, I put the chain over his head and crossed my arms. Todoroki didn't grab at the chain. Instead, he stood completely still, waiting for Deku to tell him what to do. I'll kill him, I said. I didn't mind killing villains. If it was the only way to save people, it wasn't preferable, but sometimes necessary. I really don't care. He was just here to create your cell completely disposable. Now really, I asked. Last time I checked, you wanted a partner in crime. I want you to kill people. I want to see all respect for you go down the drain as people realize that Ground Zero always was and will always be king. Explosion, murder, Deku said. I didn't like what he said, but I couldn't get mad. I had to stay calm and save me and 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻. I took a deep breath to clear my head. Then I pulled the chains tighter around Todoroki's throat. Some fight-or-flight response kicked in and Todoroki's left side engulfed in flames. Finally, something good happened. The heat from the flames caused me to sweat. The chains were on my arms, not my hands, so I released Todoroki and shoved him away. I didn't want to hurt him if I didn't have to. My fight was with Deku. Shot, I shouted before shooting at Deku. Good job, Deku said, sidestepping the fireball. You just killed Kirishima. Deku grabbed the knife out of the bucket and smirked at me before positioning the knife over 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝐻's heart. Okay, save yourself. Death is just something that happens to heroes, right? If I die, I die in the line of duty. Just stop him. Despite what he said, 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝑘𝑻's eyes were filled with fear. I couldn't cross the room in time to stop Deku, so I took a risk and aimed another apt shot at Todoroki. I wouldn't fire unless Deku killed 𝐻𝑽𝑽𝑘𝑻. Stop, I shouted at him. No one has to die. Put the knife down. You still think I care about Todoroki? Deku laughed. That's the difference between us. You act like you don't care, but you would die for Kirishima. I don't act like I care, but everyone remembers the Deku that cried at the drop of the hat. I sighed and dropped my arms. Deku smiled before putting the knife down. He snapped his fingers and Todoroki walked over to him. So it seems like a good time to tell you what I did to Todoroki, Deku said. So I knew his father trained him with fire, so I used the ice against him, made him hate his quirk completely. It took him a lot longer to break than you, But using his mother and siblings against him for months did the trick. After that it was the simple task of brainwashing, which didn't take long. As for the sidekick, Toga was pretending to be Todoroki before I killed the League of Villains. Now surrender for real of ill kill Kirishima right now. If you still don't surrender, how bad do I really need a new sidekick? No one will believe I let you go anyway. Katsuki Ijuru shouted, don't do it. You can't save both of us. But you can save yourself. I walked over to Ijuru and Deku. Let me, I'm so sorry. I whispered, Katsuki, don't I have to? I wanted to grab his hand to reassure him, but I didn't want to hurt him. You always have a choice. I can't let you die. Ijuru's hair was in his eyes. I was going to move it, but I noticed that his roots were showing. That was the last straw for me. If someone saw him dead or alive, they would know Red Riot was fake. I closed my eyes. Deku was standing next to me, but I was at a disadvantage with the chains, and he was holding a knife. I reached down and grabbed the bucket. I threw its contents on Deku, who just smirked at me. I'm going to put the knife in your hand, and you're going to kill Kirishima. Todoroki, yourself or me. That poison won't do anything unless it gets in a cut. Deku said, if you go for Kirishima or Todoroki, you can stab them all you want. Kirishima is going to sacrifice himself for you. Either way, the poison is already in his system, and Todoroki isn't going to put up a fight. Todoroki put his arms out and lifted his chin, exposing major arteries and his heart. If you try to kill yourself, I'll let you stab yourself once before I kill you myself, so you better hit your heart on the first try. But if you try to kill me, I get to torture you, brainwash you, and turn you into a mindless minion, just like I did to Xiaodo, the number 2 hero. True to his word, Deku grabbed my hand and put the handle in it before closing my fingers around the knife. I looked at Ijuru, who knew what I was about to do. No, he shouted as I positioned the knife over my heart. He was struggling against the chains. It's the only way you get out of here alive. I told him, I'm sorry, hurry up, Deku said, still cheerful. I wanted to stab him, but this was the only way. I took a shaky breath before pressing the knife to my chest. As soon as I broke the skin, I knew I missed my heart. I fell to the ground. Deku was standing over me, smiling. No, I shouted. I sat up, panting, trying to breathe in all the other nightmares. It was just me and Deku. Everyone else was dead already. I ran my hand through my hair, trying to calm down enough to go back to sleep. Suddenly, the light turned on to reveal Ijuru standing in the doorway. Why was he in my dream? Are you okay? He asked. Fine, I said. Turn the light back off. I threw one of my pillows at him. I didn't want to talk about the nightmares if it wasn't Deku. Maybe if it was someone else, if it was anyone else, I could tell my best friend. But with him and Todoroki, I understood, with a sports festival and everything. But why Ijuru? I still couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell anyone. You've been waking up screaming ever since you got hit with the sleep quirk. I rolled my eyes. A whole week ago. And for a week you haven't slept well. I sighed. I was sick of the nightmares. I decided that I would tell him, but not go into any detail. He wouldn't know about Deku. Ijuru wouldn't know that he was in my dream. It was a nightmare quirk. I guess the doctor was right about lingering nightmares. Do you want to talk about it? It might make you feel better. No, I want to sleep. I threw my other pillow at him. Katsuki, I can't make you tell me, but if you have another nightmare, you should probably see a therapist. I'm not seeing a shrink. They're just nightmares, I said. I didn't have any pillows left, so I put my hand out, threatening to shoot him. Just go back to bed, Ijuru sighed before bringing me my pillows back. We're worried about you. Who's we? You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Weird hair? I asked, moving my open palm closer to his face, ready to cause an explosion. We as in me, All Might and Midoriya, the people who went to the hospital. And you just told me. Who could I have told? I lowered my hand to hide the flinch when he said Deku's name. Ijuru turned my lamp on before walking back to the door. He turned the light off, but didn't close the door all the way before leaving. I wouldn't tell him about the nightmares. He didn't know about Deku's quirk anyway. I wouldn't tell Deku or All Might either. When I finally went back to sleep, I didn't have a nightmare. Or I didn't remember it, at least. Kirishima's puff. No, came a shout from down the hall. It woke me up, but I ran to see what it was. Katsuki was sitting up, and he was breathing hard. This had been happening for a week now, ever since he got hit with a nightmare quirk. I turned the light on. Are you okay? Katsuki told me he was fine before throwing a pillow at me and telling me to turn the light back off. I wanted to walk over to make sure he was okay, but he was sweating and highly explosive. You've been waking up screaming ever since you got hit with the sleep quirk. I said a whole week ago, Katsuki said with an eye roll. He was trying to act like he was okay. And for a week you haven't slept well, he sighed. It was a nightmare quirk. I guess the doctor was right about lingering nightmares. Finally, the doctor had told me that he would probably deny if he had nightmares. After the police interrogated the villain, he admitted that his quirk was nightmare. It made people see their worst fear, deepest regret, or a mix of the two. Midoriya didn't know Katsuki's worst fear or deepest regret, so it would be a secret until Katsuki decided to share. Do you want to talk about it? It might make you feel better. I said he didn't know about the quirk, so I needed to get him to tell me about the dreams. No, I want to sleep. He threw another pillow at me. He needed to see someone, so I suggested it. Katsuki, I can't make you tell me. But if you have another nightmare, you should probably see a therapist. Not seeing a shrink there, just nightmares. Katsuki put his hand out, threatening to shoot me. He probably wouldn't. I sighed. I was concerned about my roommate, but he wouldn't let me. I bent down to grab the pillow's head thrown at me. We're worried about you, I said, walking over to him to return the pillows. That was the wrong thing to say. He was now aiming at my face. Who's we? You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Weird hair. We as in me, All Might and Midoriya, the people who went to the hospital. It was just us that the doctor told about the quirk right before they discharged Katsuki. And you just told me. Who could I have told? Katsuki lowered his hand. As I turned on the lamp beside his bed, he would probably turn it off after I left. But I didn't care. I couldn't do nothing. I wanted to stay and make sure he was okay. Instead, I got up and turned off the light. I didn't close the door all the way. I wanted to know if he had another nightmare. I went to the kitchen, the room farthest away from Katsuki's, and called All Might. He didn't answer, so I called Midoriya. Midoriya either never slept or was a light sleeper because he always answered his phone. Hey Kirishima, did Kaken have another nightmare? He asked, getting right to the point. Yeah, he admitted to having nightmares, I whispered. I left his door open, so I have to be quiet. Let me get my notebook. I need to write that down. I heard a drawer open, then close, so he admitted to the nightmares. Yeah, he didn't tell me what they were about though. Midoriya was quiet for a minute. Midoriya, oh sorry, Midoriya said, it's been exactly a week since the attack. Do you think that has anything to do with it? Usually quirks aren't random. There's an order to most quirks. Limitations like Mr. Aizawa can erase a quirk until he blinks. Hagekire's clothes don't turn invisible. And I can't use too much power without breaking my bones. I need to find the villain and talk to him. I think if we could figure out if there's a pattern, we could help Kaken. We could either speed up the process or know how long we have to wait it out. Or we could reverse the effects if it only gets worse over time. Worst case scenario, his nightmares come to life. That's highly unlikely. But new quirks have been popping up because of the genetic makeup of the parents' quirks. Kaken's quirk is a hybrid quirk, just not as extreme as Todoroki's. If this is a new quirk, we could have to instill new regulations, which is infringing on human rights. Midoriya, I whisper shouted. What I was muttering again wasn't. Yeah, it's fine though. Most of what you said might actually be helpful. Write down what you think is important. And well, let All Might know when he wakes up. Okay, bye-bye, I said, hanging up. In the morning, Katsuki seemed to be fine. He didn't mention another nightmare. I didn't want to pressure him into going to see a sleep therapist until Midoriya found out more about the quirk. Midoriya isn't going on patrol today, I said. What about Todoroki? I haven't heard from him. Why? I don't know. Katsuki snapped. Here's your toast. He slammed 2 plates down. Both of them held 2 pieces of burnt toast. Usually breakfast was never burnt. Katsuki had perfected cooking with his quirk long before ID met him. Hey, it's okay, I said. I just haven't heard anything. I can ask if you want. No, it's fine, Katsuki said. He went to spread butter on his toast. It's burnt. It's okay, I said. I would have eaten it for his sake, but it was completely black. Sorry. Then after a pause, I am going to see if Todoroki is coming with us, okay? I said. Katsuki got up from the table and threw all 4 pieces of toast away. When he left the room, I texted Midoriya. Me, have you talked to All Might yet? Midoriya, yes, Midoriya. He's going with me to talk to the villain. Midoriya, I'll let you know how it goes. Midoriya, let me know how patrol goes. Midoriya, Todoroki is going to come by later. Midoriya, if anyone can tell us about hybrid quirks, it's him. Me, okay. IGTG, Todoroki is going to meet us at the usual place, but he has to leave early. Bakugou said something about getting lunch with his siblings. Midoriya is going to see All Might. That's why he isn't coming with us, I said. We then went to our rooms to get dressed for patrol. When we were ready, we walked to a park close to our house where we always met up with Midoriya and Todoroki. Todoroki was waiting for us at the entrance. Midoriya's not coming. He's meeting up with All Might. Todoroki said he let me know last night. I said, why don't you have any grenades? Todoroki asked Katsuki. That's none of your business. Katsuki said these nightmares were making his anger issues come back. As he got older, Katsuki could control his anger. He didn't blame Midoriya for everything anymore. They're not best friends or anything, but they work well together. Katsuki also traded the name Lord Explosion Murder for Ground Zero. We walked around the city until it was time for Todoroki to meet Midoriya. After he left, Katsuki seemed to relax a little. Were his nightmares about Todoroki? They were never close, but the sports festival might have had something to do with it. Was he scared that Todoroki would become the number 2 hero now that we were adults? Katsuki didn't really care about the hero rank. No, I don't want to talk about it, Katsuki said. I wasn't going to say anything you were thinking it. Help, came a cry from down the street. Katsuki and I looked at each other before running to see what was wrong. A villain was holding a child upside down. A second villain held a woman, while a third punched her. Stop. I shouted, let them go. The villains looked at us, but didn't stop. One of them said no. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 said he stopped running and put his hands out. We're not scared of you. The same villain that spoke the first time said I had kept running, but now I ducked. Ground zero. Now one of Katsuki's shots flew over my head. It hit the villain who was punching the woman, the one who had spoken. I stood up. The villains were using the woman and the child as shields. The two remaining villains were twins. They could stick to each other to make a bigger version of them, or stick to other things. I'd fought them before, and would have lost if we hadn't been close to the water. Water prevented them from sticking, so they didn't go there much. They were debt collectors, so they went wherever their boss told them to. Now would be a perfect time for Todoroki's ice. I went up to the villain holding the child. I was about to try to save the child when a stream of water came from nowhere. A firefighter was holding a hose pointing it at the villain. I was standing in front of the villain, dropped the child. When the water hit them, I caught the kid and handed it to a police officer. Katsuki blasted the villain. As I turned to the villain holding the woman, the firefighter sprayed the villain with the hose, and they let the woman go. I ducked, pulling the woman down with me so Katsuki could blast the villain. Thank you so much, the woman said to us after the police arrested the villain. It was nothing. The firefighters did all the work. I said, speak for yourself, crappy hair. I actually helped. Katsuki said, putting an arm on my shoulder. Ground zero, you couldn't have done anything with the hostages in the way. Yeah, anyway mom, why were the villains after you? I got into a bit of trouble. My husband had a gambling problem. After he died, all of his debt was left to me. Who did he owe money to? Him. Sure, we can get this settled. I asked. The woman was quiet for a long moment. A man who goes by the name Crow. I asked. I haven't heard of anyone named Crow. He's American. I don't know his real name. The woman was close to tears. Hey, it's okay, you can tell the rest of your story to the police. Katsuki said, we have to go. Right, Red Riot, right. I said. Katsuki took his arm off my shoulder, and we started walking. He seemed to feel better after capturing the villains. Maybe everything would be okay after all. We didn't run into any more villains after patrol. I let Midoriya know how it went. He didn't respond, so I assumed that he was either still interrogating the villain or talking it over with All Might and Todoroki. Around 3, someone knocked on the door. Midoriya wouldn't be so careless, and he had a key, so I got up to see who it was. Instead of a person, there was a dead crow on the doorstep. There was a note tied to its leg. Katsuki, get a pair of tongs. I called into the living room. And maybe some gloves. Why, come look. Katsuki appeared behind me. What the is that? A dead bird, a dead crow. I think that American villain has targeted us because that woman told us about him. He works fast for an American. We would know for sure if I could read the note tied to its leg. I said. Katsuki bent down and grabbed the note directly off of the crow. Then, despite my protesting, he kicked the bird away from the door. We both turned and went inside to read the note. When you come to find me, I kill the ones you love. Katsuki, read. The more you look, the more people will die. Start with the things you care about most. Signed, Crow. The note was written in broken Japanese. Whoever had written it wasn't from Japan. I guess the woman was right about the man being from America. I say we leave him alone. If he wants a fight with us, let him come. Until then, we drop it, Katsuki said, crumpling the note. That seems reasonable. I said. Were his nightmares about dying because of running into a fight? Was this American the one with a nightmare quirk? If only I knew what the dreams were about. At midnight, Midoriya texted me telling me to go outside. I got up and went, being as quiet as I could. Katsuki had left his door open, and I didn't want to wake him. The doctor said it was probably for the best that he didn't know all the details about the quirk. What did you find out? I asked. The villain wasn't very helpful about his identity. His villain name is Nightmare, and he wouldn't tell me his real name. Midoriya said. What about his quirk? Did he tell you anything that might help Katsuki? I asked hopefully. He said that if a person sees their worst fear after a month, the person refuses to sleep. If the person sees their deepest regret, they get angry, mostly at themselves, but lash out at others. It can cause anger issues, but is relatively harmless. What's dangerous is when the person sees a mix of the two because they both exist. Even if it's fictional, the dreams usually end up coming true. Sometimes they don't, but it's only because the person kills themselves first. There's only one way to end the nightmares: get the person to talk. It can be to another person or to themselves, but it has to be out loud. They have to tell what happens in the nightmares, or at least one of them, before a year of getting hit with the quirk has passed. It's not really a hybrid quirk, more like it's been cultivated over time. Grandparents on his mom's side both had sleep quirks. Grandparents on his dad's side had a terror quirk and a time-lapse quirk. His mom could give people dreams, whatever dream she chose. It could be good or bad. His dad could make people's fears or regrets appear by sending them back in time. So the combination of the dream quirk and the time-lapse of regret and fear led to a villain who could bring nightmares to life. We have to figure out what Kaken is dreaming about before a year is up. If not, it could be really bad. I don't know what his worst fear or deepest regret is. But it can't be good. After Midoriya finished explaining, I asked about the Crow. Do you know about an American who calls himself the Crow? I asked. Yes, he was on the news earlier. He wears a European doctor's mask from the time of the Black Plague. He's not our guy, he just wants to collect all the money he's owed. If a hero stops that from happening, he says he's going to kill them. But if his minions do the dirty work in private, people shouldn't be killed. Midoriya said that was the deal he had with the police, at least. Well, Katsuki and I stopped in and yo from beating up a woman for money. The woman said her late husband owed money to some American called the Crow in, and yo don't follow the same code most debt collectors do. I think it's safer if we leave the Crow to the pros. Midoriya, I said, we are the pros. Oh right, well, for most of us our loved ones are our parents. I wonder if the Crow has a quirk that shows who someone loves the most. How else would he know who to target? Unless he was killing the people you spend the most time with. Tomorrow is our off day, right? I asked. I need to get Katsuki to talk. Yeah, Kaminari, Mina, and Siro said they'd patrol for us. Midoriya said, I know the doctor said to be cautious with what we tell him. But do you think I should tell about the quirk to get him to talk? No. He would think it was a way of forcing information out of him. If anything, it would make it harder to get information. Okay. I guess I'll see you later then. Okay, bye, Midoriya said. Before walking off, I went back inside and sat down at the kitchen table. I needed to find a way to get Katsuki to talk. But had always been the smart one. I had to figure something out before a year was up. The sooner he talked the better. Right now, he was only showing signs of regret. But that could change in a month. If the only way to stop the nightmare from coming true was to kill Katsuki. I don't think I could do it. Bakugo's POV at 600 in the morning on the only day I get to sleep, and someone knocked on the door. It woke me up from the first nightmareless sleep I'd had in a week. I got up and went to open the door, passing 𝐈𝐺𝐻, who was sleeping at the kitchen table. I opened the door, and our landlord was standing there. Our landlord was a short and fat man named Tano. I don't know what his quirk is, nor do I care. We'd been living in this house for 2 years. And he only ever came by to collect rent. Rent wasn't due yet, so something must be wrong. What do you want? I asked. Mr. Bakugou, so nice to see you. May I come in? Tano said. Why are you here? Can't I just drop by to see my favorite tenants? You never have before you got me there. Mr. Bakugou, may I come in and have a word with you and Mr. Kirishima? I sighed. But let him in. He wasn't going to go away. Unless I did, he would probably say something about raising the rent. I led him to the kitchen where 𝐈𝐺𝐻 was still sleeping. 𝐈𝐺𝐻, I shouted, scaring Tano. What's wrong? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked, sitting up as soon as I said his name. Tano is here. He wouldn't go away, so I let him in. I sat down by 𝐈𝐺𝐻 and Tano sat on the other side of the table. None of the chairs matched, so he looked taller than he actually was. Mr. Bakugou and Kirishima. I have some bad news, Tano said. How much are you raising the rent? We're only paid according to how much we do in a month. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said. Not raising the rent, so you're lowering it. That doesn't seem like bad news. I said. Evicting you. Tano said. What? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 and I asked at the same time. I got into a spot of trouble. I owed money to an American, so I didn't pay taxes on the house. That's how you got it so cheap, Tano said. I know you're still young, but I'm sure you can get a good apartment with a more respectable landlord. The landlord of the number 2 and number 4 heroes. And I don't pay taxes on their house. What a shame. I am very sorry. And I hope you're not sorry, you're only apologizing so we won't arrest you. I said. When do we have to leave? By the end of the month. Leave? Come back when our time is up. We're not paying rent this month because we're technically homeless now, I said. But if we don't pay rent, you don't get turned into the police. I said. Let me show you out. I led Tano to the door. I felt so angry, and I wanted to throw a fireball at him. I'm an adult. I can't do that. I know I was just evicted. But I haven't felt this angry since high school. Worse stuff than this happened all the time. And I didn't feel like this. Did those stupid nightmares have something to do with it? I slammed the door and went back into the kitchen for breakfast. Using my quirk to cook would get my mind off of Tano. Who would we live with? My parents or 𝐈𝐺𝐻? Mrs. Midoriya would take us in a heartbeat. But Deku still lived there. Would 𝐈𝐺𝐻 and I stop being roommates? Would we try to find another place to live? I was 24, he was 23. And we both had jobs. We could try going to college and get a degree. We would get paid better. Why was I holding burnt bagels? Do you think there would be any openings on Craigslist? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked. Probably. If not, we could stay with our parents until we found a place to live, I said, throwing the bagels away. Do you want to go somewhere for breakfast to celebrate getting evicted? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked. Sure, we don't have to. If you don't want to, there's always cereal. I'm kidding. Go get dressed. He got up and walked out of the kitchen. I walked to my room. Was it weird for roommates to go out to breakfast together? I hadn't thought about that before suggesting it. Should we invite Deku and Todoroki? Deku would probably do something with his mom. Todoroki was probably training today. Our other friends were on patrol today. I got dressed, but not dressed up. It was just breakfast, nothing special. IHOP was kinda expensive, maybe fast food. I should have just tried to make breakfast again. I've been in my room for too long. I slung the door open and almost hit 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 sorry. I said, reconsidering cereal. What makes you say that? I asked, reconsidering trying to hit you with the door again. So do you want to hit me with the door or not? Currently, or before you asked that? 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 rolled his eyes and snorted. Let's just go. I think getting breakfast would be a good way to get our minds off of being evicted probably. I said, following him to the front door. Where do you want to eat something cheap? We need to save our money for a new house. 𝗂𝐻𝐢𝐵 said. Yeah, you're right, I agreed. So he planned on still being roommates. Let's see, McDonald's is in walking distance or Chick-fil-A. I don't really care, I said. I burnt breakfast twice. So you can pick. You've been having nightmares. You're allowed to burn breakfast. Yeah, but Tano woke me up from the first time. I haven't had a nightmare since we fought the villains. Yeah. But we got evicted. You've got a lot on your mind. Do you want to talk about your nightmares, 𝗂𝐻𝐢𝐵? I know you're concerned, but they're just nightmares. I will be fine, I said. Where are we eating? Well, Chick-fil-A was the other way, so McDonald's. 𝗂𝗓𝐿 said. He paused before saying, is that my sweatshirt? What? I asked. No, this is mine. Since when do you have a Red Riot sweatshirt? You don't even wear your own merch. I looked down at what I was wearing, my shoes, my jeans, 𝗂𝗓𝐿's sweatshirt. It was probably the only Red Riot merch that was black with red letters, instead of the other way around. Since it was mostly black, it got thrown in my closet. I should have been paying more attention to what I was doing. I need to change, I said. I can't believe I didn't notice until now. It's fine, you can wear it if you want, just be sure to give it back next time you do laundry. No, I exclaimed. I mean, I can't wear this. I don't wear hero merch. Relax. No one knows your hero name. My mask only covers my eyes. Plus, anyone can recognize your hair fine after breakfast. You can go buy a new shirt, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 said with a laugh. I'd offer you mine. But it's also merch. Why do you wear your own merch so much? I asked. Well, whenever I'm sponsored or a company wants to do a collab, my terms are that I always get a free whatever, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 explained. So a lot of companies make shirts. I get a lot of shirts. I have a lifetime supply of Red Riot OS, the little action figure sets. I have a few of those, and so on. Yes, but why? I don't know, but we get free cereal until we die. So that's pretty cool. After we ate, we stopped at a secondhand store. So I could get a new shirt. Maybe getting breakfast wasn't weird. But wearing your roommate's clothes was. Most of the secondhand shirts were some kind of hero merch from retired pros. There were 3 shirts in my size that weren't hero merch. One had unicorns on it. The second had cigarette burns in it. And the third was a white button-up. 𝗂𝗓𝐿 found it funny. I didn't. Instead of buying a shirt, I went into the dressing room and turned the shirt I was wearing inside out. You could tell it was inside out. But it was better than wearing merch. At least your face isn't on this one, I said as we left the store. I'm starting to think this is more than just about hero merch, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 said. What? No, it's that the way they put faces on shirts. You can tell from the inside. That sentence barely made any sense. Plus, I'm joking, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 said. Unless it's about your nightmares, 𝗂𝗓𝐿. I swear that if you bring up the nightmares one more time, I will blast you into next Tuesday. See, that figure of speech doesn't make any sense either. What does it even mean? I don't know. It was something my mom used to say, except she always said slap you into next Tuesday. I said. For the rest of the day, we went to every open house we could find. We even went to Tokyo. There was nothing we could afford because of inflation. Housing prices increased so much in the last few years that not even pro heroes could afford to buy a house. At least we got free food. When we got home, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 looked online for a place to live. The only places available were for 4 people and double our budget. You know, it's a little weird that only the housing market is super high right now. I said. You think it has something to do with that American? 𝗂𝗓𝐿 asked. I don't know. It's definitely something to look into, I said. If it really came down to it, we could always ask Deku and Todoroki to split the rent on one of those houses. Then we wouldn't have to meet up somewhere for patrol. Maybe both of them are still living at home, 𝗂𝗓𝐿 said. Although I think Mrs. Midoriya wouldn't be too happy. I think she's the reason Midoriya hasn't gotten himself killed yet. Probably she's 90 of his impulse control, and Todoroki and All Might are the other 10. 𝗂𝗓𝐿 let out a heavy sigh. I can't find anything. I'm going to bed. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We have patrol tomorrow. I was sitting on the sidewalk in front of the house. I'd just been kicked out of Kaminari Zero, and Mina had an extra bedroom, so 𝗂𝗓𝐿 went to live with them. I was about to stand up when my phone started ringing. Hello, is this Katsuki Bakugou? The voice on the other end asked. Who's asking? This is your old classmate Shadow. Todoroki. Izuku make me call. He saw your ad and wants to know if you still need a roommate. Not from him. I said. I was about to hang up. There's actually 6 of us. It's me, Izuku, Tenya, Ada, Ochako, Uraraka, and Tsuyu Asui. If there's 6 of you, why do you need another roommate? Todoroki was quiet for a minute. Because we still can't afford our rent. If you want, you can have your own room, or you can take your pick of who to share with. Why are you calling? Why can't Deku just call me himself? Because he knew that if he called, you would hang up as soon as he introduced himself. He wanted Tsu to call. But her Ochako and Momo Yaoyorozu to get their nails done for the wedding, whose wedding I didn't really care. But Todoroki's answers seemed like he was reading them off of cue cards. If you don't want the room, just say. So I sighed, fine, just give me the room, okay? Tenya is on his way to pick you up. How do you know where I am? Instead of answering, Todoroki hung up. It was a little suspicious. But I wouldn't put it above Ida to know where all of Class 1A was at any given time. 5 minutes later, a white limo pulled up. I could either be going to the Todoroki mansion, the Yaoyorozu mansion, or the Ida mansion. Or the three of them were idiots. I got into the limo. I couldn't see the driver. And there was no one else in the car. Did Tenya Ida send this limo? I asked. The driver didn't say anything. I picked up the phone in the back of the limo and reiterated my question. Still no answer. I called Todoroki. He didn't answer. I didn't have the others' numbers, so I called Ijiru. Hello. I think I've just been kidnapped. What? Todoroki called me and said that they had an extra room. He said Ida was going to pick me up now. I'm in the back of a white limo, and the driver won't answer my questions. I heard a click. Ijiru paused before saying, dude, calm down. It might be one of those fancy self-driving cars. That's why no one is answering. You're the only one in the car. What was that click? Did you bite through your chopsticks again? That click was me biting through the chopsticks. Are you okay? It sounds like you're reading your responses. I am okay. I am not reading responses off of cue cards. That Midoriya is holding. A loud bang sounded in my ear. Ijiru, are you okay? I asked Deku. Pick up the phone. The other end was silent. But no one had hung up yet. I hung up and called Kaminari. What's up, Bakugou? Kaminari asked first. What did I tell you about calling me? That second, is Ijiru there? Why would Kirishima be here? Because he lives there? No, he doesn't. Pass the phone to Mina. She's the only one out of the three of you that has even half a brain cell. Hey, Bakugou. What's up? Mina asked. Is Ijiru one of your roommate? Or have I just been kidnapped? I asked. Is this a riddle? Oh hey Midoriya. What are you doing with a 3 loud bangs cut Mina off? I heard the sound of the phone falling to the ground. Then the sound of crunching glass before getting disconnected. I forced open the screen separating me from the driver. Sitting in the driver's seat was Uraraka. I could see in the rearview mirror that she had tears in her eyes and duct tape over her mouth. Her hands were handcuffed to the steering wheel. Uraraka. I asked what was going on. My best friend had been killed. 3 of my other friends had been killed. And now Uraraka was handcuffed to a steering wheel kidnapping me. She had duct tape over her mouth, so I couldn't ask her any questions. It took 10 minutes to get to our destination. Uraraka turned and gave me an apologetic look before the door opened. Something hit me in the back of the head, and everything went black. I woke up tied to a chair. I pulled against the chains, but my hands were covered, and I couldn't use my quirk. It's no use, came a voice to my left. Ida. I asked. Yes, it was I who spoke. Ida said, now that Bakugou is awake, we should all say who we are. How is that going to help us escape? Todoroki asked from directly behind me. We don't have a plan. If Bakugou knows who all is here, he might can come up with a plan. Tsu said from my right. Fine, Todoroki said. Tenya. Ida said. Yaoyorozu said from the left. Todoroki. Tsu. Uraraka said she was on my right. Bakugou. It felt dumb. Everyone knew I was there. I have some questions. What are they? Ida asked first. Did Deku kidnap me? Second, did he kill Ijiru, Kaminari, Mina, and Zero? Yes. Deku kidnapped us all. He asked if we wanted to help you find a place to live. Ida said he wrote a speech and made me read it. That's how we got you. Todoroki said. Yes, he killed them. He made me take him where he wanted to go, because Uraraka had the limo. Ida said okay. How did he trick all of you? Tsu and Uraraka are too trusting. Ida and Todoroki would do anything for Deku. But Yaoyorozu, I asked. He asked if he could use my house and limo for a wedding. He wouldn't say whose wedding. Yaoyorozu said he asked Uraraka and I if we would be bridesmaids. Isu said he wanted to know if Ida and I would be groomsmen. Todoroki said, does anyone know whose wedding Deku is talking about? I asked why didn't anyone tell me the groom was awake. Deku asked, now we can get this thing started. What are you talking about? I demanded, why are you doing this? What is wrong with you? Deku ignored me. He walked over to Tsu. And I heard the same click I heard when he killed Ijiru. There was a gunshot. But Tsu let out a whimper. She wasn't dead. But what did Deku shoot at? I just shot a button that will release a trapdoor under 5 of your seats in 10 seconds. Whoever survives, well, let's just say you don't want to survive. I mentally counted down from 10. When I reached 0, I heard the screams of the 5 people around me. The trapdoors dropped them 20 stories. It's very unlikely that they'll survive, Deku said. Deku walked over to me. He pressed the gun to my head before throwing it. I heard it clatter across the floor. So I guess you're the lucky winner, Deku said cheerfully. I guess you won't be reunited with Kirishima just yet. What happened to you? I asked. You're the #1 hero. Why are you acting like this? Why are you killing people? Because Kaken, because you told me I'd never be a hero, that I would always be below. You now am the #1 hero since I've achieved that. I can finally drop the act that I've been putting on for all these years. Are you saying that this is all your fault? Yes, that's exactly what 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said. As he started to undo the chains, what are we going to fight? The new number one hero to some nobody villain the number one hero for a reason, that reason being you can't beat me, so go ahead and try something. You know how I got my quirk. Oh, isn't that ironic? You were the reason All Might retired. Now his successor will be the reason you become indisposed, slightly unwell. What are you going to do? Give me a cold? Come on, nerd, even as a villain you're too nice. I don't remember calling the grammar police, Deku said, as he dropped the chains. Yeah, well, I don't remember a middle school bully getting to you so much. I jumped up and tried to punch him. It was too dark to see anything, so I didn't hit him. Suddenly, he started glowing. He was about to use all of his power. I could see just enough to find the chains. I went to pick them up and realized that my hands were free. I can use a fireball to see if the trapdoors were still open. If they were, I could use the chains to climb down and escape or fall into a trap. For all I knew, Deku only used their voices and a hologram of Uraraka in the limo. I threw a fireball at Deku to give myself time. When I realized that I could just use my explosions to beat Deku, I could see him glowing just enough to throw the fireballs at him, none of them hitting him. Suddenly, I was hit from the side. I felt Deku was standing over me. I threw more fireballs at him. Why couldn't I hit him? Suddenly, there were 4 Dekus standing in front of me. One was wearing a tux, one was wearing a UA uniform, one was wearing his hero costume, and one was wearing a uniform from our middle school. Was this a hologram? The lights turned on, and I was blinded. All 4 Dekus struck at once. I threw a fireball, not expecting to hit anything, just trying to ward them off. I hit the middle school Deku. The other 3 Dekus stopped. You know, you told that Izuku to kill himself, the remaining Dekus asked at the same time. What would you have done then? Shut up, I shouted at them. I didn't mean it. That's why I'll never be the number one hero. Heroes don't tell people to kill themselves. I was a kid, I pleaded with them. He was a kid too. I've changed him. Not that person anymore. Please just stop, okay? They charged at me again. I didn't want to throw any more fireballs. Instead, I used them to get in the air above the Dekus. The UA Deku got in the way of one of the blasts. The other Dekus stopped moving, and I fell. I couldn't use my quirk. While they were talking that Izuku only wanted to be your equal. You told him to leave you alone. The last 2 Dekus said stop. Just stop. That's not what I said, I shouted at them. I told him not to fight me, not until he was better than me. You wanted nothing to do with him. I wanted to not be the reason for All Might's retirement. But you were. You forced him into retirement. I was a teenager. I was stubborn and dumb and explosive. But not anymore. You could ask my friends. If you hadn't killed them all, he was a teenager too. All he wanted was to be like you. But why? Why would anyone want to be like me? I was angry. And he was so much better. Stop it already, okay? The 2 Dekus charged. I didn't move, not willingly. At least I wasn't in control of my arm, raising and shooting at the hero Deku. The Deku in the tux wasn't Deku anymore. It changed between everyone I cared about, my parents, my friends, my roommate, everyone. Katsuki, I'm really disappointed. My dad said, not even mad anymore. I just don't want to deal with you anymore. My mom said, dude, I'm so glad we're not roommates anymore. Ijiru said, you should be ashamed to call yourself a hero. Zero said, I'm just glad Todoroki has more than half a brain cell. Kaminari said, if you really were the number 2 hero, you wouldn't be so easily defeated by a sleep quirk. Mina said, stop please. I am sorry, you are not a hero, my dad said before turning his back on me. Dad. I reached out to him. I can't believe I ever called you my son. My mom turned her back on me as well. Mom. I let us know when you're ready to be a real hero, Mina, Zero, and Kaminari said. As they turned, guys please, everyone warned me about you. Ijiru said I should have listened. He turned around. Ijiru. The figure didn't change anymore, just Ijiru. Wearing the tux. I put my head in my hands. I couldn't take this anymore. Everyone was dressed up and telling me how horrible I was. I know I'm horrible. But I was wearing a black sweatshirt with red letters Deku. I shouted, stop right now, just kill me already, please, please, just kill me. I can't take this anymore, you know. I don't think I've exploited every weakness. We're just going to keep going until I do. It was Deku's voice from Ijiru's mouth. Just fight me yourself. No, I don't think so. The lights turned off. I felt the cold, flat surface of a knife on my face. It wasn't cutting me, but I couldn't see who was holding it. It's Deku trying to kill me. I told myself wrong. Ijiru said, Deku, stop with the illusions and kill me yourself. The lights turned on and Deku was standing in front of me, holding the flat part of a knife to my face. I couldn't move. I stood frozen in place, forced to watch Deku. You know, Kakin, you're making this really boring. The least you could do is play along. But if you won't respond to anyone but me, I guess I'll just kill you as myself. He didn't move, and I couldn't. I woke up in a cold sweat. That dream was different. I didn't actually get hurt, but I think it was the worst one so far. I didn't want to wake Ijiru up, so I stayed quiet. I was starting to think he was right about a sleep therapist. But I'd never tell him that, just like I'd never tell anyone about the nightmares. The nightmares were because I flew carelessly into a fight. And now I had to suffer the consequences. Bakugo's It had been a month since Ijuru, and I got kicked out of our house when our landlord lied about paying taxes on it. Now we lived in a cramped one-bedroom apartment. We got bunked because not even one full-sized bed would fit. As for the rest of our apartment, it was just as compact. This apartment was the only one that we could afford, though. Before we found the apartment we lived with our parents, I still had nightmares. But I tried not to sleep. All my friends were still alive, so I guess not going after the crow was the right thing to do. It felt wrong being a hero and not going after a villain, but fewer people would get hurt if we didn't try to stop him. And if I was being honest, going after him scared me. I was afraid that my nightmares would come true. Just with the crow as the villain instead of Deku, I was exhausted. But to go to sleep, I didn't want to have any more nightmares to keep myself awake. I got a notebook that I had used in high school and never threw away for some reason, and starting tearing the pages out, I would create a small enough explosion to make enough to set the page on fire. Once the page burnt up, I did the same thing with the next page. Katsuki. It's almost midnight, Ijuru said from the bunk above me. Stop tearing pages out of that notebook and setting them on fire. Not setting anything on fire, I said as I pulled out another page and set it on fire. I can smell it burning fine, I said, throwing the notebook across the room. Happy now? I would be happy if you went to sleep, I sighed. I tried to fight sleep, but eventually it overtook me. Everyone was sitting in the common room, everyone except for Deku, who had disappeared earlier in the day. No one knew where he went, not even round-face glasses and icy hot. It was almost time for curfew. The only time had ever broken curfew was my fault. Mr. Aizawa told us to go to our rooms with no mention of Deku. I don't know if anyone stayed to ask where he was, and I didn't really care. I went to my room for the first time since that morning and let out a cry of surprise. Deku was sitting at my desk covered in blood. Help, he said in a small voice. What's wrong? Kirishima asked. And nothing, I said. I went into my room and locked the door. The window was open, and there was blood on the seal. Deku was wearing his hero costume. There weren't any rips in it. The blood wasn't his. Whose blood is that? I whispered. He didn't say anything. What happened? He still didn't reply. Why did you come to my room? Why didn't you go to one of the teachers? Nothing. How long have you been here? He held up 5 fingers. 5 minutes. He shook his head. No, hours. He nodded. I'm going to get Mr. Aizawa, I said. No, Deku shouted. SHH, I hissed. Kirishima and Xiaoji will hear you. Tell me what happened, or I'm getting Mr. Aizawa. Why are you covered in blood? I think I killed someone. What? How? Deku shook his head again. Help, I was losing patience. If you are not going to tell me what happened, go wash all the blood off. Deku stood up. The chair was covered in blood. I just noticed that there were bloody footprints on the floor. What did he do to the person? I would have to wash the blood off. I could be an accomplice. I don't know what you did, but you need to leave. You can't be seen in my room. I'll get arrested for being an accomplice, I said. I grabbed a towel I had left in here and started scrubbing the chair. Deku hadn't moved from where he stood up. What? I said. Leave. Get out. Not getting arrested. Go tell Mr. Aizawa or something. I can't. Deku was about to cry. Stop, I shouted at him. Stop getting DNA everywhere. Someone knocked on the door. Hey, Bakugou, is everything okay? Kirishima asked. Yeah, just go away, I said. What's going on? Nothing, I said. I walked to the door where Kirishima was now jiggling the handle. I unlocked the door and opened it enough to talk to him. Why are you holding a bloody towel? Kirishima asked him. Not, I said, throwing the towel over my shoulder. Kaken? Deku asked. I shushed him. Was that Midoriya? Kirishima asked, trying to look around me. No, I said, slamming the door. I turned to Deku. Back out the window now. I can't. Deku said. Why? I asked as Deku punched me in the face. I fell to the floor. Deku got on top of me and started to punch me. I shoved him off with an explosion. He tried to kick me, but I dodged and grabbed his leg. Kirishima, I shouted. I kicked Deku's other leg out from under him. What? He asked. Deku was trying to stand up, but I was still holding one of his ankles. Get Mr. Aizawa. Deku kicked at me with his free leg. He connected with my hand. I almost let go of his ankle. Why? Deku kicked again, missing this time. Just do it now. I threw a fireball at Deku. I tried to pin Deku to the floor until Mr. Aizawa got here, but he kept kicking at me because of one for all. I couldn't catch his other leg. I was trying to catch his leg and let my guard down about dodging his attacks. He kicked my legs out from under me, and I fell hard. Deku lunged. I threw a fireball at him. It grazed his arm, not enough to stop him, but it slowed him down. I wish Kirishima would hurry. Deku had stood up and put one of his feet on my chest. Usually this wasn't very effective, but I couldn't breathe. I threw a fireball at him, but it was no use. I was gasping for breath when Kirishima came back with Mr. Aizawa, who had to break the door to get it opened. Mr. Aizawa erased Deku's quirk, and I could breathe again. I grabbed Deku's leg and shoved him off of me. I jumped to my feet ready to attack, if necessary. What's going on? Mr. Aizawa said. He attacked me, I said, moving back to stand with Mr. Aizawa and Kirishima. Bakugou. Kirishima, you are both witnesses to something. Bakugou, your room is a crime scene. You didn't touch anything, did you? I tried to wipe blood off the chair. I said I didn't want to be an accomplice. I told him to leave. Mr. Aizawa blinked and Deku ran to the window. Deku jumped out of the window, and Mr. Aizawa put his arms out to stop me and Kirishima from running forward. This is a matter for the police. Now don't go to sleep, Kirishima. Both of you need to stay awake until the police get here. It had been 2 years since I told Deku to get out. Wanted posters with his face on them were all over the city. Had killed more people than I wanted to count. I never found out what he did, but whatever it was bad enough to turn him into a villain. Had killed most of the pro heroes before the rest of our class graduated from UA. He stopped the killings long enough for us to get our hero licenses. Had been back at it for months. Slowly the new pros started going missing. I wanted to track him down, but it would put my friends and family in danger. I don't think that even my mom could handle him. Now he was stronger than I could ever hope to be. It made me smile a little, the thought of my mom smacking Deku in the back of the head. The thought didn't stay happy for very long. I shook my head to get rid of it before opening the door. How was the patrol today, Katsuki? My dad asked. I'm not dead, it was my automatic reply. My parents didn't need to know what I really saw. Well, I have to go to the airport. I have a client in America that can only meet this week. Is Mom going with you? I asked. Yeah, you should come with us too. It's not safe here. I'm the #1 hero. I said I can handle living by myself for a week. It'd be nice not to have Mom smack me for a few days. What was that? My mom asked. Nothing. Be careful, I said. Isn't it time for you to leave? Yeah, we were just waiting for you to get home. My dad said. Well, see you in a week. My mom said. She hugged me, then she smacked me in the back of the head. Don't burn the house down. Don't tell me what to do, you old bat. I thought our brat was being too nice. My mom said, grabbing the suitcase shed put down to hug me. Just leave already. I said. We love you. My dad said. Love you too. Be safe too. After a prolonged goodbye from my dad, they finally left. I would never tell them, but I didn't want them to leave with them here. Someone would know if Deku broke in and tried to kill me. You're the #1 hero. I told myself. I went to my room to change. I had a fireball in my hand ready to throw it at Deku. If he was in my room, he wasn't. And I put the fireball out. The rest of the day was Deku-free. In the morning, I ate breakfast before putting my hero costume on and going to patrol no Deku Kirishima Kaminari. And I defeated a villain who was trying to rob a bank. I went back home, fireball in hand. As I unlocked the door, something felt wrong, so I kept the fireball in my hand. I went to my room where Deku was sitting at my desk. How nice of you to join me, Deku said. I threw the fireball at him. He dodged with a laugh. You know that client of your dad's? It's not real, Deku said. I paid your parents a great deal of money to lie to you. Why? I asked. Why would you do that? I threw another fireball at him. Hey, I haven't taken your armor away. Stop trying to kill me until we're even. My costume doesn't even begin to make up for your strength, I said. I lunged at him. Deku dodged. He grabbed my arm, spun me around, and threw me to the ground. I threw an explosion at the floor, trying to stay on my feet. About your parents. Let me monologue for a minute, Deku said. Who are you, Todoroki? I asked, turning and trying to punch Deku. Deku grabbed my fist and twisted my arm. I fell to my knees. He kicked me in the stomach. I doubled over and Deku kicked my back. As I hit the ground, Deku put his foot on my back anyway. It took some convincing. But your parents were part of the plan. What? They would never, Deku interrupted. I paid your parents to leave. I told them that if they left without suspicion, I would keep you alive. But you knew I was here. His cheerful tone changed. The deal is off. I knew you were here because you snuck into my room at UA. I said. My parents had nothing to do with it. I don't care. They didn't really go to America. They went to a nice hotel in Tokyo. They come back tomorrow, where I'll kill them right in front of you. Let me go, I shouted. Get off of me and fight. Well, I'm done with my story, Deku said. I guess I could let you go now. He pressed his foot harder into my spine. Or I knock you out, tie you up, and wake you up right before I killed your parents. I tried to arch my back, but Deku had gotten stronger. He kneeled down, keeping his hold on me. Good night, he whispered. Then he grabbed a handful of my hair and smashed my head on the floor. The Namu couldn't hurt Mr. Aizawa. What makes you think you can hurt me? I asked. The Namu would have killed Mr. Aizawa if All Might hadn't have gotten in the way, Deku said. Also, the Namu didn't have one for all. He continued to smash my head on the floor until I passed out. Wake up, Deku sang. You have a choice to make. What? I grunted. I opened my eyes to see my parents tied up on the couch in front of me. Katsuki. Whatever he said. My dad started. Hush, Deku shouted. So you can kill your parents or yourself. The only person I'm going to kill is you, I shouted. I pulled against the chains, but I couldn't move. Deku pulled a knife out of his utility belt. Well, you aren't killing anyone. I am. You just make the choice. I didn't know what he would do. If I picked myself, he might kill my parents and vice versa. But he might also do as I said. I pulled against the chains again, still nothing. So what's your choice? Deku asked. Kill me, I said. Kill me. And let them go. Never touch my parents again. I continued to struggle. No, Deku said he never intended to give me a choice at all. He walked over to my parents, who were holding hands. They started rubbing their hands together. They were trying to make an explosion. But it didn't work that way. They knew it didn't work that way. They had tried before it right. When we found out how my quirk worked, wait. I shouted. Stop. Too late. Deku said there were no last words. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see how they were killed. I didn't open my eyes again until I felt the chains drop a few minutes later. Even then, I avoided looking at my parents' corpses. I jumped up and started attacking Deku. He let me throw fireballs at him for a while. Suddenly, he ran at me. I barely dodged. He ran again, tackling me this time. I used our momentum to flip over. I started punching him. I punched him with fire on my hand. Deku arched his back. I flew across the room. I hit the wall and left a hole. I was still wearing my hero costume that made me mad. The last time my parents saw me, I was wearing a stupid mask. I quickly dismissed the thought before throwing a fireball at Deku. I ran at him. He let me knock him over, using momentum to throw me against the other wall. I was attacking without thinking. That wasn't going to win this fight. But I couldn't think straight. I tried to clear my head. But all I could think about was how I shouldn't have let him escape the first time. Deku walked over to me. As I caught my breath from hitting the wall, I was upside down so I couldn't see the couch where my parents were, not until Deku grabbed the front of my shirt and held me upright. I was taller than he was, so I kicked him in the head. I also wrapped my leg around his arm and fell. It should have dislocated his shoulder at the very least. But it didn't. I was sitting on him. But not for very long. I don't know how, but he threw me against another wall. I landed beside the couch. I stayed there. I couldn't defeat him, and I had heard a bone break. A sharp pain in my side told me that it was a rib. How fitting. Deku said. The two people I admired most with the same injury. All Might. I started. Well, maybe not the exact same, Deku said, stomping on my ribcage. More bones broke. I couldn't get enough air. Head punctured a lung. Deku kneeled down and put his knife to my throat. Goodbye, Kaken. I woke up with a start. That was the first time I actually died. I grabbed Ijiri's hand. Ijuru climbed out of bed and laid down beside me. Want to talk about it? He asked. No, I said, scooting over as much as I could. Ijuru said the bed wasn't made for two people, but it was easier to deal with the nightmares with someone next to me. I wasn't by myself. I wouldn't tell anyone. But maybe being forced into this tiny apartment was a good thing for my nightmares. At least I tried not to go back to sleep. But Ijuru was already asleep again. I didn't want to bother him, but I grabbed his hand anyway. Not alone, not alone, not alone. Maybe if I chanted enough, my subconscious would believe it. I didn't fall asleep again. Any more nightmares? Ijuru asked in the morning. I didn't go to sleep. After a pause, I said, I think you were right. About what? About the sleep therapist. What changed? I died, I muttered. Ijuru was quiet for a bit. Eventually, he squeezed my hand before getting out of bed. It's your turn to figure something out for breakfast. I said. Red Riot OS again. It is. Ijuru said. See, free cereal for life is a good thing. Maybe I should get sponsored by a cereal company. Then we could have a little variety. You're the number 2 hero. You could get a cereal sponsorship from every cereal brand. There is the only merch I'll ever buy, I said. By that point, we were in the kitchen. The only thing in the pantry was several boxes of Red Riot OS. We could afford different cereal and other things in general. But it didn't make sense to get more groceries until we ran out of cereal. After breakfast, Ijuru brought up the sleep therapist again. I think it would help, he said. I don't know. I didn't really want to say anything. But I died. What was the dream about? How many times do I have to tell you? Not talking about my nightmares. You want help with your nightmares, but you won't actually let anyone help, Ijuru said. For your own safety, I think you should tell someone. If you want, tell a therapist, tell your parents, or All Might or Midoriya. Tell me, just give us some way to help you. We're concerned. I'm concerned about you. If you died in your dream, you could die in real life next time. Not if I don't go to sleep again. Katsuki, you have to sleep. You can't just never go to sleep again. He sounded frustrated. I'll look into a sleep therapist. But if I choose to go, it's because I want to, not because you or Deku or All Might told me to. And not telling my parents. Having nightmares. Not a child. I didn't mean for it to sound so harsh. But I really didn't care. Fine. But when your nightmares, see, Ijuru stopped. When my nightmares what come to life? I just said, not a child. You can't scare me into talking with stories of the monster. Under the bed, I got up and went to our room. I slammed the door. Then I locked it. Ijuru knocked on the door and tried to open it. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. The sound was the same as it was in my nightmare. I got dressed in my hero costume. Then I opened the window. Katsuki, I'm sorry, Ijuru called through the door. Open the door. I didn't say anything. I wasn't a kid. I could deal with this on my own. 𝐒𝐻𝐢 finally stopped trying to open the door. I wish my hearing was as good as it was in some of my nightmares, because I couldn't tell if Head walked away. I went to the door. The shadows told me that 𝗂𝐻𝐢 was sitting against the door. I unlocked the door, but didn't open it. Instead, I climbed out of the window. Originally, I planned on going to UA and using one of the spare training grounds. Then I remembered that Deku was going to be a guest speaker today. That's why you don't have patrol today, idiot. I told myself I was about to just go back home when Deku came up beside me. Hey Kaken, are you going to UA today too? UA was the only reason I'd be going this way. Yeah, what for? Training. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to be alone with him. Why was I such an idiot? Why had I been so rude to 𝗂𝐻𝐢? What was wrong with me? By yourself or with a class? Deku asked myself. Do you want to help with the class im training? He doesn't know about the nightmares. Say you can't tell him. Yeah, I'd rather just train by yourself. He doesn't know about the nightmares. Sure, I said through gritted teeth. Great. I didn't get my phone. I couldn't call for help. Why was I wearing my old P uniform? Am I freaking out over nothing? What's going on now? I don't have to kill the students. Deku said what I said. Now I won't have to drill any students, laps and stuff. We can just focus on special moves. Yeah, sorry. Are you okay? Kaken? Deku asked. Yeah, I'm fine, totally fine. I was wearing my hero costume. Was I just hallucinating the P uniform? Maybe I'd gone too long without sleep. All I could think about was Deku suddenly going crazy and trying to kill everyone after slapping all the hidden pockets on my hero costume. I found that I did have my phone. I called 𝗂𝐻𝐢. Katsuki, I'm going to UA with Deku. Get into your hero costume and meet us at the P grounds. Deku said. At the P grounds? Did you really sneak out the window to go help Midoriya with training? You could have just told me. 𝗂𝐻𝐢 said. Yeah, sorry, I said. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay, bye. I said then to Deku. He said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Why didn't he come with you? Is everything okay? Deku asked. Everything's fine, I said. Did you find a place to live? Yes, separately. Is that why you called Kirishima? No. Are you okay? Just shut up. Why don't you? I shouted. I felt the fire on my hands. Deku jumped. I scared him with my outburst. I took a deep breath and extinguished the flame. Sorry, I said. I just haven't been sleeping well. It's fine, sorry. I was talking so much. Deku said. Crap. I didn't want anyone to know something was wrong. Now I was acting like I did in high school. Whatever happened, I would not spar with Deku. I would show the students my special moves and be done with it. When class started, 𝗂𝐻𝐢 still wasn't here. It'd been more than 10 minutes. I wanted to call him again, but I couldn't. Hey, Ground Zero, do you want to spar to show the students our special moves? Deku asked. No, I shouted. Okay, Deku said. Anyway, students, and Deku. And this is Ground Zero today. We'll be helping you create your special moves. I can't, I said. Deku, I can't be here with you. I left the P grounds before anyone could ask any questions. I didn't know where 𝗂𝐻𝐢 was. Now that I wasn't in training, I could call. Pick up, I said as I heard the dial tone. The person you are trying to call has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please hang up and try again later. An automated voice said. I hung up. Was he ignoring me? Did I really just leave training? Was I still wearing my hero costume? Were people trying to ask for an autograph? Ground Zero, a group of kids shouted. They are kids. Be nice. Hello. I said as cheerfully as I could possibly manage right now. Some of them recoiled a little. Maybe I didn't sound happy. They still held out papers and headshots and notebooks. I got a Sharpie out of one of my secret pockets. I signed Ground Zero on 15 different things, including a Ground Zero t-shirt. Remember, everyone can be a hero. I said I was trying to be positive, but it sounded like I was accusing them of something. I walked away when I was done with the autographs. I tried to call 𝗂𝐻𝐢 again, but he still didn't pick up. I was about to call him again when I literally ran into Todoroki. Are you okay? He asked. Why? What have you heard? Usually when you're on patrol you're very alert. I'm not on patrol. I went to UA to train. Then I left. Have you seen 𝗂𝐻𝐢? No. Why? He said. Head, meet me at UA in 10 minutes. It's been longer than 10 minutes. He never showed up. And he's not answering his phone. I'm sure he's fine. Did you see Midoriya at UA? He was supposed to be talking about special moves. Yeah, I saw him. Maybe I should just go back home. I said. When did you cut your hair? A few days ago. I was fighting a slime villain, and I couldn't get the slime out of my hair. Since we started UA, Todoroki had been growing his hair out until he had to cut it. It was halfway down his back. Now it was a little shorter than had worn it in high school. It looks. I was going to say good, but Todoroki interrupted me. It looks like I'm 15 again. I wish I could convince 𝗂𝐻𝐢 to get a haircut. He takes forever to fix his hair when we have patrol. Maybe he was fixing his hair, and that's why he was late. Also, you might be able to compromise. He gets a haircut. And you, Todoroki, if you say go to therapy, I'm going to kill you. I wasn't. I have to go, Todoroki said. He turned and walked away. Did Deku tell Todoroki about my nightmares? I should have went ahead and sparred with him, beat him once. And for all in front of witnesses know if I couldn't be the #1 hero, if I was #1 Deku would be a villain 𝗧𝗪 just dreams. I said out loud, what was that? A lady asked. Follow your dreams. I told her then I walked away. I was almost home. I just had to get inside. 𝐒𝐻𝐢 would be inside. I didn't want to be home alone. Why wasn't 𝗓𝗢 answering his phone? Was he dead? Was I dreaming? What was going on? 𝗓𝗢 Kirishima. I shouted into the apartment as I opened the door. No response. Deku Izuku Midoriya. No response. Hello. No one responded. I was alone. I held a fireball as I ran to our room. Everything was as I left it, except 𝗓𝗢's phone was gone. So he must have gone somewhere. I packed a bag as quickly as I could with one hand. I would stay with my parents tonight. Why was it so dark already? I called 𝗓𝗢 one more time. He didn't answer. I ran outside, still in my hero costume, and ran to my parents' house. I still had a key, so when the door didn't open, I tried to unlock the door. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't. Katsuki, what are you doing? My mom asked. I screamed, and almost threw a fireball at her. When I saw that it was my mom, I stepped aside and let her unlock the door. I followed her inside and went to my old room to change out of my hero costume. When I had changed, I walked around the house with a fireball in my hand until I found my mom. She was in the kitchen putting groceries away. What is wrong with you? Put that out, my mom said, pointing to my fireball. Sorry. I said. I put the fire out. Are you okay? I haven't seen you this upset since you found out that Izuku got into UA. I can't find 𝗓𝗢. He's not at UA, and he's not answering his phone, so you had to come home. I didn't want to tell my mom that I came home because it scared me to be by myself. I wanted to know if you've seen him. You plan on staying at least one night. Are you and 𝗓𝗢 having issues like electricity not working and clogged drains? You're smarter than that, you know what I mean. I didn't say anything. She put the apples she was holding on the counter and walked over to me. I was leaning against the wall. Katsuki, you know I'm okay with it. If you move back home. Mom put her hand on my arm. Now what's wrong? I took a deep breath before telling her. I got hit with a nightmare quirk. Everywhere I go I see my nightmares. Every time it's the same concept. Deku Mitsuki, are you in the kitchen? My dad called from the front of the house. Yeah, my mom called back. My dad walked into the kitchen. Katsuki, why didn't you tell us you were coming home? I just thought I'd visit. I said, is it okay if I stay over tonight? Of course, you're always welcome here. Dad hugged me. Thanks, Dad, that means a lot. Suddenly my phone started ringing. It was 𝗓𝗢. You're not dead. I said, no, I'm not. Where are you? 𝗓𝗢 asked. I went to my parents' house. You weren't home, and I thought you were dead. Why would I be dead? You didn't show up to training, and you weren't at home, and your phone was gone. So I assumed that 𝐻𝐢 went on patrol and gotten killed. Katsuki, did you know that Todoroki cut his hair? Yes. Why would you? Wow, how was I the only one who didn't know that? Katsuki, Bakugou, stop avoiding the question. Why did you think I was dead? Was it because of your nightmares? Just where were you? I was training with Midoriya. He said that you said you couldn't train with him and ran off. Now, why did you think I was dead? I sighed. I told you you weren't answering your phone. I must have passed you on the way out of UA. How come I didn't see you? I went to see Mr. Aizawa first. If it was about the thing, I will kill you. Not everything is about you. I went to see him because I wanted to. It had nothing to do with your nightmares. So I guess you won't have to kill me. 𝗓𝗢 shouted at me. 𝗓𝗢, I'm sorry. I'm really trying to help you, and you are making it impossible. Then he hung up. Is everything okay? Dad asked. Yeah, I found 𝗓𝗢. Do you mind if I still stay here overnight since I'm here? And all you can stay here as long as you need. Mom said. Now, what were you saying about Izuku? I was going to train with him today, but I left early because 𝗓𝗢 wasn't there. He went to see Mr. Aizawa. Mom knew I wasn't answering her question, but she didn't pry now that I was an adult. I wish I'd been nicer to her. When I was younger, I'd almost told her what my nightmares were about. It was an accident. But she's the only one I've even come close to telling. That night, I was regretting not going to my own home. There was no one here to help with my nightmares. I was alone tonight. I would have to apologize to 𝗓𝗢 better than I did on the phone. He didn't know it. But not being alone made my nightmares easier to deal with. I really tried not to go to sleep, especially since I was alone. But Mom didn't like it when I set things on fire in the house. She also didn't approve of fireballs being used as nightlights. Lamps or lighting of any kind. Cooking was acceptable only because it helped control my temper. Deku and I were standing on the playground's head. Dismissed the students, and it was just us, so I dismissed the students early because I wanted to have a word with you. Deku said, I wanted to let you know that I'm retiring as a hero. Why? I asked. Because I'm better than you now. I can do the one thing I've wanted to do since grade school, get my revenge. Revenge? I asked. Deku laughed. Yes, revenge on you. Then I'll become a villain like All For One. But you're a hero, I said. Deku didn't respond. Instead, he attacked. I tried to dodge, but he was #1 for a reason. He had All Might's power, and despite my training, I wasn't nearly as strong as him. I threw a fireball at Deku, But he dodged. In response to the fireball, Deku threw a knife at me. I screamed. If someone was around, they would hear. Deku laughed. He threw another knife at me. I don't know where he was hiding them. Really Kakin. Do you think that stupid today was a half day? There's no one here. Deku attacked again. He was restraining my hands, and I couldn't get a shot off with his other hand. He got another knife. He put the knife to my throat. You know, if you hadn't been the reason All Might died, I might have reconsidered revenge. Stop, you're a hero. Not anymore. Stop. I shouted. I was in my room at my parents' house. That nightmare was shorter than the rest of them. Does that mean the quirk is going to kill me? I got out of bed and paced around the house. Go to bed, Mom shouted down the hall. I went back to my room and got my stuff together. Then I went to find some paper and a pen. I wrote my parents a note saying that I went back home. I didn't want to walk home by myself. But everyone else was asleep. It was raining. That's why it was dark so early. I didn't have an umbrella, but none of my nightmares had to do with rain. I walked quickly until I got to our house. I unlocked the door and went inside. I didn't want to wake 𝐻𝐻𝐽 up by going into our room. I also didn't want to go to sleep. I paced until 𝐻𝐻𝐽 woke up. Katsuki, he exclaimed. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't blame my nightmares for everything. And I shouldn't have accused you of telling everyone about them. I was a jerk. And I went to my parents' house. But I had a nightmare and I was alone, so I came home because my mom told me to go back to bed because I was pacing. I accept your apology, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 said. Also, were you pacing all night? Yeah, you should have woken me up. I didn't say anything. It felt like there were butterflies in my stomach. It was probably just because I was hungry. After I ate, there wouldn't be any more butterflies. Being hungry was the only reason for butterflies, the only reason that made any sense. I wasn't going to go to sleep tonight. I made coffee, turned on a horror movie, and left the lights in the living room on. Next time we went grocery shopping, I would get energy drinks. I didn't really like coffee, but it was better than my nightmares. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 said that I needed to sleep eventually, but I wasn't planning on going to sleep until I passed out. I knew it wasn't healthy and would probably lower my hero score. But the nightmares were almost unbearable. I didn't know how the quirk worked, so I didn't know that if I would actually die from the nightmares. Nothing about the villain had been released yet, and the police wouldn't let anyone talk to the villain. At midnight, I heard a noise from the front entrance. I left the TV on and went to see what it was. There was enough light coming from the living room to see that there was a person. I couldn't tell who it was, though the person had messy hair. But that was all I could see. Deku had broken into my house and was going to kill me. Die, I shouted, throwing a fireball at the person. Katsuki, what are you doing? 𝐻𝐻𝐽 asked. Sorry, I thought someone had broken in. It's just me, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 said. The butterflies were back. I was probably just uptight because of the movie I was watching. What are you doing out here? I asked. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you were still awake. You passed the entrance to the living room. Yeah, I'm still used to our old house. We were there for 2 years and old habits die hard. The lights and the TV were on. I don't know, I guess I just passed it. I was pretty sure that was a lie, but didn't say anything. I went back to the living room, but turned the volume down on the TV. I was listening for the creak of the fire escape, but I couldn't hear it. I was standing in line for some carnival ride. I didn't see what the ride was called. I was the last person in line. They weren't allowing anyone else to get in line. When the person in front of me finished the ride, all the lights in the carnival grounds suddenly turned off. The ride attendant said it was nothing and told me to go inside. I walked in and saw that I had been in line for a haunted house. There was animatronics of pro heroes that had turned into villains. It wasn't scary since I knew all the heroes personally. There was one that was really unsettling though. Deku's animatronic looked eerily realistic. This is so weird. I was about to touch the Deku animatronic with it grabbed my arm. What the let go of me, you stupid machine. I tried to punch the stupid thing, and it grabbed my fist. I kicked it in the knee. That's when I noticed that it wasn't made of metal. The cold hands released me. You're the only person to question if I was real, Deku said. He kicked my legs out from under me. What's wrong with you? I asked after I hit the ground. I've decided that you were right, Deku said. I tried to stand up, but the floor seemed to hold me down. Right about what? Deku laughed at me. Stop struggling. The floor is made of the same material as Mr. Aizawa's scarf. Deku, what was I right about? I shouted at him. He was acting weird. Right about not being a hero. Being a hero is boring. I'm always working, even on my days off. I only get paid if I do something. Villains are always plotting against me. It's never-ending, so I've decided to join the people that I've tried so long to defeat. At that moment, the League of Villains came out of the shadows. Toga's clothes weren't hers. They were much too big for her. She was standing right beside Deku, bouncing on the balls of her feet. I noticed her because she was all over Deku, who tried to ignore her, while everyone else was still shrouded in the shadows. Can I do it now? She asked. Wait just a moment. When we're at headquarters, you can. Okay, she said, moving to stand in between Deku and the other villains. Why would you join them? I asked. You're a hero. Not anymore, Deku said with a smile. That smile used to be the symbol of hope. Now it only held fear. A villain 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 stepped forward. And suddenly I was falling through the floor. I was now on the floor at the League of Villains headquarters. The villain who had kidnapped me at 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 had been arrested and put on death row a few years ago. Most of the League had been killed or arrested besides Deku. The only remaining members were Toga, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, and Shigaraki. Now that I could move, I jumped to my feet. The 5 villains weren't in the room I was in, but there were 3 doors plus 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. I held a fireball in each hand, ready to attack the first villain who came at me. I wasn't doing this again. The middle door opened and Ijiru walked in. I was about to extinguish my fireballs when I saw what he was wearing. Change back, I said. Now where's the fun in that? Toga asked. Ijiru's face smiled at me, a smile filled with malice, heightened by the pointed teeth. I wasn't fighting Ijiru, I was fighting Toga. I knew Ijiru's fighting style and how to beat him, but Toga had always been a wild card. She didn't fight much. Instead, she went right for the kill. How do you know it was me? Toga asked when I didn't respond to her first question. Do your research, Mosquito, I said, throwing a fireball at her. My dad's a fashion designer. Those are the same clothes you were wearing when you first showed up. I threw another fireball. If 𝐻𝐻𝐽 changed or stayed in the shadows, you could have fooled me. Another fireball. But remember, I've seen your quirk before. I was going to attack her, but she turned and walked back through the door. I waited for the next attack. It was several minutes before the next person came out. This time it was Shigaraki. He came out of the door on the right. I was going to win this fight as long as I kept him at a distance. I threw a fireball at him, and he dodged. I threw fireballs as soon as they were in my hands. If I could keep him away, I would win. You tried to turn me into a villain once, and it didn't work. I shouted at him. What makes you think it'll work this time? You helped turn the #1 hero into a villain. Maybe we're just here to congratulate you. I ignored him. I didn't want to think about the reason Deku turned into a villain. Shigaraki turned and left through the door. He came through 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 wasn't much of a fighter, so I was expecting 𝗬𝗏𝗏 next. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's quirk was more similar to Todoroki's fire side than my explosions. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 could destroy something in a matter of seconds depending on what it was. I wasn't sure how this fight would go. I knew I could withstand my own fire, but I never had to deal with real fire or fire from someone else's quirk. When the door on the left opened, I threw several fireballs in rapid succession. I stopped for a moment to let my opponent enter the room. When Deku walked in, I was taken aback. I had been planning on fighting 𝗬𝗏𝗏. His fighting style and Dekus were different, and I couldn't use the same plan. I started throwing fireballs again, trying to keep Deku at a distance. He just turned, walked back into the room he'd come from, and closed the door. Come back here and fight, I shouted. If you want to be a villain so bad, come back out and fight like one coward. I could fight you, but we both know you'd lose. This is your chance to escape, Deku said through a crack in the door. You're a coward. You don't want to fight because you're afraid you'd lose. Please stop yelling. It's giving me a headache. Come out and make me. Is that really what you want? Fight me. Fine. The door flew open and Deku was on top of me. Before I knew what was going on, I was pinned to the ground with the weight of one for all on top of me. I couldn't move, but Deku was holding both of my wrists in one hand. If I could make a big enough explosion, he'd have to let go. Was this what you wanted? Deku asked. I beat you. Don't say it wasn't fair. I let you throw those fireballs at me. This was just my counter. This predicament wasn't what I wanted, but the situation was. I needed to know if you'd really turned after all I said. Even if I hadn't, when was the last time I turned down sparring with you? We're a wonder duo after all, Deku said the last part sarcastically. We may have been a wonder duo while you were still a hero, but I told the League once and I'll say it again. I'm not scared of you, and I'm not becoming a villain. Now get off me. I set my hands on fire. Deku let go out of shock. I grabbed his shirt and flipped over. I punched him before jumping to my feet and throwing a fireball. I knew I couldn't win at hand-to-hand, so I had to rely on my quirk. Really, Kakin? Deku asked as he stood up. You must know that I've gotten stronger since our little skirmish at 𝗬𝗏. Now I don't think you can win, even if you do use your quirk. What makes you so sure? I threw a fireball at him. You don't have your grenades. You've been using your quirk for a while now, so you must be tired. Plus, after that explosion, you must be running out of juice. I'll fight you until I die. I said I won't let you win while I'm still alive, while someone has a death wish. I didn't want to let him know that I was running out of steam, but I couldn't hold out much longer. I would only throw a fireball if he charged at me. I couldn't handle fighting all the villains without my grenades. See, you're already tired. I am not. I'm saving my strength for when I need it. Still difficult, you know, if you would lose some of your ego. We might not be here right now. He ran at me, and I threw a fireball. It was weak, but hit its mark. If I wasn't so tired, it would have put a Deku-sized hole in the wall. Instead, it only made Deku stumble backward a step or two. You're more tired than you want to admit. I've almost beaten you. All I've got to do now is wait out the last bit of your strength. Then victory is mine. What happened to the symbol of hope? I asked. Same thing that happened to the symbol of peace, it died because of an egotistical wannabe hero who needs his boyfriend to tie his shoelaces, it died. Because the number 2 hero doesn't know what he's doing, it died. Because you are and always have been a horrible person, unfit to be a hero. Now I can't let you be number 1, I can't let you take the place of the things you've ruined. Deku shouted at me. Boyfriend, what are you talking about? I asked. Deku smiled. It wasn't a smile of hope. He smiled, a dangerous smile, one that could bring down the entire world if he wanted. Deku smiled as he stepped forward, knowing I couldn't attack. He smiled as he punched me again and again until I was on the ground. And he smiled as he whispered in my ear, you know who I'm talking about, whether or not you're ready to admit it. I woke up on the couch. The TV was playing an infomercial. The lights were on, my hearing aids were in, and there was an empty coffee mug on the table. I looked at my phone, which was almost dead, and saw that it was almost 1200 𝐈𝐴𝐺𝐻. I shouted as I fell off the couch, wake up. We slept in 𝐒𝐻𝐿. He didn't respond. I ran to the bedroom. And he wasn't there. His phone was, so he probably didn't leave unless someone had kidnapped him. There wasn't anywhere to hide in the new apartment. Where was he? Was I hallucinating again? Calm down, Katsuki. I told myself. I got my phone and plugged it up in the bedroom. I knew 𝐒𝐻𝐿 didn't have his phone, but he could use someone else's phone, and he couldn't do that if my phone was dead. I texted his parents before calling Midoriya. Hello, Midoriya said, I don't know what you've done with 𝐒𝐻𝐿, but I want him back. I'm giving you until the end of the day before I come looking. What, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 isn't here? What did you do with him? Kaken, are you okay? Just tell me. I haven't seen Kirishima since patrol this morning. We ended patrol early because you were still asleep and Kirishima wanted to make sure you were okay. I hung up. Deku wasn't any help. Maybe Todoroki would know Deku's evil plans. This wasn't a nightmare. Did I just accuse real Deku of kidnapping my roommate? I called Todoroki anyway. Hello, Todoroki said. If you see Deku, tell him I'm sorry. Have you seen 𝐻𝐻𝐿? Not since patrol. Why? I can't find him. He's not here. Deku said that patrol ended early, so he could check on me. He's not here. But his phone is, so he had to be here at some point. But I don't know where he is. I don't know where he would be. Did you ask his parents? I texted them before I called Deku. They haven't seen him either. Well, I guess you could call the police and say what? The number 4 hero has gone missing. The police would send us and Deku to look for him. We hold on someone's beeping and I hung up on Todoroki and looked at the caller ID on the new call. I didn't recognize it, but I answered in hope that it might be 𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. I asked. He is alive. The voice on the other end said he's alive. Where is he? Who is this? What have you done with him? He made the mistake of finding the crow. A woman said, let him go. No, not until his debt is paid. Pay. What? I'll give you whatever you want, just let him go. Is this Katsuki Bakugou? Why do you want to know? If you cooperate, nothing bad will happen to your friend. Fine. Yes, in Katsuki Bakugou. What do you want? Meet the crow at the Tokyo Tower in 1 hour. The woman said, come alone. Then she hung up. I guess I was going to the Tokyo Tower today. I put my hero costume on and unplugged my phone. I sent a text to Deku and Todoroki before leaving. Me, the crow has 𝐻𝐻𝐿 at Tokyo Tower. Me, I have to be there in an hour. Me, I was told to come alone, but I need backup. Me, don't come in your hero costumes. Deku, I'll be there. Deku, did Crow say why he had Kirishima? Deku, me, no, me just to come to the tower in an hour. Todoroki, make sure it's not a trap. I'm on my way. I got to the Tokyo Tower with 15 minutes to spare. It didn't take that long to get to Tokyo, but I was scouting the area. As soon as I showed up, the crow was waiting for me. I didn't know where Deku and Todoroki were, but I knew they were here. Let 𝐻𝐻𝐿 go, I said. I didn't have fireballs in my hands, but I was ready if I needed them. Are you Katsuki Bakugou? The crow asked. Ground Zero here on behalf of Katsuki Bakugou. Are they the same person? To the right people. Where's the hostage? Hostage is safe. I am going to let him go, but first you have to give me what I want. What do you want? When I wasn't dreaming, I knew how to handle villains. I want to die. Ground Zero, you want to die? That can be arranged, I said. I lit my fireballs and prepared to throw one. Don't it was cause unnecessary death. When you kill me, your friend dies. There's no need for that. Just hand over the hostage, and no one gets hurt. You must die. Where are you keeping him? Somewhere you will never find him. I heard someone's earpiece turn on. I reached up like I was adjusting my hearing aid and turned the earpiece on. Todoroki's voice came through the speaker. I found Kirishima. Where is he? I asked. I told you, you will never find him. The crow said he's being held in an apartment building directly in front of you. I can't see him, but his GPS is on. Todoroki said, how many guns do you have on me? I asked. None. I do not intend to kill you in public. There are 3 snipers behind you, and he probably has a gun on him. Deku said, so if I go with you and let you kill me, I'll let 𝐻𝐻𝐿 go. I asked. This is an agreement I made when in and yo stopped getting the money I owe you. Owe money? I asked. I knew what he meant. But I was trying to give Deku and Todoroki time to get to Ijuru. No, I have money. If you have money, why are you hunting people down? Do it now, he said in English. All the snipers have their guns trained on you. He's going to make it look like an accident. Get out of there, Todoroki said. I found Kirishima. Keep him distracted just a little longer without dying. Deku said, are you the reason houses cost so much money? I asked. I own all the real estate companies in Japan. I will raise the price until my stuff is available. The crow said, well, hurry up. We can't wait forever. Your stuff needs to hit the market as soon as possible. The first part was for Deku. The last part was so the crow didn't get suspicious. You are not trained for someone raised in Japan. The crow said, that's a stereotype. Didn't anyone teach you not to put stereotypes on people? I said stereotype. The crow repeated, wow, for someone who works in Japan a lot, your Japanese sucks. Todoroki, 5th floor, 3rd door on the right, coming out of the elevator. Kaken, give us 10 minutes. Deku said, I hoped that Ijuru would escape, and I would still be alive. It wasn't a very realistic hope. As soon as Deku and Todoroki tried to rescue him, someone would tell the crow and I'd be dead. At least I wouldn't die from my nightmares. Kirishima's pav. When I woke up, Katsuki was asleep on the couch. I didn't want to wake him up because he hadn't been sleeping. Maybe we could cut patrol short today, so I could be back here by the time he woke up. I ate a bowl of Red Riot OS before going to meet up with Midoriya and Todoroki. We all got there at the same time, so Katsuki's nightmares are going to come true in a year. I don't think he's even close to telling anyone. I think we need to tell him. I said, we talked about this with All Might. We can't tell him. He'll think we're trying to make him talk and not say anything about the nightmares ever again. Midoriya said, where is Bakugou anyway? Todoroki asked. He was still asleep. Also, do you mind if we end patrol a little early, so I can get home before he wakes up? Yeah, of course, go ahead, Midoriya said. Midoriya and Todoroki looked at me, then at each other. I didn't know why, but it probably had something to do with leaving Katsuki alone. I didn't say anything. If they wanted to share, they would. We ended patrol at 1100 so I could see if Katsuki was okay. I was walking back to our apartment when someone attacked me. I couldn't see who it was because they kicked my feet out from under me. They sat on my back and grabbed my hair. I was about to activate my quirk when they pressed a cloth to my mouth and nose. It smelled like chloroform. I would pass out after 5 minutes if I continued to breathe, but I would pass out unless if I didn't. Then I noticed that I couldn't breathe. The person was holding my mouth and nose closed, using the chloroform to speed up the process. I couldn't breathe. Struggling was useless. In the number 4 hero, how did I end up in this situation? I felt sick. My stomach was doing flips. I was dizzy. How could I be laying on the ground and still be dizzy? I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was trying, but it was a losing battle. I woke up chained to a chair. A guard was sitting in front of me with a gun on the table between us. The girl looked American. Could she be the crow? It seemed weird that people would refer to her as a man. Why do you have me here? I asked. The boss wanted you detained. You and your partner pose a threat. We're going to kill your partner, the woman said in perfect Japanese. Pose a threat? How? I asked. I thought that if you did your business in private, that the police and heroes couldn't do anything. The boss wants you gone. He didn't say why. The woman said, the gun is on the table. Are you going to kill me? I asked. We're luring your partner out of hiding. You're the bait. Ground Zero is smarter than that. But Katsuki Bakugou is not. I don't know who that is. People weren't supposed to know who we were. Red Riot doesn't, but Ijuru Kirishima does. How much do you know? I asked. I could turn my GPS on, but I didn't want to walk my friends into a trap. That's not for me to say. Why? Hush, I have a phone call to make. The woman pulled a phone out of her pocket and put it on the table. She stood up and walked over to me from a pouch on her belt. She pulled a roll of duct tape. She put a strip of duct tape over my mouth and went to sit down again. Then she dialed a number and put the phone on speaker. Ijuru, Katsuki asked, picking up after the second ring. He is alive, the woman said. He's alive. Katsuki asked, where is he? Who is this? What have you done with him? He made the mistake of finding the crow. The woman said, let him go. Katsuki said. His voice was filled with distress. No, not until his debt is paid. Pay. What? I'll give you whatever you want. Just let him go. Is this Katsuki Bakugou? Don't tell her. You're smarter than that. Why do you want to know? If you cooperate, nothing bad will happen to your friend. Fine. Yes, I'm Katsuki Bakugou. What do you want? Come on, I'm a hero. I can take care of myself. Meet the crow at the Tokyo Tower in 1 hour. Come alone. Then the woman hung up. Don't do it, Katsuki. Stay away. Don't meet at the tower. Be smart about it. I knew he would do it, but I wished he would bring Midoriya and Todoroki. He was told to come alone. But maybe he wouldn't do something reckless. Just this once. You probably have a comm system, so leaving the duct tape on your mouth. The woman said. She leaned back in her chair and put her feet on the table. I wonder if all the people who work for the crow can speak perfect Japanese. She was obviously American. 15 minutes after the phone call, the woman was singing a song in English. Present Mike was a memorable teacher. But I didn't remember much from his class. Katsuki would always pay attention. I'm pretty sure he can still hold a conversation in English. After 40 minutes the phone on the table rang. The woman accepted the call, but didn't say anything. A man's voice came through the phone speaking English. 5 minutes later the phone call was still going, but I faintly heard Katsuki's voice. The man started speaking broken Japanese. If Katsuki was here, there was a possibility that Midoriya and Todoroki were too. I turned my GPS on in case Katsuki asked for help. For once, after a few minutes of conversation, someone turned their earpiece on. I couldn't talk back without turning mine on, but I could still hear what they were saying. It was Todoroki saying that he found me. The GPS worked and Katsuki had asked for help. A few minutes later, the man said something in English and the woman picked up her gun, but didn't do anything with it. All the snipers had their guns on Katsuki and Midoriya. Katsuki trying to stall the man so Midoriya and Todoroki could find me. I heard footsteps in the hall. Suddenly it dawned on me that as soon as they opened the door, Katsuki was dead. The man would know because of the phone and have the snipers shoot Katsuki. The woman heard the footsteps too. She cocked the gun and pointed it at me. I didn't know what her quirk was, but it couldn't be that bad if she needed a gun. I was basically bulletproof, so it wasn't me that I was worried about. Stay out, the woman said in Japanese. Even housekeeping? Todoroki asked. Yes, I'm not dressed. Sorry mom, Midoriya said, kicking the door in. But we have a hostage situation. The woman said something in English. The man replied. But before anything could happen, a huge explosion erupted from the Tokyo Tower. That was definitely Katsuki. The woman turned back from the window and shot me. I was expecting to be shot, so I turned my quirk on. I'm afraid that you've broken your agreement, Midoriya said. We have no choice but to arrest you for crimes against Japan, endangering citizens, kidnapping, identity theft, tax evasion, attempted murder, and jaywalking. Todoroki said. The woman didn't say anything. Todoroki walked over and handcuffed her, while Midoriya unchained me. The first thing I did was turn my earpiece on. Katsuki, are you okay? I asked. No answer. He turned it off right before the explosion. Todoroki said, let's get out of here. We need to hand her off to the police and find Katsuki. I said I really hoped he was okay. That's a good idea, Midoriya said, taking over the prisoner. When we handed the woman off to the police, they revealed it that her name was Natalie Taylor. Her quirk was that she could speak any language perfectly. After hearing it once, she couldn't read or write it, though after we handed her off, I looked at the GPS. Todoroki and Midoriya were standing beside me, but Katsuki was nowhere to be found. I tried the earpiece again with the same results. I called his cell phone, but I didn't get a response that way either. Hey Kirishima, calm down, Midoriya said. Sometimes his explosions are too big and wipe everything out. Yeah, that was a pretty big explosion. He probably turned his hearing aids off, so he can't hear his phone. Todoroki said Hatsune fixed the comms, so that wouldn't happen. I said like Tashado said, he probably just has his hearing aids off. He hates not being able to hear. As soon as the explosion was over, he would have turned them back on. I said, excuse me. A teenage girl asked, do you know what that explosion was? It's nothing, everything will be okay. Midoriya said, hey, look, it's Deku. The girl shouted over her shoulder, and Shadow and Red Riot too. Where's Ground Zero? A teen boy said, walking over to stand beside the girl. He's helping control the fire damage. Midoriya said, we have to go help him. Todoroki added, wait, can we get an autograph first? The girl asked, can you wait until we find Ground Zero? I asked. Sure, the boy said, then we'd have an autograph from the Wonder Duo. I don't know if anyone said anything else. I started walking away. As soon as the boy let us go, I didn't want to make the citizens panic. But the number 2 hero was missing. He could be dead. There wasn't much debris around the explosion zone. There also wasn't a Katsuki. I never heard his earpiece turn back on. That was because he didn't have his earpiece anymore. The explosion that held the earpiece was laying among the damage. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. If the explosion wasn't attached to his costume, that meant he only had one hearing aid. Hatsune had moved the explosions forward where they sat right behind his ears, so no one could tell Katsuki was wearing hearing aids. It was a good design, but it didn't really help right now. Katsuki, I shouted. People couldn't know that Ground Zero was missing, but Katsuki Bakugou was just another citizen. Katsuki Bakugou. Todoroki was on the other side of the tower. Kaken Midoriya was close to the building. We'd come from Ijuru. I heard Katsuki calling my name. He was close by. Katsuki. I couldn't find him. He shouted my name again, but I'd already found him. He wasn't wearing his hero costume. The clothes he was wearing weren't his, and he probably didn't have his hearing aids. I ran to him. I hugged him. As soon as I met him, he hugged back. He collapsed in my arms. The explosion was too big. I didn't know if he was still conscious, so I let Todoroki and Midoriya know I found him. Meet me back at our house as soon as possible, I said. Is he okay? Midoriya asked. I think he's unconscious, I said. People were crowding. They wanted an autograph. I'm sorry. I can't give out autographs right now. I have an injured citizen that needs to get to the hospital. They protested. I picked Katsuki up and started walking away. The people parted to let me through. But they weren't happy about it. When I got home, I called Katsuki's parents. All Might and Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya and Todoroki were waiting inside for me. Katsuki had forgotten to lock the door. He was probably in a hurry, so he could scout the area before meeting the crow. I tucked Katsuki into his bed. I put his hearing aids where he could find them, and got a set of clothes that were his. Then I changed out of my hero costume before going to the kitchen. By this point, Mr. Aizawa was the only person not here yet. I was about to start the meeting when Mr. Aizawa knocked on the door. I let him in and lead him to the kitchen where everyone was already gathered. So I don't know how much you all know, but there's a villain named the Crow. He's American, and I think he's very dangerous. I said he owns all the real estate in Japan. That's why housing prices have gone up so much. Todoroki said. I did a little research and found that he's the reason that pro heroes don't get paid very much anymore. He has contacts in the government that are laundering money to him because he's threatened their families. Midoriya said he controls more of Japan than the Japanese government. Does he also has control over America, France, and Great Britain? He has several people working for him, but only people who are useful. What did you do to make him mad? Mr. Aizawa asked. We stopped some debt collectors from beating up a woman on the street, I said. She told us about the crow. Her late husband owed him money. Did you look into the crow? All Might asked. I was trying to find the gambling game the dead husband lost. I couldn't find anything because it wasn't real. The man was part of the scheme. He snitched and was killed as a last bit of punishment. The crow sent people to take everything from the wife and child. I explained. So why did they take you then? Todoroki asked. If you were the one looking into it, why did they take you? Didn't the note of the dead crow say that whatever you loved would be destroyed? It was something along those lines. I threw the note away because it was a health hazard. I said the woman that got arrested today told me that they were using me to lure Katsuki out of hiding so they could kill him. Do you think Katsuki was looking up that crow villain? Mr. Bakugou asked. No, it was his idea to not go after the crow after receiving the note. I said. What exactly happened? Mr. Aizawa asked. I told them everything. Getting kidnapped, Natalie Taylor, the phone call, the explosion, looking for Katsuki. I felt something twist in my stomach when I got to the part about carrying Katsuki home. I didn't know what the feeling was. Probably leftover panic. After I finished my story, everyone sat in silence. Midoriya and Todoroki glanced at each other. Katsuki's parents stared at me, and All Might and Mr. Aizawa avoided my eyes. Someone has to say it, Todoroki said after several minutes. Say what? I asked. What am I missing? Will it help Katsuki? It won't help him if you keep looking into the crow, Midoriya said. Why? I asked. Mr. Aizawa sighed. Kirishima. What did the note say? Something about the crow destroying everything you love. What's that got to do with anything? What did Natalie Taylor say about why you were kidnapped? Mr. Aizawa asked. It was to get Katsuki to go to the Tokyo Tower to meet the crow. I said. I'm still not understanding, young Kirishima. All Might trailed off. You're in love with Keiken. Midoriya said. Was that really so hard? Todoroki asked. Why didn't you say it instead of telling someone else to say it? If it was so easy, Midoriya asked. What? I asked him. Not in love with Katsuki? That's crazy. If you're not in love with Bakugou, why are you so tense? Now that someone said something, Todoroki asked. I hadn't noticed that I was tense when I was stressed or nervous. I tended to turn my quirk on without realizing it. I looked at my hands and saw that I had activated my quirk. I'm not tense, I protested. Everyone was quiet. Suddenly a scream came from the bedroom. I'm not in love, I'm a hero, I said before running out of the room. Katsuki was sitting up, putting his hearing aids in. When I opened the door, he was very pale and had a burn mark on his hand. He tried to hide the burn, but I saw it even with the grenades. The explosion was too big. Are you okay? I asked. I'm fine, Katsuki said defensively. I meant the explosion. What happened? Nothing happened. I'm fine. He tried to stand up, but fell back down again. You're not fine, I said, helping him up. Katsuki put his arm around my neck, and I helped him stand up very slowly. We stumbled into the living room. Katsuki fell onto the couch. Do you want something to eat? I asked. Just water, and I can get it myself. Katsuki, he passed out after causing an explosion I could see from the 10th floor. Stay here, I'll be right back. I walked back into the kitchen. I got a glass and filled it with water. Mr. Bakugou seemed nervous. Mrs. Bakugou was trying to act like she was okay. Mr. Aizawa looked asleep on his feet. All Might pretended like he was very interested in the ceiling. Todoroki had zoned out and Midoriya looked close to tears. He's in the living room. If you want to go see him, I told Katsuki's parents. They didn't say anything, but still followed me into the living room. I handed Katsuki the glass. He drank all of it without stopping for air. Katsuki, are you okay? Mr. Bakugou asked. I'm fine. Katsuki was defensive again. Midoriya, Todoroki, All Might, and Mr. Aizawa are here too, I said. Why? Katsuki demanded. He held his hand out like he was going to throw a fireball, but nothing happened. Katsuki shook his hand before trying again. Not even sparks. He rubbed his hands together, trying to create friction. Still nothing happened. His eyes went immediately to his mom. What's happening? Katsuki asked Mrs. Bakugou, holding his hands out to her. Why can't I use my quirk? I don't know, she said, taking his hands and looking at them. Bakugo's paw. What was wrong with my quirk? Why wasn't it working? Why was I so weak? My parents and 𝐬𝐽 had decided to take me to the hospital. They checked me into the hospital around 500 yesterday evening. It was 800 in the morning. Now my parents left after I pretended to be asleep. I didn't blame them. My dad had to work. 𝐬𝐽 had fallen asleep in the chair beside my bed. He was still asleep now. His hair had mostly fallen, so it hung down in most places. But there were still pieces that were standing up. I think the nurses knew that I was faking sleep. But they never said anything. Mr. Aizawa didn't make it to the hospital. He told 𝐬𝐽 to call if we needed anything. But it seemed like something we would have to figure out on our own. All Might came by around midnight. He looked into the room, saw 𝐬𝐽 was asleep, and left. Deku and Todoroki might come by after patrol. I was really dehydrated. I was about to call for a nurse when one came in with breakfast. I wasn't hungry, but I ate a little anyway. All I really wanted was the cup of water. I drank it before the nurse even left the room. She came back with another, and I drank that one too. I think you're more dehydrated than we originally thought. She told me I'm going to go get 𝗵𝗲. I wonder why I didn't have 𝗵𝗲 already. Maybe it was an insurance thing I was going to ask. But 𝐬𝐽 woke up, and I didn't get the chance. How long have you been up? 𝐬𝐽 asked. Not very long. I lied. The nurse gave me a look, but didn't say anything. Your parents are going to be back after lunch. All Might and Mr. Aizawa have classes to teach. I think Midoriya is going to come by later. But Todoroki is going to see his mom. 𝐬𝐽 said. The nurse left. 𝐬𝐽 looked longingly at the almost untouched breakfast in front of me. I told him he could have it if he was hungry. I didn't like what was happening. This whole thing started with the nightmares. I wish I could go back in time and wait for Deku and Todoroki before going to fight the villains. You didn't have to sleep in the chair. I said I couldn't just leave you. 𝐬𝐽 said. I couldn't leave you again. I'm the number 2 hero. I can handle myself. I said you're in the hospital. Your hero costume is missing, and you can't use your quirk. At least Hatsune made special hearing aids for my hero costume. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what you're saying right now. What do you remember from yesterday? I remember causing the explosion. After that, I don't remember anything until I woke up. And that's fuzzy. I know that I was checked into the hospital, and I'm here now. I didn't like not remembering. Not remembering makes me vulnerable. I need to know exactly what happened so that I can prevent it from happening again. Around noon, Deku came in. 𝐬𝐽 still hadn't left. How are you? Deku asked him. Fine. I don't see why I need to be here. I said I've explained it to you 3 times. 𝐬𝐽 said. I don't see why I couldn't have just stayed at home. Katsuki. 𝐬𝐽 sighed. Do you need anything? Deku asked. A bottle of water. I said my hairbrush, bandana, and some lunch. 𝐬𝐽 said at the same time. I've told you you can have my lunch. I don't want your lunch. You need to eat. I'm not hungry. You need to eat. I'm not hungry. I'll be right back, Deku said. Deku turned and left, presumably to get 𝐬𝐽's stuff. I scooted my tray of food closer to 𝐬𝐽. Both of my hands were bandaged from the burns, so I couldn't hand it to him. There wasn't much on the tray, just a smoothie that the nurse said was strawberry. Katsuki. Bakugou. 𝐬𝐽 said you need to eat. 𝗬𝗏 Kirishima. I'm not hungry. I retorted. Fine, but I'm not eating it. Why? It's perfectly good food. Because it's not food. Well, you could have read Riot OS. If you would go home and take care of yourself. I'm not leaving you. I sighed. I don't think he was worried about leaving me, more so about getting kidnapped again. I wasn't going to pry because I didn't like it when people tried to force me to talk about the nightmares. Deku came back at the same time as my parents. He didn't stay long, dropping off 𝐬𝐽's stuff and leaving. My dad was openly concerned. My mom was trying and failing to act like she was okay. When my parents came in, 𝗬𝗏 walked out with Deku. We shouldn't have let you go to UA, Dad said. I would be a hero whether or not I went to UA, I replied. You should have done your internship with Endeavor. Then you could withstand more, Dad said. Dad, my internship had nothing to do with it. I was reckless. This is my fault, I said. I know you're strong, but you can't hold out forever, Dad countered. If you're trying to suggest that I retire at 24, it's not going to happen. I told him. Masaru. Mom said it'll be okay. How are you doing? Katsuki. I'm fine. 𝗬𝗏 says I need to stay in the hospital longer, and I can't check myself out because I didn't check myself. And how are your hands? I held my bandaged hands up for Mom to see before anyone could say anything. A nurse came in. Are you Mitsuki and Masaru? Bakugou, the nurse asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Mom asked. The doctor wanted to meet you, the nurse said. Okay, why? Mom asked. He has first-degree burns on both hands. It wouldn't be as bad if it didn't completely cover both hands, the nurse said. I'm going to go get the doctor now. You and 𝗬𝗽 are both adults, Mom said. I wonder why they wanted to wait until we were here. I don't know, maybe they'll let me leave, I said. Have you even tried to stand up yet? Mom asked. No. But I'm fine, Katsuki. I know you're strong. I know you want to do things for yourself. But please, just this once, stop being so stubborn, Mom said, ruffling my hair. I was about to protest when the nurse came back and a woman in a lab coat came in behind her. She gave my parents a polite smile before turning to me. How do you feel? The doctor asked me. I feel fine. Can I go home now? No. Do you have any reason that I can't take the dressing off of your hands? Why would I have a reason? I asked. Because you're hiding your hands under the blankets. You're awake. So I have to ask before grabbing your arms. I took my hands out from under my blanket and held them up with an eye roll. Mom gave me a look, but didn't say anything. The doctor started to unwrap the bandages. Masa, can you get some more bandages, please? The doctor asked the nurse. The nurse left the room. The doctor threw the piles of bandages in the trash. Dr. Kishimoto. Dr. Kishimoto said, under quirk on your son's chart, it says explosive sweat. Is this accurate? Yes. Why? Dad asked. Because it may have saved his life. Dr. Kishimoto said, an explosion that big, even if it was controlled, should have killed anyone in the blast zone. Fortunately, there were no casualties. No one came in with burn marks. Either your son has very good control over his quirk, according to the story. The other boy told me when I came in last time your son wasn't trying to injure anyone, he was trying to cause a distraction. If this was the case, it explains a lot, including why he's so dehydrated. He has first-degree burns on his arms and hands. But his palms are worse, they have minor second-degree burns. That's why he couldn't use his quirk last night. So will he be able to use his quirk again? Mom asked. Of course. As soon as the burns heal, he'll be fine. Just make sure he's getting enough sleep, Dr. Kishimoto said. By this point, the nurse was back with the bandages. Ijuru came in a few seconds later. Can't you just, I don't know, heal my hands or something? I asked. You went to UA, didn't you? Dr. Kishimoto asked. Yeah. Why? You're used to recovery, girl. My quirk is basically life support, so I can't do anything for you, Dr. Kishimoto said. Do you live with your parents or your? She trailed off and looked at Ijuru. We're roommates, Ijuru said. Just roommates, not even part of the Wonder Duo. I just kinda tag along. Just roommates. Okay, Dr. Kishimoto said. Come here. I need to show you how to change the dressing. What? Ijuru asked. He can't change the bandages on his hands himself. I need to show you how to do it, unless he plans on staying with his parents until the burns heal. I can do it, Ijuru said. Ijuru stood by the doctor as she wrapped the bandages around my hands. They had to be changed at least once a day, and every time they got wet, and before the bandages were put on, there was burn ointment. The burns don't hurt. This seems unnecessary, I said. I told you my quirk is basically life support. But I can also ease pain. I'll get pain medication when you go to pick up the ointment, Dr. Kishimoto said. Also, you don't need the burns getting infected, Ijuru said. That's right, Dr. Kishimoto agreed. I'm going to keep you here overnight just so I can show your roommate how to change the bandages again without wasting any. I may also prescribe you something to help you sleep. No, I shouted. The sleep medication would be the only thing you pay for. Your insurance covers the rest of your visit. Since you're a pro hero, that's great. I couldn't keep the question mark off of the end of the sentence. The doctor left the room. After that, Dad seemed relieved that I was going to be okay. But Mom looked more worried than before. Ijuru had his hair down. His bandana was keeping it out of his eyes. He was talking, his voice filling the room. The butterflies were doing somersaults. I was probably just hungry. I hadn't eaten all day, and it was almost 300 katsuki, Ijuru said, breaking my train of thought. Sorry. I said, what did you say? I was asking if You'd heard the news about the crow. News about the crow? I asked. I haven't heard anything about him since he tried to kill me. Well, Natalie Taylor snitched on him. The police know everything about him, his real name, his quirk. They even know his birthday. What happened? I'll show you when we get home tomorrow, Ijuru said. For right now, I'm going to the food court to meet up with the rest of the squad. Do you want anything? Yeah, Deku didn't get me any water. Okay, I'll bring it to you when the squad comes to see you. I scoffed. Fine, I don't need them to come see me. I'll be back, Ijuru said as he walked out. Ijuru is nice, Dad said. Yeah, I guess, I said. I didn't really want to talk about it, Masaru, Mom said warningly. I got really tired all of a sudden. I think the adrenaline high finally wore off. It sure took forever. I didn't want to go to sleep, so I had to keep my parents talking. Hey, Mom, I said, did Ijuru tell you anything about the crow? No, he must have found out when he was talking to Izuku. Have you had any interesting clients recently, Dad? I asked. No, everything has been going smoothly. We're going to let you get some sleep now, Mom said. No, I'm fine. You can stay, Mom scoffed. You're asking your father about how things are going at work. You've never cared before. You're forcing conversation to keep yourself awake. Fine. But Mom, can you stay a minute? I asked. Of course, Masaru, I'll be out in a second. Okay, Dad said before leaving. What's up? Mom asked, sitting down in the chair by my bed. I can't remember anything, I told Ijuru, but not how bad it actually was. I told him that I remembered creating the explosion. But I know it happened, so I said I remembered it. I don't remember waking up, but I know I did, and the only reason I knew I was checked into the hospital at 500 is because I caught a glimpse of my chart when the nurse gave me breakfast this morning. That's why you asked if I knew about the crow. You think it might be his quirk, and Ijuru is hiding something from you or me. And your dad, Mom, knew exactly what I was thinking, Dad said. That's why we fought so much. Yeah, I think he doesn't think that I would want you to know. I wasn't planning on telling you about the nightmares, but I was freaking out. I think you should tell him. I know you don't like sharing your feeling. You're my son. But I think telling him that you don't remember anything would be a good start. Thanks. Please don't tell 𝐈𝐺𝐻 or Dad that I don't remember anything. I won't, Mom said, standing up, unless it hurts you. Then she left with no one to keep me awake. I eventually fell asleep. I woke up in my bed at my parents' house. It had been a year since the crow killed 𝗂𝗧𝗪, July 28th. I was starting to get better to move on. But when I looked at the date, everything came crashing back in Technicolor. I had woken up from a nightmare and 𝗂𝗧𝗪 was missing. I got a call from the crow's inside man. Someone who I thought was a friend, Deku, told me that 𝗂𝗧𝗪 had been kidnapped, and I had to meet at the Tokyo Tower. I got there and Deku killed my best friend right in front of me. My emotions got away from me, and I caused an explosion. It destroyed everything: the tower, the buildings, the civilians, Deku and 𝗂𝗧𝗪's body. We couldn't even have a proper funeral. I scorched everything surrounding the Tokyo Tower. I was covered in second-degree burns. My palms had third-degree burns. My hero costume was destroyed. Everything was gone. If only I'd asked Todoroki to help, he could have created an ice shield. If I wasn't so stubborn, we could have at least had a proper funeral. I had to explain to 𝗂𝗧𝗪's parents what happened. I had to explain that it was my fault that there wasn't a body. I couldn't even tell them immediately. I had to wait several weeks for the burns to go away. I missed the funeral. Because of the burns, I didn't get to tell my best friend goodbye. I didn't get to tell him how I truly felt. It took so long for the burns to go away that Todoroki took the #1 spot. I didn't care. I didn't care that I couldn't use my quirk properly anymore. I didn't care that I was some D-list wannabe now. I didn't care about any of it. My parents wanted me to see a therapist, but I didn't care about that either. When I finally forced myself to get out of bed, it took everything I had not to go right back. The house was quiet, not unusual for a Monday. I wished that someone was here. I needed someone to be here. I was trying to convince my parents that I was fine, so I couldn't tell them that I wanted them to be here. The only people that remembered 𝗂𝗧𝗪's death were his fans. Everyone knew about Deku switching sides, about my explosion, about Todoroki's rise to fame. But so few people remember 𝗂𝗧𝗪's death. 𝗂𝗧𝗪 wasn't All Might. He wasn't Deku. He was just the #4 hero. No one cared after #3. No one cared if you didn't have a flashy quirk. No one cared about the one person I might have been able to love. I went to the kitchen and looked for something alcoholic. Mom refused to buy anything with alcohol for me, and I hadn't gone to get anything. I didn't want to go anywhere, so I guess I was out of luck. I was about to go back to bed when I got a bunch of texts. Mina, hey, do you want to go out tonight? Mina, for drinks. Everyone is invited. Denki. Yeah, I would love to. Later, perhaps 0 drinks with my friends for Kiri. You know 0 in Denki time. What time are you planning on meeting? Mina, what about 7 Denki? That works for me. I'll meet you there. 0. What about you, Katsuki? Me, don't call me that. Leave me alone. I didn't really text them back. I just screamed at my phone, and it told them everything I said. I muted my phone and decided that since I was angry, it would be a good time to go back to bed. Right as I reached my room, someone knocked on the door. What do you want? I shouted. They didn't say anything, but they kept knocking. I wanted to throw a fireball at them, but I couldn't. That made me even angrier. So much for resolving my anger issues. The person kept knocking on the door. Finally, I went over there and threw the door open. What is wrong with you? I shouted at my friends. We thought that you might not want to be alone, Mina said. I don't, but I don't want to be with you extras either. Just go away. I was about to slam the door, but 0 taped it open. Bakugou, if you don't let go of the door right now, I will kill you with your own tape. I said, we just want to make sure you're okay. Mina said I was fine, but now you're here. I'm over him. Just go away. You need to get out of the house. Mina, I swear if you don't leave right now, we're here to help. Screaming random words in my face isn't going to help. I shouted at her. I know Deku hurt you. Leave. Is everything okay? Leave. We're trying to help you. Leave now. Kiri was killed, but now it's just us. Mina, how stupid are you? 0 exclaimed. We need you to help us get drinks. Mina said, just come in. I don't freaking care anymore. I said, Mom won't buy anything alcoholic, so you're out of luck. Mina put a finger to her lips. Then she, Denki, and 0 started moving pillows and unscrewing light bulbs. When they were satisfied, they began to talk again. So Deku is trying to kill us, Mina whispered. I know you idiots like to pull pranks, but talking about Deku on the day he killed 𝗂𝗧𝗪 is below the belt. Dude, we're serious. 0 said, Deku is out to get us. I might have actually believed Mina, but you've been high since 2nd year. You've got to believe us, Bakugou, Denki said. I told you not to call me that. Also, you only have brain cells half the time. Why should I believe any of you? Because Mina started. Mina Ashido Hanta 0 and Denki Kaminari. I said, if any of you brings up Deku one more time, I will kill you. I don't care if I don't have my quirk anymore. I will explode all of you and tell my parents I blew up a jar of jelly 𝗧𝗏 𝐴𝐵𝐃𝐻 jar of jelly 𝗵𝗏 elbowed him in the ribs. Denki looked around nervously, trying to glimpse out the windows. I continued with my rant. I know Deku isn't trying to kill you because I blew him up just like I blew up the Tokyo Tower, my best friend and myself. Now leave and do what let you wallow in self-pity. While we all died, Denki asked out. Now I shouted at them, get out and never come back. All three of them ran to the door. I slammed it after them. I turned and slid my back down the door. I put my head in my hands. Yesterday I had promised myself that I wouldn't cry today, and I tried so hard. I tried to keep the wall up, to keep everything inside, to keep my heart guarded. I failed. I sat with my back against the door and my head in my hands, sobbing until Mom came home. Katsuki, why can't I open the door? Mom called through the door. I jumped up, wiped my face, and in a split-second decision ran out of the room. The front door opened right as I slammed my bedroom door. I locked it so no one could come in, no one could see me like this. Katsuki, Mom asked through my bedroom door. How are you doing? I prepared my voice. Okay, why, just checking. She didn't say anything else. But she hadn't left either. I stood in front of the door, not wanting her to go, not wanting her to see me. Either we stood silently on opposite sides of the door. If you want to talk, I'm here for you, Mom. What is it? It's my fault. I opened the door. No, it's not. You did nothing wrong. I hugged her. Nothing that happened that day was your fault. There's no evidence but because of me. I said SHH. Mom said it's okay. It's not okay. It's all my fault. The crow Kaya knew how I felt. Ijiru would still be alive if it wasn't for Emimi. I shouted. Mom pushed me an arm's length away. Katsuki, Bakugou, you listen to me right now. Ijiru's death was not your fault. Izuku switching sides wasn't your fault. The only thing that's your fault in this whole situation is the fact that you have scars on your hands. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear. Your friends probably have something planned tonight. You are going to go with them, and you are going to have fun. Ijiru would not want you wallowing in self-pity because you blame yourself for something that wasn't your fault. Now, if you still want a hug, I'm available. I wiped my eyes again. I was wallowing in self-pity, and I needed to stop. Mom was right. Ijiru, while he didn't drink, would want me to go out with Mina, 𝗧𝗏, and Denki. Instead of locking myself in my room crying, I gave Mom a quick hug before going back in my room to text Mina. Me sorry about before. Where are we meeting tonight? Mina, there's our blasty. You can pick the place. Me corner of Main and 3rd still at 7. Mina, why would we suddenly change plans? Me ID T-tile, Mina T-tile with everyone else. Perhaps me, if you bring up Deku again, I'm still going to kill you. Mina, fair at 700. I met everyone at the bar. All three of them kept looking over their shoulder. I didn't really care. The more I drank, the more relaxed I felt, the more at ease, for lack of a better term, with Ijiru's death. We were on our 3rd round when gunshots went off. I couldn't move. All I saw was Deku holding a gun to Ijiru's head. Someone, 𝗧𝗏, I think, pulled me under the table on my hands and knees. I felt the flames licking my body, the heat of the explosion that destroyed everything. I was snapped back into reality. When the gunshots stopped, I heard the person walking around. I heard a familiar voice, and a chill ran down my spine. It was the voice of the one who killed my best friend. The voice was calling my name. Kaken, where are you? Deku sang. I couldn't breathe. Smoke from the explosion was choking me. I was the only person alive in a 10-foot radius. No, someone had to be alive. Their hands were on my shoulders. Someone was shaking me. I opened my eyes and saw Denki with his hands on my shoulders. Snap out of it, he signed. When had Denki learned sign language? Deku was walking around singing my name. I saw his red shoes walk up to the table we were hiding under. Suddenly Deku threw the table across the room. I jumped to my feet, and all my blood rushed to my head. I almost fell back down again. You're going to come with me? If you go willingly, no one else gets hurt, Deku said loudly. I didn't say anything, but I raised my hands in surrender. So many people had died because of me. Deku, who was now taller than me, grabbed the back of my shirt. He was in a form similar to All Might's hero form. All Might's retirement had been my fault too. I didn't remember being knocked out, but I woke up in a cold, dark room. I couldn't see anything, but I was saving my strength for the inevitable fight with Deku. I stood in silence for several minutes before Deku started talking. A year ago today, I killed Kirishima. This fight is a year late. I can't fight you, I said. I can't use my quirk. I destroyed it in the explosion last year. That's not my problem. It's better this way for me anyway. Now I can kill you unopposed, Deku said. The lights turned on. I shielded my eyes and Katsuki Ijiru said, waking me up, are you okay? Yeah, just a nightmare, I said. You're crying. Do you want me to get your mom? Ijiru asked. No, I'm fine, just a nightmare, I said, wiping my face with my arm. Nightmares are the worst, Mina said. I'm fine. You don't have to be here, I said. We weren't just not going to come see you, Denki said. You're our Bakugou, Denki. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? Sorry, Denki said. How bad are your burns? How are you going to do stuff? When are you going back to patrol? 𝗧𝗏 asked first and second degree. I haven't thought about it. I don't know, I replied. Well, we hope you get better, Mina said. I'm fine. And thanks, I said. Oh. I have something for you. We got kinda sidetracked, so I put it in my purse, Mina said. She sat down in the chair and started rummaging through her purse. Finally, she found what she was looking for. She put a bottle of water on the table and started looking through her purse again. Ah, here it is, she said, holding up a straw after dumping out her purse. I don't need a straw, I protested. I can drink out of a water bottle like a normal person. You can't use your hands, 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗏 said. I sighed. Mina unwrapped the straw and put it into the bottle. Scoot over, Denki told Mina, trying to sit in the chair with her. Mina scooted and Denki sat beside her. Then 𝗧𝗏 decided to sit with them as well. He sat on both of them, hanging his legs off of the side of the chair. The chair definitely wasn't made for 3 people. I rolled my eyes at them. But after the nightmare, it was good to see them not telling me Deku was trying to kill them. So did I tell you about the villain that I stopped from stealing a watch yesterday? Denki asked. No, we haven't seen you in a long time, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. This villain was trying to steal a watch off of someone's wrist. The person noticed and punched the villain in the nose. The villain got a huge knife out of nowhere and was about to cut the person's arm off. I made the air around the knife all statusy, and they dropped the knife. Then I arrested them, Denki said. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 was leaning against the wall as Mina, Denki, and 𝗧𝗏 told us about their adventures. I watched 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. He seemed to be a recurring character in my nightmares. Usually as someone I loved. I wonder if the butterflies were trying to tell me something. I wonder if subconsciously I developed feelings for my best friend. Visiting hours were almost over. I wish the hospital would let 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 sleep in the chair again. I wasn't that badly injured. Why did everyone have to leave? Soon Nurse 𝗵𝗲 came in and told everyone to leave. Mina, 𝗧𝗏, and Denki left. Excuse me, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 asked. Can I please sleep in the chair again? Sir, you've been here almost as long as the person who's actually hurt. You need to go home and sleep. I can sleep in the chair, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. You need to go home. What if I get a visitor's badge? Are you immediate family? No, but then no, you can't get a visitor's badge. I'm his roommate. Are you his brother? No, father. No, then no visitor's badge. What if my parents get him a visitor's badge? I asked. As long as he has a visitor's badge with your name on it, Nurse 𝗵𝗲 said. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, call my parents. Tell them if it's my dad, tell him you need a visitor's badge. If it's my mom, ask to talk to my dad. If his parents say no, you need to leave. The nurse said. Yes, mom, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. As he called my parents. About 2 minutes later, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 told the nurse that he was going to get a visitor's badge. Nurse 𝗵𝗲 left to help acquire the badge. When 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 got back, he sat down in the chair. Do you want me to scoot over? I asked. It'll be fine, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. Unless you want to scoot over, I'm fine. I said. I'll let you know if I have a nightmare. Okay, I'll be here, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 said. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 covered his legs with a blanket that had been in the floor. I didn't want to go to sleep. I didn't want to be alone with my feelings either. I fought sleep until I couldn't stop thinking about 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 and whether or not I liked him. I fell asleep with my hearing aids and I was in a dark room. I knew Deku was around here somewhere, but I was saving my strength for the fight. It hurt to use my quirk now, so I tried not to. I knew that I would have to fight Deku with my explosions. I don't know how I was going to win. I didn't kill him at the Tokyo Tower using all of my power. How was I supposed to defeat him when I couldn't use my quirk? Hardly at all. The lights turned on. The sudden change in lighting was painful. I shielded my eyes, trying to get used to the brightness. When my feet were no longer under me, someone, probably Deku, had swept my legs out from under me. I fell. I squinted up at the person standing above me. Don't do this. I said. You're better than this. You're a hero. I haven't been a hero in a year. Being a hero is irrelevant. No one cares anymore. No one cares when a hero dies. Unless they were number one, Deku said. I've been a villain in America for a year. I'm more well known there for being a villain there than I was for being a hero here. I just came back to finish what I started after his speech. I didn't have time to say anything before Deku kicked me across the room. I hit the wall. A second later, Deku was standing over me again. I couldn't move. Head broken, a lot of bones. Deku picked me up by the shirt and threw me across the room. When I hit the wall, my vision went red with blood. I couldn't see Deku anymore. All I could see was my own blood. I coughed up blood. I knew because of the slightly sweet metallic taste. I couldn't see Deku, and I couldn't hear him either. I felt when he lifted me up again. I felt the air as he threw me again. Then as everything went black, I felt nothing. I sat up, gasping for breath. When I could breathe again, I reached for my hearing aids. Someone must have taken them out when they saw I was actually asleep. I forgot about my hands being bandaged and knocked my hearing aids off the table. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, I whisper-shouted into the darkness. I saw him stir. He was awake and talking, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I knocked my hearing aids off the table. I said. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 turned on his phone's flashlight and started looking for them. After a minute or two, he sat back up with my hearing aids in his hand. I was about to say I could put them in myself when he gave me a look. I rolled my eyes and let him put my hearing aids in for me. Another nightmare? 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 asked. Yeah, I said. What about why nothing, just a nightmare? I scooted over to make room for him. It'll be okay, everything's okay, it was just a dream, 𝐈𝐺𝐬𝐽 said, sitting down beside me. I took a deep breath. I knew it was a dream. But they always felt so real. 𝗓𝗓𝗓, knowing that I didn't want to go back to sleep, pressed a button and put the bed into a sitting position. Then he turned the TV on. There wasn't much on at 2:00 in the morning, so we watched a documentary on Ida taking over the name 𝗵𝗃 Kirishima's 𝗵𝘃𝗲 Katsuki, and I watched a 2-hour documentary about Ida. Then infomercials flooded every channel. We didn't turn the TV off. But we didn't talk either. Sitting here with Katsuki, I got butterflies in my stomach. The butterflies were probably from being up all night and not eating. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't have anything to say. Did you know that AirPods can be used as a cheaper alternative to hearing aids, especially in America, where they have almost no health care? I blurted out. I have no idea how to respond to that, Katsuki said. Why do you even know that? I don't know. I looked it up when you first started going deaf, I admitted. I started needing hearing aids in 3rd year. I started wearing them the year after we graduated, Katsuki said. I started going deaf before I even started high school. Well, I looked into it in 3rd year. I said it was around your birthday. I didn't know what to get you and fell down a rabbit hole. Let's see, for my birthday in 3rd year, you got me a pillow that said die. Like I said, I fell down a rabbit hole that led you to pillows. Katsuki laughed. Apparently, it was a little embarrassing. But I was happy. It was almost 500 now. If it was a normal day, I'd be waking up to get ready for patrol. Actual TV shows were coming on now, but none of the shows we liked or were caught up on, so we turned the TV off. You know, I don't think I actually paid for my hearing aids. I think Hatsune made both pairs, Katsuki said. After a few minutes, I laughed a little. So did they backfire any? Surprisingly, no, Katsuki said. I mean, I can't really hear noises, but I can hear people. I wonder how she did that. I don't know. I was in a hurry, so I didn't ask. Why didn't she make you pay once again? I don't know. I was in a hurry, so I didn't ask any questions. Would you rather only eat one food for the rest of your life, or only eat foods you don't like? I asked after a pause. I already eat the same thing every day because both of us are too stubborn to buy more food until we run out of red riot OS, Katsuki said. Would you rather switch quirks with Tokoyami or Tsu, dark shadow or frog? Would I have a bird head? I asked. Yeah. And if you picked Tsu, you would have a frog tongue. Tsu, I think her quirk would be easier to control. Would you rather switch squads with Deku or switch quirks? If we switched squads, I'd be stuck with glasses, round face, and half and half. Since when do you call them by the nicknames you gave them? I asked. Since just now. If we're going to be friends, I can call them what I want, Katsuki said. Would you rather die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain? When did you watch The Dark Knight? I asked. The other night, when you were sneaking out, Katsuki said. No more sneaking out, you need me. Not that badly hurt. Answer the question. I know, but answer the question. Die a hero, I exclaimed. I would rather die a hero. Katsuki made a noise of approval. Were his nightmares about me becoming a villain? Was that his worst fear? What did it have to do with his deepest regret? At 600, Dr. Kishimoto came in to show me how to wrap Katsuki's hands. She raised her eyebrows at us sitting together, but didn't say anything. I scrambled to get up, falling over the blanket in the floor in the process. Be careful. We don't need both roommates in the hospital at one time, she said, stressing the word roommates. Yeah, sorry, I said, standing up. It's a good thing my quirk is hardening. I activated my quirk to show Dr. Kishimoto. She gave me a weird look before turning to Katsuki. You can go home as soon as your parents come to check you out. Why do I have to wait for them? Katsuki asked. I'm an adult. I can check myself out. And even if I didn't check myself, and 𝗓𝗓𝗓 is also an adult. It's because he's younger than me, isn't it? I can't leave because he's a few months younger. That's ridiculous, sir. Your roommate being younger than you has nothing to do with anything. You have to wait for your parents, because they were the ones who checked you in legally. You can't leave until they get here, Dr. Kishimoto said after Katsuki's rant. That's dumb. Fine. Why can't I just go home already? Because we have to wait on my parents. Yeah, I know, Katsuki said, holding his hands out. Dr. Kishimoto glanced at me before unwrapping one of the bandages. It's easy to take the bandages off. Go on the other side, and I'll show you how to do it. I went around the bed and started unwrapping the bandages. It wasn't hard. But as I got closer to Katsuki's hands, I could see the burns. I was used to seeing burns, but not this bad. Katsuki didn't even give villains anything worse than a minor first-degree burn. Now you put the ointment on the worst burns first. Then work your way up onto the smaller burns. A quarter-sized dollop should be enough, Dr. Kishimoto said, squirting the ointment into my hand. As soon as Dr. Kishimoto put the ointment on Katsuki's hands, he sucked in a breath. I tried to do the same thing the doctor did, but apparently I did it wrong because a quarter-sized amount wasn't enough. The bandages are going to be the hardest part. If you don't put them on correctly, they will tear the healing skin, which is a bad thing. If you don't secure them correctly, they'll fall off. And you must do this several times, which also isn't good for the healing skin. First you have to cover the burns and gauze. Start at the burns highest up. That makes it easier to secure the gauze with the bandages without attaching to bandages to any of the burnt skin. Then wrap the gauze around until you can't see the skin. Continue wrapping the bandages as you do so, or the gauze will fall off before you finish. When you get to his hands, make sure they are open and the fingers are together. This is because if he can move his hands, any of the gauze will move and tear the burns. Another reason you start at the highest burns is so the ointment has time to dry. If you put the gauze on while it's wet, the gauze will stick and tear the burns. Change the bandages every time they get wet, and at least once a day. Twice a day is preferred after about 10 days. The first-degree burns should be completely healed after 20. The second-degree burns should be well enough to remove the bandages on August 17th. Come back in, and you'll see how well the burns have healed. Dr. Kishimoto worked as she talked, showing me how to wrap the bandages. Not long after Dr. Kishimoto left, Mrs. Bakugou came to check Katsuki out of the hospital. You sure took long enough, Katsuki said. Well, you shouldn't have gotten yourself into this mess. Then you wouldn't have to wait on me, Mrs. Bakugou replied. It's not my fault that the crow is a 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Maybe not, but it's your quirk. It's only my quirk because of you. Yeah, quit your whining, hurry up and leave. I have things to do today, Mrs. Bakugou said. Do you want to ride home? I thought you had things to do today, Katsuki asked. I do. But what kind of mother would I be if I didn't at least pretend to care about my child? Get out of here, you old hag. I hurt my hands, not my legs, whatever you say, brat. Mrs. Bakugou hugged Katsuki. Then she smacked him. They walked out of the hospital together, insulting each other the entire time. Let me know if you need anything, Mrs. Bakugou said before walking away. Are the police letting anyone speak to Natalie Taylor? Katsuki asked. Yeah, but only the people that caught her, that's us. So yeah, I said, do you want to go in the morning? No, we're going now. I missed patrol 2 days in a row. And now I need to do something useful, Katsuki said, walking in the direction of the police station. Wait. Shouldn't we get our hero costumes first? I asked. You can get yours. But mine was destroyed or disappeared or something, remember? Katsuki asked. Do you have your hero license? Not with me. I put it in my phone case because it's the only thing that's explosion proof. Well, we should go get your hero license or they're not going to let you in to see Natalie Taylor. I said fine, Katsuki said. We stopped by our house so I could get my hero costume and Katsuki could get his hero license. Everyone knows that 𝗃𝗏𝗏 doesn't buy hero merch. Without your hero costume, people will know Katsuki Bakugou is 𝗃𝗏𝗏. I said put this on. I don't wear hero merch. Am not wearing that stupid sweatshirt again, Katsuki said, ignoring the sweatshirt I was holding. Do you want people to know who you are? Katsuki wasn't happy about it. But he wore the Red Riot sweatshirt that had accidentally worn the day we found out we were getting evicted. I don't wear hero merch. Yeah, but you don't have your hero costume either, so it's this or nothing. I can't believe I'm going to question a suspect wearing a Red Riot sweatshirt. By that point, we were at the police station. A crowd of reporters were trying to get inside to see Natalie Taylor. Reporters always made room for heroes, so they let me pass freely. They tried to block Katsuki because he wasn't dressed as 𝗃𝗏𝗏, so I grabbed his sleeve and pulled him through the crowd. He wasn't very happy about that. Once we were inside, I let go of Katsuki's sleeve and showed the officer my hero license. It wasn't necessary when you were wearing your hero costume, but I always showed mine regardless. Then I showed the officer at the desk Katsuki's hero license. I thought 𝗃𝗏𝗏 didn't hero merch. The officer asked. I don't, Katsuki shouted. It's until he can get a new hero costume. I told the officer we're here to see Natalie Taylor at the very end of the hall. Thank you. I called over my shoulder. We walked down the hall until we got to the interrogation room. I opened the door and we sat down on the side of the table without a loop for handcuffs. A minute later, Natalie Taylor was walked into the room. Red Riot. And this is 𝗃𝗏𝗏. How are you, Miss Taylor? I said. It's Natalie. And great, except that oh wait, in a Japanese prison. Natalie said. How do you know the crow? Katsuki asked. He was my boss. Natalie replied. Really? If he was just your boss, why did you rat him out as soon as you were in police custody? Katsuki asked. Because he was using me. He only wanted me because I was useful. He promised to pay me a lot of money and that I wouldn't get caught. It didn't work out like that, so I have no problem ratting out someone who has no concern for me. What did you do before you worked for the crow? I asked. Him telling you about the crow. Anything before that is irrelevant. Now do you want my story on the crow or not? Natalie asked. Start talking. Katsuki said. His real name is Carson Strickland. He used to work at a power plant, but then it exploded. He was the only survivor. The entire town the power plant generated died instantly, but Carson Strickland survived. Had been quirkless before the accident, or so everyone thought. His quirk turned out to be something along the lines of immortality. No one had noticed because had never been in a situation where he actually died. The accident and his newfound quirk drove him to insanity. He left the destroyed town and robbed a bank and went to jail. While he was in jail, he got his nickname the Shiny or something. Was the easier it was for him to steal. He stole a cell phone off of a guard once. That's how he escaped jail. He called his first partner in crime Daniel Walker to break him out. Walker hadn't been caught when Strickland was. Daniel Walker can manipulate reality as long as he stands perfectly still. Carson Strickland walked out of jail unopposed. Another man walked out with him. A man named Lucas Davidson. Davidson could make people do what he wanted. How is that different than the mind flayer? Katsuki asked. I can speak Japanese, but I'm not from around here. I don't know who that is. Natalie said he has mind control. If he asks you a question and you respond, he has control over you. I explained. Davidson didn't have to talk to someone, he just had to be able to see them. Natalie explained he convinced the President of the United States to let Strickland completely take over. Because a president can only serve 2 terms, Strickland is in charge of a position that only changes hands when someone dies. Strickland has been laundering money into a private offshore bank account since then. I don't know how long, but he runs the economy in the US. He went to Great Britain next. Originally, he planned to take over Canada, but the border was being protected. Great Britain was easy to take over, especially with Walker and Davidson. He wasn't going to take over any other country, but a woman named Abby Glass persuaded him. Glass is a citizen of the UK. Her quirk is that she can make people fall in love. She can make people fall in love with her, or with other people, as long as she has some of their DNA. Glass worked as an exotic dancer before she made Strickland fall in love with her. She convinced him to take over Great Britain. I don't know the whole story on Glass, so don't ask. Strickland recruited me when he was going to take over France. He needed someone who could speak French, so I was recruited. I was 19 at the time, fresh out of high school. He told me that if I went with him, I could see France, Japan, China, and anywhere else I wanted to go. I was young and dumb, so I took his offer. That was 3 years ago. I knew both of your quirks before I came here last year. I've been watching you since I got here. I was told to only attack when you got too close. It was me that sent the dead bird. I didn't kill it. We have 3 hitmen for that. Jeff Andrews' death to anything alive. He touches Miles Boucher. Knives for hands, and Lila Wayne 100 accuracy with any weapon. Anyway, after I left the warning, you still looked into it. I kidnapped you fully intending to discipline. I knew your quirk, so I knew that if I shot you, nothing would happen. Natalie finished. And what about those 3 snipers? Katsuki asked. What about me? I've been thinking about how since I was 19 I've been thinking and doing for others. I got out of that situation. For me, you're alive, so quit whining. Natalie said. It's hard to take you seriously about wanting to escape when you're threatening me, Katsuki said, leaning back in his chair. You don't have to believe me. I know the truth, and when I die, I will die knowing I was truthful. Katsuki snorted. I think we're done here, Katsuki. And I stood up and left the room. We had to cross through the reporters who screamed questions at us. I ignored them, but they were making Katsuki angry. He was steaming a little by the time we got through, so I asked when we got home, do you believe her? You were the one in the room with her. It seems like a lot of details were there. But were they true? Katsuki asked. She could have been fed lies. We know nothing about the crow. If what she said wasn't true, Deku said she knew his birthday. Do you think they are working for the League of Villains? We could have been talking to Toga. We'll have to go back and cross-examine her. We can bring Midoriya and Todoroki and see if she cracks. Yeah, and if Deku is there, Toga will tell us anything we want. Bakugou. I had been out of the hospital for 3 days now. I struggled to do anything, but I wasn't going to let Ijiru do it for me. I was a competent adult and didn't need anyone to help me. I was 7 days away from my arms being uncovered and 17 days away from being able to use my hands again. Katsuki Ijiru shouted, you better not be climbing out of the fire escape again. How am I supposed to open the window with bandages on my hands? I asked. The same way you did it the last 3 times, Ijiru sighed. I was determined to change the bandages by myself, because when Ijiru did it, it made my heart race. I don't know why, but I think it might be because that's the closest they'll get to using my quirk for 17 more days. Putting the bandages on couldn't be that hard. It was probably like putting on boxing tape. I was about to get the bandages off when Ijiru picked the lock. I didn't protest. I wanted to, but I didn't. Instead, I let Ijiru sit on the floor beside me and take the bandages off of my hands. I know you want to do things for yourself, but please let me help, Ijiru said as he unwrapped my left hand. I sighed. I don't like it. I know, but it'll get better. Only 17 more days, right? Yeah, I guess. I said, you know, you can go on patrol with Deku and half, right? I know, but I'd rather make sure you're doing what the doctor says, so you don't have to keep the bandages on longer than you can stand. I can't stand them right now. Ijiru laughed as he moved on to my right hand. Do you think they'll make you go to physical therapy because you didn't use your quirk for 20 days? I hope not. Someone is getting a fireball to the face if that happens. Remember when something would happen or someone would do something, and you would punch Midoriya for it? Yeah, that was from the time I got my quirk Tutu when we became a wonder duo. What are me and Todoroki sidekicks? If you want to call it that, I never really thought about it. When 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 finished, I stood up and walked out of the room. I wasn't technically on house arrest, but not being able to use my quirk and do my job made me restless. I paced around the living room while 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 updated my parents. What, he exclaimed. They must have taken the picture when we went to see Natalie Taylor. What picture? I asked. Okay, by 𝐻𝐻𝐵, hanging up. What picture? I asked again. You know how I held onto your sleeve when I pulled you through the crowd of reporters a few days ago? 𝐻𝐻𝐵 asked. Yep, well, one of the reporters took a picture. Your mom is going to send it to me. 𝐻𝐻𝐵's phone buzzed. My mom had sent a link that led the picture on July 29th. The pro hero 𝗵𝗃 is seen leading a blonde man in a 𝗵𝗃 sweatshirt through a crowd of reporters to get to the police station to question American Natalie Taylor. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 read. There's the picture and 2 videos under the caption. The picture was 𝗍𝗔 in his hero costume, holding my wrist as we walked through the reporters. The first video was of us walking through the crowd like that. It was from a distance, and you couldn't see my face. The second video was a person talking. Hello, everyone. As you know, I am 𝗵𝗲 and this is 𝗬𝗧. A man in a blazer said. The camera widened to show Present Mike and Mr. Aizawa sitting beside him. Today, I am joined by pro heroes Present Mike and Eraserhead. How are you today? Great, 𝗬𝗧. What are we going to be talking about today? Present Mike said. Good. Mr. Aizawa said he obviously didn't want to be there. We are going to be talking about one of your former students, the pro hero 𝗵𝗃. 𝗬𝗧 said yesterday he was seen leading a blonde man through the reporters in front of the police station. First, what can you tell me about 𝗵𝗃? He was an average student. People said he wouldn't make it as a pro hero because of his quirk, because it wasn't flashy. But he worked hard and earned the number 4 spot. Mr. Aizawa said. I'm proud of him. His special moves were pretty cool. Present Mike said. If I remember right, didn't 𝗬𝗪 help with his special moves? Somewhat. Mr. Aizawa said. We're not here to talk about 𝗬𝗪 though, and what special move would that be? 𝗬𝗧 asked. It's hard to remember. Why don't we move on? Mr. Aizawa seemed to be trying to direct the conversation away from me. 𝗍𝗔 was blushing. So do you think the blonde man was 𝗬𝗪? 𝗬𝗧 asked. No, 𝗬𝗪 would have been in his hero costume, Mr. Aizawa said before Present Mike could speak. Who do you think the mystery man is? 𝗬𝗧 asked. We haven't seen 𝗵𝗃 since he graduated, Present Mike said, seeming to catch on to what Mr. Aizawa was doing. And you can't see the other guy's face. Do you think the blonde could be 𝗵𝗃's boyfriend? 𝗬𝗧 asked. 𝗍𝗔's quirk turned on, and I started steaming. The man was probably a fan with a quirk that could have assisted in the questioning of Natalie Taylor. Mr. Aizawa said. Isn't it illegal to do that though? 𝗬𝗧 asked. Not if the civilian has a hero license. Present Mike said. Most civilians have one now just so they can use their quirk in public without being arrested. The screen went dark for a few seconds. In that time, 𝗍𝗔 turned his quirk off. Hello, everyone. I am 𝗵𝗲. And this is 𝗬𝗧. Today, I am talking to 2 of the most well-known pro heroes. I have the number 1 hero and half of the wonder duo Deku. The camera zoomed out to show Deku. I also have the number 3 hero 𝗬𝗪. The camera zoomed out again, this time showing Todoroki. Today we're going to be talking about 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗪. Well, also touch on the mystery blonde 𝗵𝗃 was seen with yesterday. Tell me about 𝗬𝗪 first. We've been friends since we were kids. I've always looked up to him. Deku said. His quirk is so cool. I couldn't ask for a better partner. What about in high school? 𝗬𝗧 asked. He had his friends, and I had mine. I didn't like him that much, but as we grew up, my opinion changed. Todoroki said. Who were his friends in high school? Any pro heroes? 𝗬𝗧 asked. I don't think he'd want us to tell. Deku said. What about 𝗵𝗃? What can you tell me about him? 𝗬𝗧 asked. His quirk is fascinating. His skin can harden, but so can his teeth and hair. One time he bit through a table because I asked if his teeth hardened. Deku said he was friends with everyone. He's brave. I have to give him that. He was the only person able to get one of our classmates to wear a tie. Todoroki said. He was right, but there was no reason to say that. And which classmate would that be? 𝗬𝗧 asked. I don't remember, Todoroki said, looking right at the camera. Before we run out of time, what do you think of the mystery man 𝗵𝗃 was seen with yesterday? Deku and Todoroki looked at each other before turning to 𝗬𝗧. No comment, they said at the same time. So do you know who it is? 𝗬𝗧 asked. Kinda. Deku said. Who is it? 𝗬𝗧 asked. No comment. Deku said. Do you know who it is? 𝗬𝗪. No comment. 𝗬𝗪 is Deku's sidekick, and 𝗵𝗃 is 𝗬𝗪's sidekick. Deku and Todoroki looked at each other. If I recall, 𝗬𝗪 is blonde. Do you think that the blonde man seen yesterday was 𝗬𝗪? 𝗬𝗧 asked. No, 𝗬𝗪 would have been in his hero costume. Todoroki said. 𝗬𝗪 doesn't wear hero merch. How could that have been him? Deku asked. You two are giving me nothing. My viewers want the gossip of the hero world. 𝗬𝗧 said. At least tell me one thing. Does 𝗵𝗃 have a boyfriend? No, Deku said. Well, that's all the time we have for tonight. Hopefully we can have 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗪 hear themselves for our show on August 2nd. Then the video ended and 𝗍𝗔 turned his phone off. Neither one of us said anything for a long moment. Still no one said anything until my phone rang. 𝐒𝐻𝐽ru picked it up off of the table and answered it. Then he put it on speaker. Hello. I asked, is this Ground Zero? A female voice on the other end asked. Yeah, what do you want? I asked. Do you want to be featured on tomorrow's episode of 𝗬𝗧? The woman asked. No, I said. Then to 𝗂𝗧ru, hang up. Is Red Riot there with you? Mr. 𝗬𝗧 wants both of you. The woman said no. I said, please y'all get paid for the episode. No, what if you get an exclusive interview? You two will be the only guest. No, give your side of the story about Red Riot scene with a civilian in public. Give your side of the story on your sidekick. Having a boyfriend. I don't have a sidekick now, leave me alone. Well, take the interview. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. What are you doing? I mouthed. No, we won't. Trust me. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 mouthed back. Is that Red Riot? The woman asked. Yes, 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. No, I said at the same time. Well, take the interview, the exclusive interview. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. Alright, come to the station at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Then the woman hung up. What are you doing? I don't want a stupid interview. I said your hero costume will be ready by lunch today. And you can keep your hands under the table. We have to do this, or the tabloids will have a field day. We have to tell them exactly who that blonde man was, and why I was dragging him through the crowd. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. Yeah, and what are we going to tell them? I asked. We can say that he was a fan with a quirk that helped us interrogate Natalie. That's exactly the story Mr. Aizawa told. We need something better than that. We could always tell the truth. No, if you can come up with a good excuse for it, I'll go to the interview with you. I said we could get Toga to help us. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. Are you crazy? We can't work with a villain. Even if we did, how would we get her to cooperate? It's a bad idea, and we're not doing it. It's how well 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗏 Natalie if we get them together and ask questions and see who we were talking to. Toga is a stab-happy villain who is obsessed with Deku. Does that sound like someone you want to help us in? Not saying we use Toga. I'm saying we stage some pictures, go to the interview, and say that the blonde guy was your cousin, or something. My parents don't have any siblings. And I don't either. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 side people don't know Katsuki. Bakugou and Ground Zero are the same person. I could say it was you even if people looked it up. You didn't have your hero name in high school, so there was no way to connect the two. It's a long shot. I said it might work. But what about long-term? I'm not pretending to be myself indefinitely. We can go to the airport and stage a picture there one of the days when your dad travels. I think it'll work, I said reluctantly. My dad has to go to the airport the day after tomorrow. So this won't last long. Right after we agreed to stage the pictures, 𝗂𝗧𝗑's phone started ringing at first. We thought it was the lady from 𝗬𝗧. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 answered and put the phone on speaker. Hello, 𝗂𝗧𝗑 asked. Whatever plan you've come up with isn't going to work. If you already have an interview scheduled, cancel it. Mr. Aizawa said. Mr. Aizawa? I asked. Yes, Bakugou. Now do you have an interview tomorrow? Yeah, 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. Cancel it. I know you two. You have a stupid plan because Kirishima scheduled an interview. Now you need an excuse to explain the picture. That's exactly what happened, I said. Mr. Aizawa sighed. I expected it. And I'm still disappointed anyway. What's the plan? Stage pictures, go to the airport, and life goes back to normal after the bandages come off. That's exactly what we agreed on. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. I can't tell you what to do because you aren't my students anymore. But don't take the interview. I know Present Mike and I did, and Midoriya and Todoroki did. But don't. I told them the same thing. Mr. Aizawa said. Why don't you want us to do the interview? I asked. I didn't want to do it in the first place. But why? Yamada Yu is notorious for twisting your words. When they're editing the interviews with Mike and I and Todoroki and Midoriya weren't twisted. They're saving that for your interview. Mr. Aizawa said. If you decide to take it, answer any yes or no question the same way. No is usually a safer answer. Thank you, 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. You're welcome. But be careful, Mr. Aizawa said. As he was hanging up, Present Mike said something along the lines of Mr. Aizawa caring more for students than he lets on. So no interview, I said. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 thought for a minute. I have to explain my side of things. The media is talking about me, and I need to tell them the truth. I can't just let them use my name and a picture of us as a headline that doesn't exist. What about an interview with a trustworthy news station? I asked. I understood what he was saying. I guess I just need to tell them what's really going on. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. I knew I had a stupid plan. But if it helped my best friend, we can take the 𝗬𝗧 interview. I'll go with you like we promised and give them the show of a lifetime by the end. They won't be talking about Red Riot like that anymore. You just have to let me do most of the talking. I know you're about to do something stupid, but I trust you, 𝗂𝗧𝗑 said. We paused a minute. We looked at our phones, which were on the table, half expecting them to ring again. Then we looked at each other and laughed. After lunch, I went to meet Hatsum. 𝗂𝗧𝗑 went with me just in case I needed my hands for something. It had only been 3 days, and I felt like I was being babysat. My costume fit perfectly and had all the bells and whistles the last one did. For the rest of the day, we walked around outside. I couldn't stand being in the house any longer, so we walked up and down the block about 6 times. We finally went inside when it started getting dark. I didn't want to sleep, But Ijuru wouldn't sleep. Unless I did, I knew he was concerned. But if I wanted to be treated like a child, I would go back to my parents' house. I couldn't wait to get the bandages off so I could do things for myself again. Ijuru is my best friend. But he was acting more like a parent. Not my parents, it was more like if you went to a friend's house and got hurt, their parents were concerned and would make sure you were okay. But it felt weird. It has been 3 weeks since 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 kidnapped 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃. The TV said there have been no demands for ransom. We only know 𝗬𝗪 is alive because of a video Deku sent in yesterday. Play the video. Miho, hello just letting all the pro heroes know that 𝗬𝗪 is still alive. Deku said. The camera changed to show a relatively unhurt Todoroki. Todoroki was wearing civvies. His hair was neat, he looked clean, and he didn't have any visible wounds. Todoroki had a manacle around his ankle, but didn't have any other bonds. What was Deku's plan? It's been almost a month. Tomorrow, I plan on kidnapping another hero. He probably knows, and will try to stop me if there is any resistance. I won't hesitate to kill 𝗬𝗪. Deku smiled at the camera before the screen went dark. The announcer started talking again. But I wasn't listening. Deku was coming for me. I don't know what he's planning, but I can't stop him. I'm not trading Todoroki's life for mine at 11:59. I unlocked the door at 12:01. Deku waltzed into the apartment at 12:03. I willingly went with Deku. I was blindfolded and handcuffed. When the blindfold and handcuffs came off, I was standing in a large room with several knives. I was alone. I tried the door, but it was locked. There weren't any windows. I tried to use my quirk to open the door, but I couldn't even get a spark. The manacle on my ankle probably had something to do with it. I was going to try a knife, but I noticed that to get into the knife case, there was a fingerprint lock. I was by myself for 30 minutes. When the door finally opened, Deku came in with a plate of food. Todoroki was behind him with 2 more plates. Deku walked over to where I was sitting on the floor. He handed me the plate before going to sit with Todoroki at a small table. You can sit at the table if you want to. Deku said. You're less likely to get rat poison in your food. If you do. I didn't say anything. I didn't touch the food either. Deku talked about killing people and kidnapping and torturing. Todoroki was as stoic as usual. The plate had pancakes on it, no visible sign of rat poison. The poison could have been in the batter, so I wasn't going to eat it. I also wasn't going to sit at the table with them. Todoroki didn't seem to be brainwashed. So what was going on? After Deku finished his breakfast, Todoroki picked up all 3 plates and left the room. Deku put his finger on the fingerprint sensor. Then he chose a knife. He came and sat beside me, waving the knife in my face. You're smart. That means you're probably wondering what's going on. Am I right? Deku asked. I ignored him. So a month ago, I kidnapped Todoroki. I planned on torturing and killing him. But it turns out he's really helpful around the house. I guess having a father like his will do that to you. Deku laughed a little. Anyway, I keep him around because I don't have time to clean up after myself, both dishes and bodies. He can also cook really well. Want to know why you're here? I ignored him again. I didn't care that Todoroki was his servant or whatever. You're here because if I didn't kill Todoroki, that makes me a bad villain. Now once a month I'm going to kidnap a pro hero. You can't escape. And you can't use your quirk. Soon I'll have pro heroes doing my bidding. Deku said. By the way, I'm not going to kill you. I have to make the public think I'm turning you into villains. Deku stood up and put the knife back in the case. He left. And a few seconds later, Todoroki came back into the room. He didn't seem to be worried. Maybe he had a plan. How are we getting out of here? I asked. What do you mean? Todoroki asked. There is no getting out. I'm biding my time until he finally kills me. That's not a pro hero attitude. Do you have Stockholm syndrome or something? We have to get out of here. I've tried. The manacle shocks you if you cross the threshold. Maybe electrocute is a better word. I passed out and woke up a day later with marks on my ankle from the electricity. Todoroki said. And Stockholm syndrome means you fall in love with your captor. I'm not in love with Midoriya. He's crazy and needs to be stopped. But there's nothing we can do right now. What if we teamed up on him? He's smarter than you give him credit for. Fine. Maybe the next person who's thrown in here can help. I said. I doubt anyone will be able to help. I don't know where we are, and we have no way to contact anyone if we did. Todoroki said. Now get up and help me clean this. I walked over to the knife case. Todoroki unlocked it. I was going to get a knife, but he grabbed my arm. They have palmprint sensors. If anyone but Midoriya tries to use them, they shock you. I only have access to them because he doesn't like fingerprints on the case. I sighed, but helped Todoroki wipe the fingerprints away. I didn't like how easy I'd given up. Instead of trying to fight or get Todoroki to help, I was cleaning fingerprints off of a knife case. I stayed in the room with the knives all day. Todoroki left several times saying he had to clean. I didn't know if Deku made him clean, or if it was a nervous habit or something. I paced around trying to come up with a plan. I couldn't leave, couldn't contact the heroes, couldn't do anything at the same time. I couldn't do nothing. There had to be a way out. Deku came back around 500. I still sat on the floor and didn't touch the food. I knew it probably wasn't poisoned. But I wanted to be sure Todoroki didn't eat much and had water, but Deku had a glass of wine with dinner. An inkling of a plan was coming together when Todoroki brought a box of cleaning supplies into the room. A plan came together after looking through the box. I saw that there was both ammonia and bleach. If I could just get my hands on rubbing alcohol, a couple of different batteries, and ibuprofen. The next morning, I decided not to voice my plan to Todoroki. I didn't know if heads switched sides or not, so I couldn't be too careful. Deku left right after breakfast, which I had to eat. I followed Todoroki through the house, looking for what I needed to carry out my plan. First, I would short-circuit the manacle with the different batteries. After it was corroded and wouldn't electrocute me, I would slip an ibuprofen into Deku's wine. It would tear his stomach lining and cause ulcers. Hopefully, as soon as I would mix the bleach and rubbing alcohol and bleach and ammonia to create chloroform and mustard gas. It might kill Deku and Todoroki, but it would knock them out and I could escape. Todoroki could have figured this out, so I had to assume he was also an enemy. I saw that the TV remote didn't have a back to the battery compartment. I accidentally knocked the remote off of the table. 3 of the 4 batteries went back into the remote, while the last one went into my pocket. I was wearing the civvies I'd been wearing when I went with Deku, so hiding the battery was easy. I needed another battery and a bottle of ibuprofen. I don't know when I could escape, but I needed to poison Deku immediately. 1 battery wouldn't work as well as 2. But I have to work with what I've got. Hey Todoroki, do you know if Deku has cameras watching us? I asked. No, it'd be another thing to clean if he did. Todoroki answered. Why does he make you clean? I asked. It gives me something to do besides plot against him. Also, he doesn't like it when there's blood everywhere. Todoroki said. Do you know why he switched sides? No, just that he did it was probably when All Might died that early. If he hadn't kidnapped me, I might feel sorry for him. I said. Technically, you willingly went with him. Todoroki countered. Technically, it was I went with him. Or he killed both of us. I said. He'll probably kill us anyway. I think we need to get out before he kidnaps anyone else. Todoroki sighed. I want to escape. But what can we do? I've been here a month already, and there's no way out. I have a plan, but I need your help. I think that if we get the knives and don't touch the handles, we'll be able to kill Deku or slow him down enough to escape. We could get the manacles off. While he's gone, I don't think that would work. But it's worth a shot. Todoroki said. We better get to work. There can't be any trace of DNA anywhere. While we were cleaning, I found another battery. It was laying on the floor and had probably been used in a murder. I asked Todoroki about it, and he told me to throw it away. I put it in my pocket. I could start corroding the manacle tonight. I just needed to find a bottle of ibuprofen and some rubbing alcohol. I ate dinner sitting on the floor. I don't know what was wrong with Todoroki, but I wasn't going to sit with Deku. I also tried to eat as little as possible. Deku had wine again. I think the plan could work if I could get the ibuprofen. Hey Deku. Not being able to use my quirk makes my head hurt. Is there any way that I can get something for a headache so you can poison me? Deku asked. I don't think so, nor can you help Todoroki clean again, and I'm going to need those batteries in your pockets. Deku didn't even look up from his dinner. He spoke so nonchalantly, like this was a conversation about the weather. Todoroki glanced at me, but quickly shifted his gaze back to the almost untouched food in front of him. I think he knew that the plan wouldn't work. He also knew that I was too stubborn to listen. Speaking of stubborn, I don't know why you turned into a villain. But is this really what All Might would have wanted? I asked, jumping to my feet. All Might that gave you his quirk wouldn't want you using it this way. I can't believe I didn't push you off that building myself that day. I should have thrown you out the window like I did your stupid notebook. Do you want to keep going? Deku asked. Todoroki was shaking his head. No, stand up and actually fight me. You're a coward just like you've always been. You know you can't beat me, so you won't even try. You blackmailed me into going willingly because you know you would have lost in a hand-to-hand fight. That's why I'm wearing this stupid manacle. You know you can't beat me, so you take every precaution. You're still the quirkless loser I knew in middle school. You get the greatest quirk in the world, and you turn into a villain as soon as something goes wrong. I was right. You'll never be a hero, and you suck as a villain. I shouted at him. Are you done? Deku asked. Please keep going. If you're not All Might made a mistake when picking you. I was there too. He could have picked me and had a successor who actually becomes a successful hero. But you were pitiful and quirkless. I'm going to fight you with or without the stupid manacle, and I'm still going to win because you're nothing. You can't even be a villain, right? Maybe you should take a swan dive off of a building. No one will even miss you, not even your mother. That's how badly you've screwed up. Not even 𝐒𝐭𝐻 loves you anymore. I thought that mentioning his mom would get him riled up. Let me know when you're done. I'd really like to finish my dinner. If you don't mind. I walked up to the table and punched Deku in the face. He loosened his tie, rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and punched me across the room. I hit hard enough to leave a dent in the concrete wall. I blacked out soon after for a month. I was confined to the knife room. I was restless, I had to get out soon. But I didn't know how I couldn't poison Deku anytime I got an idea. He seemed to read my mind. He always knew exactly what I was planning on doing. A month after Deku had kidnapped me, he came back with another pro hero. It was the one person I hoped he wouldn't get. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on me. Standing in front of me, blindfolded and handcuffed, was 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵. He must have been kidnapped at midnight. I ran to 𝗓𝗓𝗓 and pulled the blindfold off of his eyes. They were bright red in the dim light of early morning. They were shifting nervously, trying to figure out where he was. When they locked with mine, he seemed to relax a little. The sense of ease he felt faded away when Deku opened the door holding a plate. Todoroki followed him, balancing 3 plates. "Good morning, Kirishima. Your handcuffs will be removed shortly," Deku said as Todoroki sat 2 of the plates on the table and 1 in my usual spot on the floor. "Why are you doing this?" 𝗓𝗓𝗓 asked Kaken. "Why don't you explain everything over breakfast?" Deku said. He put 𝗓𝗓𝗓's plate on the ground. Then he walked over to us. Deku shoved me out of the way. As he walked around 𝗓𝗓𝗓, he unlocked 𝗓𝗓𝗓's handcuffs and went to sit at the table with Todoroki. "What happened, Katsuki?" 𝗓𝗓𝗓 asked. "Deku is using Todoroki as a maid and Todoroki doesn't have a problem with it," I said, my tone filled with venom. Todoroki didn't reply. He didn't even look at me. I continued my story. "Deku is a bad villain, so he's blackmailing heroes into letting him kidnap them." "Why?" 𝗓𝗓𝗓 asked. "Because he doesn't like cleaning up after himself and half has Stockholm Syndrome." "Why haven't you escaped? Is security really that bad?" 𝗓𝗓𝗓 asked. "It doesn't look bad," I said. "But it's worse than I thought. I've been trying for a month, and as soon as I come up with a plan, Deku throws me across the room." You didn't look hurt on camera." Deku's careful. He makes sure all the bruises are covered. "And I don't have any broken bones. I've been locked in here for a month because I'm not a submissive coward like Icy Hot." "That's enough," Deku said. "You need to eat now." I picked up my plate and went to the table. I acted like I was going to put it on the table, but I smashed it into Deku's face instead. Deku calmly wiped scrambled eggs from his face and stood up. Todoroki stood up and walked over to 𝗓𝗓𝗓. "Leave him. He needs to see what happens when you don't do as I say," Deku said. Todoroki pushed 𝗓𝗓𝗓 out of the way. Instead of towards the door, Deku pushed his sleeves up before punching at me. I dodged. I grabbed one of the chairs and swung it at Deku. He yanked it out of my hands and hit me with it. Before I could react, I fell. Deku kicked me in the chest and stomach. I stuck my arms out, trying to get bruises on something that would be shown on camera. I grabbed Deku's leg and pulled him to the ground. I lunged at him and started punching him. Before I knew what happened, I was 10 feet off the ground, encased in a spike of ice. "Coward," I shouted, "just like the sports festival. You can't beat me, and you know it. Both of you are cowards. The only person here who might actually be able to beat me is 𝗓𝗓𝗓. It's because he's not a coward." "Hush. Now," Deku said, "you're going to be in that ice for a while. You knew you couldn't be a hero and you're a terrible villain. You should never have inherited All Might's quirk. He was a great hero and you're just a coward villain who can't even kill one pro hero." Deku ignored me. He walked out of the room and Todoroki started to unfreeze me. Sometime during the month, he must have officially switched sides. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 was still standing by the wall. "Don't you dare unfreeze me. Let me die here, you coward. You were never a good hero. Either you always were, and always will be number 2, just like your dad." "Some of us don't want to die," Todoroki said. "Bull, a month ago, you said you were biding your time until he killed you." Todoroki sighed. "You're really dumb, aren't you?" Despite my protesting, he continued to unfreeze me. When I was completely unfrozen, Todoroki left. He tried to get 𝗓𝗓𝗓 to go with him, but 𝗓𝗓𝗓 refused. "Katsuki." He started him. "Fine." I limped to my wall and sat down with a groan. There was a small first aid kit in the corner. Deku put it there because it had rubbing alcohol in it. He put it there to remind me of my failed escape attempt. I'd never used it before, mostly to spite Deku. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 got the first aid kit and insisted that I let him check my wounds. I insisted that I was fine. Eventually I gave in because I was about to pass out. Apparently the chair had torn the skin because 𝗓𝗓𝗓 told me that I was bleeding. "I'm fine. This happens all the time." I said. "It shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be here." 𝗓𝗓𝗓 said. "Stop trying to escape for a while. The heroes are coming." "What do you mean?" I asked. I passed out before I got an answer. I woke up because the door was slammed open. Mr. Aizawa and President Mike enter the room. Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Jiro were with them. Kaminari short-circuited the manacles while Jiro listened for Deku to get back. Todoroki looked dazed. Yaoyorozu explained about the tracker she had created for 𝗓𝗓𝗓. "We left the house right as Deku came back. Aizawa captured Deku. I thought we had escaped. I was almost free." Deku shot 𝗓𝗓𝗓. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 crumpled to the ground. "This wasn't supposed to happen. We were all supposed to escape together." I knelt down beside 𝗓𝗓𝗓, who was bleeding out. "𝗓𝗓𝗓." I shouted. "No, you can't die, Katsuki," 𝗓𝗓𝗓 said, reaching a hand out to me. I took his hand. What is it?" He didn't finish. "𝗓𝗓𝗓, wake up. Please wake up. What were you going to tell me?" I felt tears in my eyes. "Wake up, Bakugou. He's dead," Todoroki said, offering a hand. This is all your fault, I shouted at him. You never wanted to escape. And now my best friend is dead. Look at what you did. It'll be okay. Calm down. Kaminari said. You got here too late. What good does being rescued do if we don't all get out alive? Not finished with you, Deku shouted. Yao, all die. Katsuki Ijuru said, shaking me. Wake up. I didn't say anything. Instead, I sat up and pulled Ijuru into a hug. It took him a moment to respond, but he hugged me back. Everything is okay. It was just a nightmare. Everything will be okay. You're okay, he whispered when I was sure I wasn't dreaming. I stood up and walked to the kitchen. Ijuru sat down in front of me, and I offered my hands. Katsuki, I changed the bandages while you were asleep. Ijuru said. You've been asleep for 3 days. The doctor said to try to wake you up whenever I could. What do you mean I've been asleep for 3 days? I asked. I mean that with the nightmare quirk and the medicine to help you sleep, you went into a small coma. Ijuru said. At least 3 days closer to getting the bandages off. Ijuru didn't look amused. Did you go to the interview? I asked. No, I told them that Ground Zero had been injured in a fight and didn't want to be seen on TV. I didn't schedule another interview. Mr. Aizawa told us not to, so I took you going into a coma as a sign that we shouldn't. ID had a plan to reveal my identity on camera, so everyone would forget about Red Riot and the blonde man. I was glad I didn't have to do that now. Ijuru was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Ijuru made a face before going to open the door. I heard him talking to whoever was standing there. Katsuki, can you come here for a minute? Ijuru asked. I got up and walked to the front door. Standing there was a brunette woman with pale skin and bright blue eyes. She kept looking nervously over her shoulder. Who are you? I asked. Abigail Glass, the woman said in a British accent and broken Japanese. What are you doing here? I asked. Please come and explain everything. No, I said, closing the door. Please, there is valuable information, she said, grabbing the door. Like what? I asked. That the crow is going to kill me as soon as I let you step foot in this apartment. Glass sighed. No, please let me explain. We can go to a cafe. Must be private. Not letting you in. Please, Glass begged. He is going to kill me. If you want to talk to the police, you do that. You can talk to my partner. But I'm not going to listen to a word you say. It must be you. It's about your nightmare. Glass said. I froze. I took a deep breath and looked at Ijuru. He wouldn't meet my eyes. This was a decision I had to make myself. I would feel better about letting the wife of the man who tried to kill me into my house. If I could use my quirk. I stepped aside and let her walk in. Ijuru led her to the kitchen and let her sit at the table. Giving you 10 minutes. Start talking, I said, sitting across from Glass. My name is Abigail Glass. My associates call me Abby. And you may as well, Glass said. I choose to go with my maiden name because there are some male and female spouses who have been tricked to marry me. One of them is Ivan Hayes. Ivan Hayes has a very special quirk. He can give people nightmares by pushing his hand in their direction. Only works if the person is looking at him. Then they will fall into a deep sleep. Usually his nightmare is a harmless nuisance. But if my other husband Carson Strickland hires him to find you and give you a nightmare, his nephew is very dangerous. It will probably kill you. There is a year of confessing nightmares to someone. The main aspect of the dream is realization. If you are dreaming of hitting a track, hit the track. If your boyfriend leaves you, he leaves you. Nightmares are usually more dangerous. How can I believe anything you say? I asked, especially since you just told me his nephew is dangerous. I am putting my life at risk for this. I know what happens if I don't tell someone a nightmare. Tell someone wisely. And what exactly will happen to you since you're telling me? I asked. Ivan gave me a nightmare. I am trying to prevent it from happening. You must believe me. Never telling anyone about my nightmares. I thought about it. But now that you've told me to, not your 10 minutes are up. Get out of this apartment and never come back. I said. I would have pulled her to her feet and drug her out the door. But I couldn't. I didn't give her time to beg. I left the kitchen and went to the bedroom so I wouldn't have to see her leave. I don't care if she was telling the truth. I can't tell anyone about the nightmares. I didn't want them to come true. But I wasn't ready to tell anyone. Underage drinking. Bakugo's POV today was the day I went to get the bandages taken off of my arms. My hands would still be bandaged. But I was halfway there. Only 10 more days, and I could use my quirk again. It made me incredibly restless, not being able to use my quirk. I talked to Ijuru about what Abby said, and he told me he believed her. I didn't, so I wasn't going to listen to her. Maybe once it got closer to a year, I would tell someone. But for right now, my nightmares would stay private. When we got to the hospital, Dr. Kishimoto said that my arms were in good shape, and my hands would be healed soon. I tried to persuade Ijuru to call Recovery Girl and let her heal my hands the rest of the way. But he refused. Why? They are almost healed and am not about to die. I said, exactly. You can wait 10 more days. Ijuru replied, you have to go back to work. We won't be able to afford any more Red Riot OS if you don't. I get a free lifetime supply. Exactly. Ijuru laughed. Katsuki, I'll go back to work if you promise to visit your parents while I'm gone, so the babysitter needs a babysitter. I asked, only half joking. No, that's not what I mean. And you know it, I mean you can't use your hands. And knowing you'll try and mess them up even more. I rolled my eyes. I guess it would be a good time to take my mom out to eat where you can't use your hands. There's a new smoothie place by that cafe we used to go to in high school. You can't use your hands, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said, pointing at me with each word. I could keep the cup on the table, I said, pointing back. Okay. You win, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said, like you always do. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said, lightly punching my arm. Exactly, I said. Why can't we go to Recovery Girl? I can't always win if I can't even fight, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 sighed. I laughed. We walked home before I started being mean to Deku. I was happy to see him. But not like I was to see 𝐈𝐺𝐻. Seeing Deku was like seeing a friend, someone you knew and trusted. Seeing 𝐈𝐺𝐻 was different. It made my heart race. And it was harder to not cause explosions. It made watching a 2-hour documentary on Ida not boring. I was comfortable calling 𝐈𝐺𝐻 my best friend. That was saying a lot. My family never talked about feelings, and I didn't have many friends growing up. If I told my nightmares to anyone, it would be him. When you get the bandages off, I'm going to invite the squad over, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said. If you're not going to Recovery Girl, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 interrupted. Anyway, our apartment is about the same size as the dorms. They could spend the night. And we could be carefree for a night like we were back in high school. First, the dorms were bigger than our apartment. Second, those sleepovers in Mina's dorm were so fun. I wouldn't admit it at the time, though I said after curfew we would all sneak to Mina's dorm. Do you remember when Denki got caught? Because he was on the wrong floor and went into 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻's room, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked as he unlocked the door. It was right after training. And he was brain dead. 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝑘𝐻 screamed. Aizawa came to see what was wrong and Denki got detention for a month. I said Minato congratulated him. And he didn't even remember what happened. Just Mina, Denki, and 𝗬𝗏. Just like in high school. We went to the living room. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 sat in the chair, and I put my feet up on the couch. We left the TV off. Do you remember the last sleepover we had? I asked. The one the night before graduation. Yeah, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said. 𝗬𝗏 got his hands on some beer, and we got really drunk, and we almost weren't allowed to walk. I added. 𝗬𝗏 was fine head, probably drank before everyone thought Denki was just brain dead. Mina was a little loopy. Shed probably drank before you passed out. I drank one, and decided that I was never going to drink. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 said. I didn't like the way it felt. I was incredibly hungover. I wore sunglasses to graduation, and everyone thought it was a last-ditch effort to break the rules. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 snorted. I'm pretty sure 𝗬𝗏 and Mina were high at graduation. Denki had wandered off, and I couldn't find him. It was Mina's room and 𝗬𝗏 was still awake. So I assumed he was okay. You said I passed out. Where was I at this point? I asked. I took you back to your room. You didn't really want to drink as much as you did. But we were playing Truth or Dare or Drink. Mina and 𝗬𝗏 were trying to make everyone drink. The one beer I had was drank collectively through shots. You had several. They asked questions like, what are your true feelings about Midoriya? How do you feel about All Might's retirement? Do you have a crush? You wouldn't answer the one about the crush. You wouldn't even tell us who your best friend was. You did every single dare. But every time you picked Truth, you drank. You passed out in the 12th round. Each beer had about 4 shots worth. And you had drank 3 beers and shots. ID only had 3 shots. I was the soberest out of everyone. Denki had wandered off in the 3rd round. After you passed out, we stopped playing. I took you back to your dorm because it was right next to mine. I stole a Gatorade from the fridge and got you water and crackers. I was going to stay, but you woke up and told me something. Then you threw up and went back to sleep. I went back to my own room. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 told me the whole story, none of which ID remembered. What did I tell you? I asked. That was the only thing he hadn't gone into detail about you. You told me that I was your best friend. 𝗂𝐺𝐻 said, a small smile lighting up his face. You wouldn't tell anyone else? Well, I said. I was going to say something like, of course you're my best friend, or you're still my best friend. Well, I'm your best friend, or well, you wouldn't tell anyone else? 𝗂𝐺𝐻 asked. Both. I muttered. Feelings were dumb. I wanted to change the subject. I didn't want to talk about how 𝗂𝐺𝐻 was my best friend. Not want to talk about your feelings? 𝗂𝗵𝗃 asked. No, I said. The term best friend is like it's how it's just my family doesn't talk about feelings, and saying someone is my best friend is sacred. I said it with a question mark. I guess it like how you wouldn't just go up to someone and call them your husband or wife or whatever. I guess the whole statement had question marks on it. 𝗂𝗵𝗃's face was red. My face was red. And I was causing mini explosions. 𝗂𝗵𝗃's quirk hadn't turned on, so it couldn't have been that bad. Or maybe it was that bad. Maybe ID said something so dumb that he was embarrassed for me and not himself, so his quirk didn't turn on. Because ID just said something really stupid. Anyway, on August 20th, well, have a sleepover with the squad, I said, changing the subject after a minute of silence. Yeah, it's only 10:30. What do you want to do? 𝗂𝗵𝗃 asked. Leave this awkward conversation. I said. Agreed. 𝗂𝗵𝗃 said. How? 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 Natalie. I asked. No, we have to wait for Midoriya and Todoroki. We can't afford anything else, because neither one of us have worked in 10 days. The park is free looking at puppies at the pet store, is free walking around, is free visiting your parents, is free visiting you, is free. No, we're not seeing Recovery Girl. Going to the library is free. I get it, a lot is free. If I can't go see Recovery Girl, I'm not going to UA and am going to be with my mom for 10 days. The pet store gets upset if you don't buy anything, and we've walked around the block 7,000 times since I hurt my hands. The park or the library? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked him. Not allowed at the library anymore. Long story short, Midoriya was studying the park. It is, 𝗓𝗔 said. The park. It is, I said without his level of enthusiasm. When we got to the park, everything was normal. We were walking the long trail when I noticed that there was a man following a jogger who couldn't have been more than 19. 𝗓𝗔 saw the man too. We looked at each other, nodded, and went to help the girl. Excuse me. I asked her what she asked, taking her earbuds out. I was wondering what the quickest way to Tokyo would be. You're really lost. First you have to leave the park. Then ask someone. She put her earbuds back in and ignored me. I glanced at 𝗓𝗔, who was distracting the man. The man was getting impatient. He kept glancing over 𝗓𝗔's shoulder at the girl. I caught up with her. She sighed and rolled her eyes, but took her earbuds out. I know how this sounds, but there's a man trailing you. My partner is keeping him occupied while I'm trying to help you escape. The girl groaned. That's my ex-boss. I worked at an arcade for 3 days before I had to quit. Because of him, I've gotten a restraining order. But he won't leave me alone. Do you want me to help you get back to your car? I asked. Please, I think it's safe to cut through the woods. No, never go into the woods with a stranger. Finish your run. My partner will arrest your ex-boss. I said. Arrest citizen, arrest pro heroes on your day off. Arrest. I sighed. Let's just finish your run. After I jogged the trail with the girl, I took her back to her car. She thanked me and tried to give me her Snapchat. I refused the snap invitation. She wrote her username on my arm. If I changed my mind, 𝗓𝗔 showed up a minute later. Still feel useless? 𝗓𝗔 asked. No, I hate to admit that you're right. But you were right. Not staying cooped up helped. 𝗓𝗔 gasped dramatically. The great Katsuki Bakugou admitting that he was wrong. Is today the day the world ends? Shut up. We left the park and went back to our apartment. It had only been an hour since we left, so none of our friends would be off work yet. Todoroki and Deku would get off in 30 minutes. Denki, Mina, and Shiro all worked separately. Denki and Jiru worked with Present Mike on the other side of Tokyo. Mina worked by herself and Shiro worked with a guy from America who had a spider quirk. I turned the TV on just to have background noise as I paced. 𝗓𝗔 was playing a game on his phone. Suddenly, the TV piqued my interest. The guy 𝗓𝗔 arrested earlier was shouting from a police car that redacted was my gateway out of this redacted hole the TV station was censoring. Every time he cursed, the crow will get her mark my redacted words. I wonder what the crow had over him. 𝗓𝗔 asked. He owns an arcade. I thought aloud. He was probably going to sell the girl to the crow. I wonder what her quirk is. There's only one way to find out, 𝗓𝗔 said, grabbing my arm. 𝗓𝗔 opened his official Red Riot Snapchat and typed the girl's username, and then he sent her a message by creating a private story and only adding the girl. Hello, I am looking to recruit a sidekick. If you would like to be my sidekick or know someone who would, please fill out the link below. https //readreat side. Kick official contest gov. If the girl clicked on the link, it would take her to a page asking questions that could help us find out why the crow wanted her. She clicked the link less than an hour after 𝗓𝗔 posted it. Name: Yumiko Himura. Quirk: blood bending. Age: 20. Birthday: August 13th. Contact information: 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐵 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵. No wonder the crow wants her. I said there hasn't been a registered bloodbender for several years. How do you know that? 𝗓𝗔 asked Deku. I rolled my eyes. Of course. Anyway, people with blood quirks are almost always villains. We have to get this girl on our side before the crow does. We're going with Deku and Todoroki to question Natalie tomorrow, right? We could set up a meeting with Yumiko Himura, and they could go talk to her. We'd have to ask. But it's worth a shot. If we do, we can't let the crow know we know he wants her. He's almost killed us once. Then I texted Deku and Todoroki telling them about the meeting. They both agreed. 𝗓𝗔 emailed Yumiko, and she agreed we would question Natalie at 12:30 and meet with Yumiko at 130 for the rest of the day. I was as restless as I had been for the last 10 days. If I wasn't afraid of having a nightmare, I would take a nap when it was time for bed. I reluctantly went to sleep. Good morning, everyone. I am 𝗵𝗲. And this is 𝗬𝗐. 𝗵𝗲 said today, I am joined by Red Riot and Ground Zero. They are here for an exclusive interview. So Ground Zero, what is your favorite thing about working with Red Riot? He has a great work ethic. He keeps my bull crap in check and is great to work with. I said. Red Riot, same question. What's your favorite thing about working with Ground Zero? He's my best friend. He's fun to be around. 𝗓𝗔 said. How do you feel about being Ground Zero's sidekick? 𝗬𝗐 asked. He's not my sidekick. We're partners, I interjected. I thought you were partners with Deku. You know, the Wonder Duo, 𝗬𝗐 said. I'm part of the Wonder Duo with Deku, But I also work closely with 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺. I said I messed up with the first statement, so 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺. I know you have to have seen the picture of you holding hands with a blonde man outside of the jail a few days ago. Who was that? You asked. Can we save this question until the very end? I know you have more questions, and I would hate to have the big reveal spoiled. I said, of course. Yu said, how do you feel about Deku threatening to work for the Crow? I think that Deku is bluffing. He's wanted to be a hero all his life. He wouldn't give it up because of someone like the Crow. I said, one more question before we get to the blonde man. Yu said, how is civilian life now that you're a hero? It's a little difficult. I'm always afraid that people will recognize me because of my hair. Ijuru said, I try not to wear it up. When I'm wearing civvies, a lot of people have blonde hair, so it's not as difficult for me. I don't like wearing hero merch, though. I said, speaking of blonde hair, who was that blonde man you were seen with 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺? His name is Bakugou. We were friends in high school. He was visiting to help me question Natalie Taylor. He has a hero license, but not a costume, so I had to help him get through the sea of reporters. Ijuru said, we couldn't really see his face, so I'm going to have to go with that explanation. Yu said, how do you feel about the blonde man? I enjoy his company. He can be off-putting when you first get to know him, but I would fully trust him with my life. Ijuru said, more detail, more feelings, please. Yu pushed. He has red eyes, a strong quirk, and can speak almost perfect English. He was wearing a 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺𝗺 hoodie in the picture, because he grabbed the wrong one. If I had to pick someone to work with, it'd be him. As for feelings, I'd say admiration. Ijuru said, we're almost out of time. Ground Zero, what are your thoughts on the blonde man? You know, Yu, I have some strong feelings about him. I said, give me a minute, will you? Of course, Yu said as I turned around in my chair. The blonde man is named Katsuki Bakugou. He went to UA and goes by the hero name Ground Zero. I said, turning back around without my mask on. He likes spicy food and mountain climbing. He is giving his identity on live TV because he wants to protect his best friend. The Crow can come and shove it. He failed at killing me. That's why I wasn't wearing my hero costume in the picture. I got second-degree burns on my hands and disintegrated my hero costume. That's why I was wearing a 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺𝗺 sweatshirt. You saw it here first, folks. Ground Zero is named Katsuki Bakugou and is in love with 𝗵𝗃𝗺𝗺𝗺, whose name is yet to be revealed. Yu said, twisting my words right before the cameras cut off. Katsuki. Ijuru started. Not right now, I said, storming off of the set. How could I be so stupid? Mr. Aizawa told me he would twist my words, and I didn't listen. To make it worse, I revealed my secret identity to the entire world. I talked more about the Crow than Ijuru, and I talked more about myself than the Crow. I walked out of the studio. If I stayed there any longer, I would set something on fire. I sat down in the alley outside of the studio. I needed to cool down before I did anything else. I closed my eyes and put my head against the wall. To top it off, rain started to fall. The eyeliner I filled my mask in with was running down my face. It was sweat resistant, but not rain resistant apparently. I felt someone sit down next to me in the rain. I didn't want to talk to Ijuru about what Yu had said. I don't want to talk about it, I said. Talk about what? That voice wasn't Ijurus. That you're covering for me, switching sides, or that you confessed on live TV to being in love with your roommate. Leave me alone. I'm not in the mood. And I didn't confess. Yu twisted my words. I'm not going to leave you alone, but I'll let you believe what you want. Deku said it would be so easy to slit your throat right here. But there's too much media coverage. Just know that if I find you again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Deku stood up. Your makeup's running. Then he walked away. I got to my feet and ran at him. I jumped onto his back and caused an explosion in his face. We crashed to the wet pavement. It was hard to keep my grip on Deku with my grenades, so I let go. Deku moved to where he was sitting on my chest. He tried to punch me, but I slipped my left hand out of the grenade and punched him in the chest. I caused an explosion that sent him flying off of me. I jumped to my feet and ran at Deku. Deku dodged the fireball I threw and grabbed my shoulders. He turned and shoved me into the wall. He punched me in the face and my vision blurred. You may have beat me in high school, he said, but this isn't high school anymore. He punched me again. I tried to knee him in the groin, but he kicked my feet out from under me. The only thing supporting me now was Deku shoving my shoulder into the brick wall. Deku punched me 3 times. My vision was blurred, and there was blood running down my face. I couldn't move. We were standing behind the door and almost got hit. When Ijuru opened the door, I caught a glimpse of him through the crack between the door and the frame. He stood with the door open and started talking. Katsuki, I'm sorry that I made you go to this interview. I should have listened to you, and I'm sorry Mr. Aizawa told us this would happen, but I disregarded his warning. This is all my fault, and I'm really sorry. Ijuru said. Say it's okay. Deku mouthed, bringing a knife out of nowhere and putting it to my throat. It's okay, I said. I forgive you. I'll be inside in a minute. I'm not done. Ijuru paused. I don't really know how to say this, but maybe you, maybe I think Ijuru took a deep breath. I love you. I know we went to high school together, and we're roommates now, and I'm your sidekick. But I love you. I can't stop. I know it's wrong, and it's weird, and it's not right. But I do 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫, I said. I closed my eyes. I wanted to tell him that I loved him too. But I didn't want him seeing Deku and getting killed. I'm sorry, just go. Kirishima Kaken has something to tell you, Deku said. Why don't you come around the door? No, a strangled cry came from my lips. 𝐻𝐻𝐫 walked around the door, letting it close behind him. Deku looked him in the eyes before turning back to me. He leaned in and kissed me. I struggled against the kiss before I felt the cold sting of Deku's knife against my throat. I woke up with a start. I realized why I couldn't move. I was so tangled in my covers that I was immobilized. I was about to reach for 𝐻𝐻𝐫's hand when something stopped me. I thought about my nightmare and how Head confessed his love for me. I don't think I could reach for him tonight without feeling weird. I stared at the bottom of the bed above me until it was time for 𝐻𝐻𝐫 to wake up and go to work. He started getting ready. I pretended to be asleep. I pretended to wake up when he bumped into the dresser. Oh, did I wake you up? I'm sorry, 𝐻𝐻𝐫 said. You didn't wake me up, I said, sitting up. It's too late to change my bandages. Just get my mom to do it. Nonsense, 𝐻𝐻𝐫 said. Midoriya and Todoroki will understand. I let him change my bandages. I tried to keep my quirk under control so I wouldn't cause an explosion. I was dreading the meetings with Natalie and Yumiko. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw after images of my nightmare. Maybe I would sit next to Todoroki. After 𝐻𝐻𝐫 finished changing my bandages, we left for my parents' house. We both planned on eating breakfast there. The first day at my parents' house was okay. I left at 1100 to go get my hero costume. I didn't live an hour away from my parents' house, but it took me a long time to get out of my civvies and into my hero costume without my hands or help from 𝐻𝐻𝐫. But I didn't want to think about that right now. I went to the jail at 1200 to meet up with Deku, Todoroki, and 𝐻𝐻𝐫. I told the guard what was going on, and he sent me to the same cell we'd been in the first time we'd questioned Natalie Taylor. They brought in a few minutes. Oof, fancy, she said, looking me up and down. Shut it, I said, ignoring her. Waiting on my partners. Don't talk until they get here. She pestered me for another 30 minutes, until everyone got to the jail. A chair was added to the side of the table I was sitting directly in front of Natalie. 𝐻𝐻𝐫 was next to me. Deku was by 𝐻𝐻𝐫, and Todoroki's fireside was next to Natalie. I am ground zero, and I am recording this conversation for the purpose of evidence in the case of Japan versus the Crow. I am joined by Red Riot Xiaoto and Deku. We are cross-examining Natalie Taylor, I said into a recording device on the table. Please state your names. Red Riot, Deku, Xiaoto. Natalie rolled her eyes before saying Natalie Taylor. Miss Natalie, what was your reasoning for joining the Crow? I asked. I was young and dumb, and he promised that I could travel, she said in English. The examinee says I was young and dumb, and he promised that I could travel, I repeated in Japanese. What is your quirk? Deku asked. Multilingual. I can speak any language. After hearing it once, I can't read or write in anything but languages I've studied. I can only read and write in English, Natalie said in English. Japanese, please, 𝐻𝐻𝐫 said. I am multilingual. I can speak any language. After hearing it, I can only read and write English, Natalie said in Japanese with a sigh. But I prefer to speak English. What is the Crow's real name? Todoroki asked Carson Strickland. His quirk is something along the lines of immortality, Natalie said. Who are his associates? What are their quirks? And what do they do? I asked. Daniel Walker can manipulate reality. If he stands perfectly still, he broke Strickland out of prison and helped take over Great Britain. Lucas Davidson can make people do what he wants if he can see them. He helped take over Great Britain. Abby Glass is Strickland's wife. She can make people fall in love with her. She made Strickland fall in with her so she could take over Great Britain, or something like that. I don't know much about her. There are 3 hitmen. Jeff Andrews, who kills anything alive that he touches. Miles Boucher has knives for hands, and Lila Wayne has 100 accuracy with any weapon. Natalie explained what happened that caused Strickland to realize his quirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐫 asked. He was in a power plant incident. Have you ever met a man named Ivan Hayes? I asked. No, thank you for your time, I said, gesturing for 𝐻𝐻𝐫 to turn the recording device off. Todoroki turned the recording device off and handed it to Deku. Deku put the device in one of his pockets, and we all left the room. We have 30 minutes until we have to meet Yumiko Himura at the park. I said, let's go ahead and go to the park. She might be there early, and we don't want to keep her waiting. Deku said. Are you growing your hair out? 𝐻𝐻𝐫 asked. The last time I saw you, it seemed shorter. Yeah, I am. My mom likes it long. The fangirls do too, Todoroki added, causing Deku's face to go red. Todoroki, Deku exclaimed as he covered his face with his arms. Deku, Todoroki said in the same tone of voice. We walked to the park and sat down at a picnic table. We still had 15 minutes until we had to meet Yumiko Himura. People came up and asked for autographs. I denied because I couldn't use my hands. We took pictures with people, and some of the fans were getting weird. One of Deku's fangirls kept trying to touch his hair. Todoroki's fans wanted a picture on both sides of him, and 𝐻𝐻𝐫 wrapped his arms around his stomach because people were being weird. My fans kept asking me to cause an explosion. Even if my hands weren't bandaged, I wouldn't. When 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 showed up, we decided that it would be better if we went somewhere a little more secluded. People kept coming to ask for pictures. They wanted to know who 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was, and if she was one of our girlfriends. The 5 of us left the picnic area and found a quiet spot on one of the trails. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. This is my partner Ground Zero, that's his partner Deku, and his partner Shadow 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖 said, pointing to us, as he said our names, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲. I usually go by Miko. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said, what convinced you to become a sidekick? 𝐈𝗵𝗲 asked. I've always wanted to be a hero, but everyone told me I would never be able to because of my quirk. I want to be a hero to prove them wrong. Miko said. I felt Deku look at me, whether it was intentional or subconsciously. I didn't know I wanted to help this girl to make up for what I did to Deku. What school did you go to? 𝐈𝗵𝗲 asked. She went to UA. Deku interjected. He pulled his notebook out of one of his pockets. She placed first at the sports festival all 3 years. She was top of the class, and was one of 2 people in class 1A that didn't get expelled. We all stared at Deku for a moment before he put his notebook up. His face was red again. Todoroki laughed at him as 𝗂𝗵𝗲 continued the interview. Would you be willing to work with multiple heroes, or do you prefer to stick with one person? I'm okay with working with anyone, until I find someone whose quirk complements my own. Miko asked. If you become my sidekick, you will be exposed to secrets the Japanese government is trying to keep hidden from the public. Would you be able to keep the secrets? Yes. Do you have a hero costume? I graduated from UA, didn't I? Miko asked. The only reason I'm not a hero is because people don't trust me because of my quirk. Do you have any questions? 𝗂𝗵𝗲 asked. Will my insurance go up if I take the job? You'll get a hero package. It's about the same, but you'll have a hard time finding a house. Most people don't want pro heroes living in a house they are renting, among other reasons. I think that's all. Miko said. Great, you can go with Ground Zero to UA tomorrow to talk to Mr. Aizawa about renewing your hero license and updating your hero costume, 𝗂𝗵𝗲 said. Oh, don't let him sneak off and see Recovery Girl. Thank you, Miko said, throwing her arms around 𝗂𝗵𝗲. No one's ever given me a chance to be a real hero before. Well, if Mr. Aizawa believes in you, so do I, 𝗂𝗵𝗲 said, returning her hug after a moment of shock. We went home and changed out of our hero costumes for the rest of the day. I wasn't as restless as I had been for the past week and a half. I don't know why. Maybe because something was different, or because Miko reminded me of a younger Deku. For whatever reason, I was able to sit down and do nothing. That should have been the first sign that something was about to go wrong. I was sitting in a church. Todoroki had been killed in battle last week. The church was filled with other pro heroes, his family and his fans. His father was standing in the back, and they had allowed his mother out of the hospital for the funeral. Deku, 𝗂𝗵𝗲, Miko, and I sat on the front row with his siblings and mother. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was there. Maybe had killed Todoroki and wanted to see the results of his handiwork. I was in a different church. Miko had given her life for 𝗂𝗵𝗲. The funeral was much smaller than Todoroki's. Her parents were there, and the other class 1A person who'd graduated, 𝗂𝗵𝗲 Deku, and I sat with her parents. Her parents couldn't look 𝗂𝗵𝗲 in the eye. Toga was staring through a window the entire time I was in yet another church. 𝗂𝗵𝗲 had been shot in our apartment. I sat with his parents, and Deku. Pro heroes and fans were packed into the small church. After today, it was just me and Deku. I would have to go and fight without the one person I knew better than I knew myself. I wasn't sure if I could do it. I was on patrol with Deku, Todoroki, Miko, and 𝗂𝗵𝗲 had all been killed. I vowed to myself that I would hunt their killer or killers down and make them pay. Did that make me a bad hero? I didn't care. Todoroki was one of the best heroes I'd ever worked with. Did it make me into something I didn't want to become? I didn't care. Miko was barely 20. Did it make me selfish? I didn't care. 𝗂𝗵𝗲 was the one person I trusted with my life. Turns out the killer was right under my nose. I didn't realize until it was too late. I didn't realize that Deku was the killer until he tried to kill me. He dug a knife into my skin and drew patterns with it. I was slowly bleeding out. He was doing this on purpose. He wanted me to suffer. I couldn't talk. I couldn't move. I was trapped. All of a sudden, Deku stopped with a knife. I think the worst torture would be letting you live. No, I managed. Kill me. I don't think so. It's fun to fight with you, especially since you think you can win. Go to Recovery Girl. Tell the world. No one will ever believe you. Deku smirked. His hair hung in his eyes. No, you know why? Because you'll still work with me. I'll make sure you can't escape. You won't be able to kill me. You won't be able to stop me. You just have to watch as I kill all the pro heroes. No, I said again. Night night, Deku said. I woke up in Recovery Girl's office. The scars from the knife were gone like it never happened. I'm glad you survived. You're lucky. Midoriya was there to help you. She said no. I shouted. He tried to kill me. You have to help me. Please, please kill me. Hush, now you need rest. Toga tried to kill you while dressed as Midoriya. No, it was really Deku. Don't make me leave. I want to talk to Mr. Aizawa. The door opened and Deku walked in. He ran over to me and hugged me. I shoved him off and scooted away. Get away from me, Kekken. Deku asked. It's me. Are you okay? Do you remember what happened? You tried to kill me. I shouted, stay away from me, Toga tried to kill you. I saved you. I held a fireball, my hands were shaking. As I threw it, it missed Deku and landed harmlessly on the floor. Recovery girl gave me a look before putting it out. Get out, please. I can't have you setting my office on fire. Deku tried to grab my arm, but I jerked it away from him and ran out of the room. Deku ran after me when we were alone. He slapped me. Snap out of it. I told you no one would believe you. Act like everything is normal or Toga will get a hold of you again. Please no, I begged. Deku's hair hung in his eyes, preventing me from seeing them. He smirked as he grabbed my arm and started pulling me along. I caused an explosion, and he let go. I turned and took off running down the hall. I woke up because I fell out of bed apparently when I turned in my dream. I turned in real life too. I checked the time. It was almost midnight. The nightmare had been different. I don't know what it was, but it was different. I was about to get back in bed and reach for 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔's hand, but 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔 wasn't in his bed. I walked around the small apartment, but 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔 was nowhere to be seen. I walked back to the bedroom and noticed that the window was open. 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔 couldn't sleep with the window open, so had either been kidnapped or he left through the window. I climbed out of the window and climbed down the fire escape. I was almost all the way down when I heard 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔 talking to All Might and Deku. Talking to Abby Glass didn't work, 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔 said. If anything, it made it worse. I should have been the one to tell him. Or take him to see the guy with the quirk. He asked Natalie Taylor about Ivan Hayes. Ivan Hayes doesn't exist, and worse yet, we now owe Toga one get out of jail free card. 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗏. I climbed down the fire escape. At the bottom, All Might and Midoriya were waiting for me. Toga was probably around here somewhere. I was almost convinced that Toga and Miko were the same person. But Miko could control people. She didn't drink blood and change into other people. Are you really going through with Miss Amira? All Might asked. She has a very dangerous quirk. You didn't seem to have a problem with dangerous quirks when you asked Toga to change into Abby Glass and talk to Katsuki, I said. All Might sighed. What's the status on young Bakugou? Let me think. What's going on with Katsuki? He can't sleep. Because of the nightmares, he still has nightmares. And he's no closer to not having nightmares, I said. Did Midoriya started? No, talking to Abby Glass didn't work. I cut Midoriya off. If anything, it made it worse. I should have been the one to tell him, or take him to see the guy with the quirk. I was shouting. He asked Natalie Taylor about Ivan Hayes. Ivan Hayes doesn't exist, and worse yet, we now owe Toga a get out of jail free card. Young Kirishima. All Might said. Don't young Kirishima me. If Katsuki even finds out about these meetings, hell never trust me again. I am risking my friendship to help him. He is my best friend, and I want to help him, but we're doing it my way now. I have tried things your way since this started, and it hasn't worked. When I first met Miko, I thought it was another plot to use Toga to get Katsuki to talk. Midoriya, knowing everything about her didn't help. What convinced me was when I realized her quirk. I should have made her use her quirk, just so I knew it wasn't Toga. It's too late for that. But if Toga tries to kill Katsuki tomorrow at UA, I won't be happy. After my rant, All Might and Midoriya were speechless. I usually didn't get mad, but when I did, people listened. I had just finished my rant when a weird noise came from the fire escape. I looked up and saw the dark shape of a person. Katsuki. Bakugou, come down that ladder now, I said. Anger still laced my voice. Slowly Katsuki climbed down the fire escape. When he was standing on the ground, I saw that he was steaming. He looked angry. What is this? The Let's Talk About Katsuki While He's Asleep club. I can't believe I considered any of you my friends. I don't know who I expected this least from. I mean, All Might is twice our age, surely he knows some common courtesy, and Midoriya isn't one to gossip. But look at him now. How does it feel being on the giving end of talking about someone behind their back? Makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it, 𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗔? I don't even want to look at you. I can't believe I called you my best friend. I can't believe I ever called you my best friend. If there was something wrong with me, you were the one person I trusted to tell me not go and gossip about me to my childhood idol, and you're right. How can I be sure Miko isn't going to kill me tomorrow? Isn't it better to get rid of Katsuki than to deal with him? That's why you shoved me off on my parents. You don't trust me enough to take care of myself. I don't know if I want you to leave the apartment because I kick you out, or if I want to go back to my parents' house, because at least my mom will tell me something is wrong with me. I know that you really think of me. You think in the time I'm about to go, you didn't treat me with care. You think of yourself as a babysitter. Katsuki turned and started climbing up the ladder. He was struggling because of his hands, but got all the way up to our apartment. Midoriya was in a fighting stance, as if he anticipated a fight. All Might had his arms out ready to stop a fight. Don't, I said as Midoriya opened his mouth to talk. I climbed up the fire escape, hoping Katsuki hadn't closed the window. I saw that he hadn't and climbed in the window. Katsuki was sitting on his bed trying to put things into a suitcase. He didn't notice me, or if he did, he didn't acknowledge me. I sat down next to him and started to help. He turned away from me, but didn't move after I finished packing his suitcase. I tried to talk to him. Katsuki, I asked. No, he said. No, no, what? I asked. You don't get to call me that, Kirishima. He put emphasis on my last name. I took a deep breath. Sorry doesn't cut it, Katsuki said, his voice cracked on sorry. Katsuki stood up, got his suitcase, and left the room. I watched him walk out the door. I called his mom. Ijuru, it's 1 in the morning, Mrs. Bakugou said. When she answered, Katsuki is on his way to your house. Please unlock the doors for him, I said as a pit of despair grew in my stomach. What's wrong, Mrs. Bakugou asked. I messed up, I said. I really messed up. It'll be okay. Hell, get over it soon, Mrs. Bakugou. I asked. What is it, Ijuru? I don't think he will. Nothing will ever be okay. I can't undo what I did. I messed up. And I hurt Katsuki. Ijuru, you're both young people make mistakes. If you two are really meant to be, everything will work itself out. Give him space to cool down, and everything will be okay. I have to go. I'll talk to you later, okay? I said, hanging up. Then I broke down in the morning. I called Miko. Hello, she asked. Good morning, Miko. This is Red Riot. I was just calling to tell you that Ground Zero won't be taking you to UA today. What are you talking about? Miko asked. Well, early this morning some things happened. He won't be taking you to UA today. I'll be there tomorrow to go with you. I mean, Ground Zero is standing right next to me at UA. Miko said. What happened? Nothing, never mind, have fun. I said, I'll talk to you later. Ground Zero is trying to take the phone from me. Ground Zero can't do what Katsuki asked. Use his hands. I said it with a question mark. Actually, he can. He got his bandages taken off this morning. Cat Bakugou. You didn't see Recovery Girl, did you? I did, and she said that it should take care of my other problem. She also said that I should have come to her with the problem earlier. But someone was stopping me because he thinks he knows what's best for me. I'm sorry. Katsuki had already hung up. I got ready for patrol in silence. I walked to the meeting place and saw Midoriya and Todoroki waiting for me. I tried to act like nothing had happened. How are you? Midoriya asked. Peaky. Kirishima. I'm fine, I said, moving closer to Todoroki. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya, who shook his head no. Then we went on patrol. I wanted to do something that would get my mind off of Katsuki. I knew he would hate me now. I knew from the very first meeting that he would hate me if he ever found out. 10 minutes into patrol, Toga showed up. She smiled and waved at me and Midoriya. Hello, Izuku, she said. Hey Toga, Midoriya said. Todoroki got into a fighting stance, ready to arrest Toga. Midoriya put a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Toga frowned at the gesture, but didn't say anything. What do you want? I asked. I was supposed to go to UA today, but I was listening to your conversation last night, Toga said. So I decided not to go because Ijuru and Katsuki are so cute together. I think you became more of a psychopath as we got older, Todoroki said. Oh, come on, 𝐬𝐸, you're just jealous that you can't have Izuku all to yourself. Todoroki rolled his eyes. 𝗬𝗪, we can't fight Toga. She still has immunity. Midoriya said. She has immunity with you. I never agreed to anything, Todoroki replied. I'll kill you, Toga said cheerfully. Wait, you could drink 𝗬𝗪's blood and follow Ground Zero around at UA. Then you would still be following orders. But you could also help us, Midoriya said. Usually, I would do anything for you, Izuku. But I don't want to help the heroes. The Crow promised me more immunity than you can give me. Then Toga turned and skipped down the street. Toga working for the Crow. That's just great. My day couldn't get any worse, except that it did. We had just finished patrol. I went back to the apartment to change out of my hero costume. I planned on going and seeing Mr. Aizawa. Totally not because of Katsuki. I didn't have to do that now because Mr. Aizawa was standing at the door. Toga, I'm really not in the mood, I said, unlocking the door. I'm not Toga. And I don't know what you've done, but I remember telling you to ask for help if you needed it. Mr. Aizawa said. I did ask for help, and you didn't do anything. You told me it was an adult problem that I could handle on my own. I told you to call if you needed anything, but Bakugo's hands being burnt was something you would have to figure out on your own. We both went inside and to the kitchen. I offered Mr. Aizawa something to drink, but he declined, quickly changing the subject back to whatever I'd done wrong. Kirishima, I'm not your teacher anymore, but I know when something is wrong with one of my students. Mr. Aizawa said. What did you come to tell me? I asked. That Katsuki Bakugou came and asked for help. He said that he couldn't talk to you because it was your fault, and he couldn't talk to his mom because he didn't think that he could. Mr. Aizawa said. Katsuki Bakugou actually asked for help. I didn't get the full details, but I'm giving you a chance to give me your side of the story. That's a long story, I said. I have time, I sighed. Then I explained everything. Katsuki's nightmares, how Head said I was his best friend, how everyone insisted I had feelings for him, how he hurt his hands. I even explained things from high school. I told Mr. Aizawa everything that had happened since we moved in together. I told him about the meetings with All Might and Deku, and the plan with Toga and Miko becoming my sidekick. Bakugou told me most of the things you just said. You two need to talk. He doesn't want to talk to me. He went to his parents' house. Because he didn't want to talk to me, Kirishima. If living in the teacher's dorm with his present mic has taught me anything, it's that communication is key. If you don't talk to people, they usually can't read your mind. I don't want to push. I've been pushing for information since he started having nightmares, so don't talk about the nightmares or the meetings start with. And I can't believe him saying this. Icebreakers. Icebreakers, I asked. I don't care how well you think you know each other. Ice has formed. Break it. Mr. Aizawa said. Also, Bakugou will be back here soon. You know he doesn't get along with his mother. They've gotten better. I said I can't make you talk to him. But let me give you one more piece of advice before I leave. It doesn't matter how much wrong you've done. If you really care for each other, forgiveness will be waiting with open arms, even in the most stubborn of people, Mr. Aizawa said. Then he stood up and showed himself out after the morning ID had. This was the last thing I wanted to hear. I blamed myself, and Katsuki should too. He should never want to talk to me again. He should stay away and find another roommate who will be there for him instead of talking behind his back. I went to my room after eating alone. It wasn't that late in the day, but I climbed into bed and fell asleep. I woke up several hours later when my phone rang. It was Miko. What is it, Miko? I asked, trying not to sound like I felt. I need you at UA right now. It's an emergency. She sounded urgent. I'm on my way. I said if I hadn't been in my hero costume when I fell asleep, I probably wouldn't have changed. I walked to UA. Usually I would have ran, but I didn't have the energy to do that. Despite my nap, I was still exhausted. I got to UA and saw that the main school building was on fire. Miko, Katsuki and the teachers and students were standing outside watching the building burn to the ground. Katsuki. I was going to ask if he was okay. It's not my fault. I know that if something is on fire, it's automatically my fault. But I don't want to hear it, especially from you. Did anyone call Shadow? I asked. He and Deku were all the way across town, a first-year girl said. Is there anyone still in the building? Yes, Red Riot. We're all standing out here letting people burn to death. Katsuki said. How stupid do you think I am? I sighed. By the time Midoriya and Todoroki got to UN, 90 of the building had burned down. The bright blue flames were easily put out by Todoroki's ice. No one knew who set the fire, but it gave Katsuki more of a reason not to trust me. Bakugou. It had been 4 months since I found out about the meetings between Kirishima, Deku, and All Might. Right now I was living with my parents' mom, and I got along pretty well after Kirishima betrayed me. I got closer to my mom than I've ever been before. Recovery Girl was wrong about my nightmares. She didn't cure them, but Kirishima had stopped showing up. So that was something. Aizawa said. I should talk to Kirishima. That forgiveness will be waiting with open arms, even in the most stubborn of people. I haven't talked to Kirishima in 4 months. Nor do I want to. Deku and I were tied for the #1 hero. Todoroki, who stopped working with us a few months ago, was #2. Kirishima was #3, and his little sidekick was in the top 100. Deku and I were still in the Wonder Duo. Todoroki was working by himself, and Kirishima still had that Miko girl Wed interviewed 4 months ago. We were close to capturing the Crow. Well, Todoroki was the only one the Crow couldn't threaten. Once Kirishima, Miko found 3 hitmen who worked for the Crow. Deku and I arrested Dabai and Toga, the only remaining League of Villains members. I didn't promise Toga anything, so I had no problem arresting her. Today was December 1st, the day UA reopened. I got there before Deku, and the place was already crawling with reporters. They kept coming up to me and asking how I felt about the school being burned down or what happened to working with Red Riot. I told them to go away. By the time the ceremony started, parents and students were being bombarded by reporters. Teachers and pro heroes were left alone because they knew how to deal with the press. The reporters wanted the students to slip up and tell them something that was supposed to be kept secret. Thank you all for coming, Principal Nezu said. When it was time to start, thank you to the ones who helped rebuild. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Students, now please welcome Mr. Aizawa to the stage. People clapped as Mr. Aizawa took Nezu's place at the microphone. Because the school was burned down, all third years will graduate. Also, anyone in my class will pass regardless of how poorly they perform. As obviously was rules. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, there was a banquet. Everyone had assigned seats, but could get up and mingle after everyone finished eating. Deku and I were together. Of course, Kirishima and Miko would be together. Little did I know that we would be at the same table. Todoroki was sitting with us too. Aizawa was trying to force Kirishima and me to talk. The energy at the table was very tense. By dessert, I was about to scream. Everyone was almost finished eating when Todoroki started talking. I don't think I can catch the Crow on my own, he said. Get a sidekick. I said, what can we do to help? Deku asked at the same time. I think we need to get the band back together, plus Miko. Todoroki said no. I said yes. Miko said at the same time, I have a house. We can all live at Deku Ground Zero. I know you live with your parents, Red Riot. You can't afford rent. Miko, I don't know much about you, but because you're a girl, you'd get your own wing separate from us. You can lock the wing down if you want to be isolated, or you can just lock your door, Todoroki said. I don't know about you guys, but 𝗵𝗃 said, I think 𝗬𝗪 is right, we can't catch the crow individually with Miko's quirk. We could capture him easily, Deku said. Deku and 𝗬𝗪 have a good point also, I can't let my sidekick switch sides like that without me, Kirishima said, teasing Miko. Not doing it. I said I wasn't going to live in the same house as Kirishima. Not even to catch the crow. Deku asked, if I helped catch the crow I could make him pay for what he did to me. He can't die, so I can't kill him, it's a win-win, fine. But as soon as we catch the crow out, we can go see the house today. And you can move in as soon as you want, Todoroki said. Your rooms are fully furnished. But the closets are kind of small, you all get queen-sized beds, a dresser, a chest of drawers, 2 bedside tables, a desk with a chair, a bookshelf, a lamp, and a chair. Wow, Miko said, I know it's not much, but 8 rooms are fully furnished and not much. Miko asked, I had to share a room with 3 people growing up, getting an entire wing to myself is unreal. After the ceremony, we looked at the house. The closets were not small, they were walk-in closets that could fit more clothes than my dad designed in a year. Miko's reaction was about the same as Round Face's when she first saw the UA dorms. Miko didn't pass out though. My room was across from Kirishima's and next door to Deku. I would try to move in as soon as possible. I got along with Mom now, but that didn't mean that I wanted to live with my parents forever. I went home and started packing my stuff up. Everything that had been mine from the apartment I shared with Kirishima was here now. I moved it the day after I moved out. Katsuki, what are you doing? Mom asked. Did you finally find a place to live? You say it like I should have been looking. I replied, and yeah, Todoroki has this house he wants us all to move into. I don't want to, but at least I can make sure Kirishima and Deku aren't talking about me. Oh, that reminds me, I need to go see Hatsumi. You're not going to put sensors on their doors and windows so you can monitor when they enter and exit their rooms, are you? Mom asked. No, I need to go see Hatsumi because one of my hearing aids stopped working. Then after a pause, yes, I'm going to get sensors to put on the doors and windows so I can monitor when they enter and exit their rooms. Katsuki, don't spy on your friends. We're not friends and you're not a 12-year-old. Talk to Ijuru and Izuku like the adult you are. I laughed. Big words from someone who ignored Dad for 3 days when he took you to the wrong restaurant for your anniversary. Mom smacked me in the back of the head. Do as I say, not as I do. Not get out of here, brat. Can't wait, old hag. I finished packing and took everything to the new house. The sign above the mail slot said Hero House. Did Icy Hot really choose that for the name of the house, nerd? I took all my stuff to my room and started to unpack. My room had almost no hero merch. The only thing that could be considered hero merch was the wall across from the door. That wall was painted black and had Ground Zero painted in orange. It also had an orange fire and my grenades in green. It looked cool and had probably taken a long time to paint. By the time I unpacked, Deku was there. Inko was helping him move in. They were both crying. I had to pass Deku's room to get to the main part of the house. I wasn't going to leave my room for a while, but Todoroki sent out a group message telling us to meet in the dining room. The kitchen and dining room were in the same area. There wasn't a wall disconnecting them, and they faded into each other. Everyone was seated around the dining table. Todoroki was at the head of the table. Deku was on his left and Kirishima on his right. Miko was by Kirishima. Instead of sitting by Deku, I sat across from Todoroki and beside Miko. We need a game plan. We can't catch the crow without a plan. Even with a plan, we have to have enough backup plans that he can't escape us. Todoroki said we should have had him when Bakugou burnt his hands, but no one knew where he went. There's a lot that happened that day that we don't know about. I said a lot of things happened with only one witness, a witness who doesn't remember anything but waking up in the hospital. If we get to the bottom of what happened, we might be able to understand more about the crow's quirk. Deku said. 2 main questions. Kirishima said, where did the crow go? And how did Katsuki end up in civies that weren't his? First, if you call me Katsuki again, I'm going to kill you. Second, could the crow have gotten away when I caused the explosion? I was trying not to hurt anyone. And he's immortal. What about your clothes? Todoroki asked. How did you go from your hero costume to civies that you've never seen before? Was there any proof that his costume was disintegrated? Miko asked. No, I found one of his hearing aids on the ground, Kirishima said. And you don't remember anything until you woke up in the hospital? Miko asked me, where are you going with this? I replied, all this happened at the Tokyo Tower. Surely there were cameras. It's been over 4 months, Todoroki said. Would the cameras even have the footage after this long? Places that are touristy usually keep the footage for the entire year, especially if a quirk incident is involved. Because of the huge explosion you caused, they'll probably keep the footage for a long time. We can go in hero costume and ask for the footage. Miko said we should get the footage as soon as possible. Deku said. Kaken, you probably shouldn't go. Miko, you should be the one to go. We were all there. You have to go. I'll do that when we're done here. Miko agreed. We can't do much until we see what happened. Todoroki said. Go ahead and go. Kirishima told Miko thanks for permission on something I was about to do anyway. Miko said with a fake smile. Get out of here, Kirishima said, laughing at her. Miko left. letting the door slam behind her. I stood up intending to go back to my room. Hey Bakugou Kirishima asked, what do you want extra? Kaken Deku hissed. Stay out of this, nerd. I'm dealing with one traitor at a time. I wanted to let you know that Miko being my sidekick won't change anything. It'll be like before we all split up. Because you were keeping secrets from me and talking about me behind my back on a matter that could very well end up being life or death for me. Kaken, we're adults. Deku said. Adults don't tell your childhood idol that there's something wrong with you. Well, Todoroki said, keep your daddy issues to yourself. I see hot. I'm going to my room. If anyone follows or tries to stop me, I'll kill all of you. Then I stormed out of the room. There's a training room out back, Todoroki called after me. I went to the training room. It was fully stocked with any kind of equipment one could ask for. There were different obstacle courses, the ideal training setting for each quirk. There was even a wall filled with different weapons. The training room was bigger than the house. It was about the same size as the 𝐬𝐽. I found a punching bag and beat the crap out of it. Then I threw some fireballs at it. I didn't notice it at first, but there was an upstairs complete with a track and a gym. It wasn't a full upstairs, more like a balcony. But this place was huge. I went upstairs and ran. I lost track of time. It didn't seem like it had been that long, but my phone buzzed. Miko was back with the video. I left the training room and took a shower. Everything about this house seemed too good to be true. The shower was hot. I don't say that about many things, but it was hot. I took longer than necessary. I was being petty. And if they waited on me, great. If not, we'd just have to see. I got dressed and went back into the dining room. Todoroki checked his phone before speaking. I sent out a message 30 minutes ago. Where have you been? You said there's a training room, right? Miko asked when Todoroki nodded. She continued, he was training, then took a long shower. I don't know what you guys did, but I'm glad I'm not you. How did you know that? Kirishima asked. Well, for starters, anyone from UN knows that training is just as good as therapy, Todoroki said. There was a training room at the back. While we were waiting, Bakugo's hair is wet, so either it's sweat or water. There isn't an overwhelming smell of burning caramel, so I'd go with water, Miko said. Have you ever considered becoming a detective? Deku asked. Yeah, but everyone said that with a quirk like mine, I couldn't be a hero, so I became a hero instead. You know, Kirishima, the only thing I like about you right now is your sidekick. I said. Kaken Deku scolded. You're not my mother. I said. Yeah, your mother would probably high-five you for a comment like that. Deku said. Nah, mom likes Ijuru and Izuku and said I should talk to them like an adult. I said. I've only been saying the same thing for 4 months. Deku said. Are we going to watch the footage or have a shouting match? Miko asked. Because I wasn't at UA for the first Deku versus Kaken and I'd love to watch. People are still talking about that. Deku asked, his face going red. Miko said. Ready to watch the footage? Todoroki asked. Yeah. Deku said. We all walked into the living room and sat down. The couch could hold 5 people. And there was a chair in the corner. When everyone sat on the couch, I walked over to the chair. Todoroki put the CD into a disk drive. Then he went over to the bay window between the couch and chair and sat there. The clothing store the clothes came from was where Miko got the footage. It was the only clothing store, so it wasn't hard to find. The footage started out slow, mostly showing tourists. Then Natalie Taylor was showing 3 people, a woman and 2 men, where to carry a human-sized box. The Crow followed at a distance. The 3 people who'd carried the box came back through without the box. And without Natalie, the Crow didn't show up again until after Deku, Todoroki and I had walked around the tower. I started talking to the Crow. Then came the explosion. We watched the explosion frame by frame. I passed out immediately after the explosion left my hands. The Tokyo Tower was engulfed in flames for half a second. The Crow walked towards me, my hero costume still intact. Then the camera glitched. Everything froze for a second before showing the aftermath of the explosion. The timestamp showed that it had only been a second after the glitch. The Crow was gone. And so was my hero costume. I was in the weird clothes, stumbling around trying to find Kirishima. I'd been unconscious a second earlier. But I was on my feet now. Then Kirishima found me, and we walked off camera. So that was weird, Miko said. Do you have an explanation? Deku asked, imperceptive. Not a gypsy, Miko said. If I had to guess, it's a quirk, something that alters reality. Daniel Walker, Todoroki asked. No, Deku said. Daniel Walker can change reality, but only if he stands perfectly still. Kaken was wearing the weird clothes for hours. He could have made the camera glitch. But that doesn't explain how the Crow disappeared. Kaken's hero costume got magically replaced, and how Kaken suddenly was awake. The hitman and Natalie Taylor gave us the same story. We need to find Daniel Walker. Daniel Walker is in the Crow's closest circle, Todoroki said. We'd have to infiltrate the Crow's base to even come close to talking to him. We send Miko undercover. I said. That was met with several protests. We're not trading Miko for a villain. Deku said. We don't trade lives. If something goes wrong, we could lose her to the dark side forever, Todoroki said, staring into the distance. You may be mad at me, and that's perfectly reasonable, Kirishima said. But you are not sending my sidekick into the line of fire. I don't care if you really think it's the right thing to do, or if you're doing it to get back at me. Miko isn't going to be put in danger like that. The Crow already wants her well-being contact. The entire time, the only chance we have of catching the Crow is Miko infiltrating the base, I said. And the world doesn't revolve around you, Kirishima, right? It revolves around you. The world revolves around the almighty Katsuki Bakugou. I took a deep breath. You're right, it does. Thanks for finally noticing. Now Miko, this is your decision. What do you want to do? You don't have to go if you don't want to. Miko said without hesitation. I smirked. Had they not been paying attention, Miko did whatever you told her she couldn't do with her attitude. I don't know if I should be surprised she didn't get expelled, or if I should have expected it. Todoroki looked indifferent about the decision. Whatever he was staring at must have convinced him not to protest. Deku looked worried and about to cry. But that was normal. He didn't protest, probably realizing the mistake. The first time Kirishima looked like he was ready to fight, he wouldn't. But he looked like he wanted to punch me. Miko was on the edge of her seat, ready to form a plan. And form a plan we did. Kirishima sat through the entire meeting. He tried in vain to convince Miko not to go through with it. Miko was more stubborn than I was. She was nicer about it though. We would set the plan into motion tomorrow. For right now, I was going to go to the training room. I went upstairs and ran. I ran until I got a text from Mom telling me to go to bed. I got another shower before going to my room. I didn't go to sleep, though I was on my phone for another hour or so. Then Mom sent me another text. She said, if you're already asleep, good. If not, go to bed. Katsuki. I knew she didn't know I was awake. But my mother isn't someone you mess with. I put my phone up. But I fought sleep for a long time. Number 1 hero Ground Zero captured another member of the League of Villains, a reporter was saying. I wasn't paying attention to the news. I was using it as background noise. Deku had kidnapped another up-and-coming hero from UA yesterday. The news wouldn't report that. But it's what I was working on. I was trying to find Deku and save all the US students. The latest student had kidnapped was a girl named Yumiko Himura. She could control people by finding their blood. It was a powerful quirk, and I wondered why Deku hadn't kidnapped her before. The mermaid girl, the boy who could turn into any inanimate object, and the boy who could change the weather until he passed out. If Yumiko Himura switched sides, it could be the downfall of the heroes. She could only control one person at a time. But her quirk didn't seem to tire her out. With enough training, she could probably control multiple people. I had planned on going to UA today to talk to the students. But Nezu shut the school down. No one was allowed on or off campus. Parents were outraged. Reporters were lined up on the block and students were panicking. No one knew who Deku was going to kidnap next. No one knew if the hostages were alive. The TV changed. Now it was showing a press conference. Aizawa was talking into a microphone. Present mic. All Might. Nezu and Midnight sat in the back. I get Nezu, he's the principal. I understand. Present Mike, he has the best relationship with the press. Words were less likely to be switched around. If he was there, the students had been in class 1, so Aizawa made sense. All Might is All Might. Why was Midnight there? I believe that the 4 students who were kidnapped will stay true to their training and overcome the challenges of being kidnapped. Aizawa said, that's the same thing you said when the League of Villains kidnapped a student from the summer camp, a reporter shouted. And I believe it. Mr. Mori, Mr. Seiji, Miss Taka, and Miss Himura are as strong as Mr. Bakugou was. Yumiko Himura was the only one with a useful quirk. What about the other students? All students are held in the same light. Aizawa said. Midnight stood up. That's enough questions. For now, the room went silent. There weren't many female reporters, and the ones that were there were probably following the crowd. Now I understood why Midnight was there. Hello, a video of Deku popped up on the screen behind the teachers. What do you want? Aizawa said. I just want to say that I only needed 1 out of the 4 students. Give the students back. All of them can't do that. Eraserhead. Why, I killed them, Deku said cheerfully. I only needed Yumiko Himura. The first 3 students were to cause a distraction. There are heroes on their way. Now Aizawa said, I know for a fact that there are, but do you really think I'd let you use the same plan you used to save Kaken? Deku asked. I found someone with an amplifier quirk. It works like an amp for any quirk. Now all Miss Himura has to do is make them all kill each other. The video changed to show Yumiko with a chain around her neck, waist, wrists, and ankles. She had blood running from her eyes and nose. A person had a hand on her arm. That must be the amp. There was another person off camera holding a knife to Yumiko's throat. Anyway, Deku said as the video changed back to him, if she doesn't do as I say, I'm going to kill her. Shell live the rest of her very short life. This way by. The reporters started shouting questions again. Aizawa kept his calm as Present Mike shouted over the noise. Losing 3 students is a tragedy. There will be compensation for the families of the deceased. As for Yumiko Himura, we are doing everything we can to save her. We hope to join forces with Ground Zero to rescue her. Thank you, Aizawa said. The teachers walked off stage. Reporters were shouting questions, but weren't acknowledged. The TV changed back to the newscaster. I turned the TV off when my phone started ringing. Hello, I asked. Come to UA if you're in. "We have a meeting in 30 minutes to form a plan," Aizawa said. "I'll be there." I said. I hung up and ran to my room. I changed into my hero costume. Not bothering to fill in the space between my mask and my eyes, I got to Yua right before the meeting started. They gave me a chair and Aizawa started talking. I took a look around and saw that there was only one other active pro hero in the room. Shinso was standing off to the side. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 Midoriya was on my left, All Might was on my right, an old guy in a yellow jumpsuit was by All Might, and Aizawa was standing up. I raised my hand. Aizawa called on me. "What, Bakugo? We don't have much time. Where is everyone?" "Aren't the police coming? Other pro heroes?" I asked. "This is it. The police want nothing to do with Miss Himura's quirk, and you two are the only pro heroes that could help now." As I was saying, Ms. Midoriya, I hate to ask you to put your life in danger, but do you have an occupational license? Yes, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said. Good. If you have a hero license, you can come with us. If you want him going, something has happened to my baby, and I need to find out what it is, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said firmly. All Might, Gran Torino, you know how to deal with Midoriya. Bakugo, you're the loose cannon on this one. Shinso knows how to deal with control quirks, and you're the most likely to kill us all, Aizawa said. "We leave right now. We can't wait any longer." We got to Deku's hideout fairly quickly. I left my grenades at Yua. If Yumiko made me set one off, it'd kill all of us. I would burn through stamina quicker. But we were safer this way. Everyone formed a circle around Aizawa. If Aizawa could erase Yumiko's quirk, the amp was useless. If Yumiko couldn't control anyone, we could go and fight Deku. We were about to break into the base when Deku opened the door and walked outside. He had a knife in his hand. Behind him was Yumiko Himura and the amp. Deku smiled at us. It was 6 against 2. But the odds weren't in our favor. Aizawa could only cancel one quirk at a time, and the ones we were up against were dangerous. "How are you doing, Midoriya?" Shinso asked. Deku laughed before signing. "You really think I'm that stupid?" Bakugo translation. Aizawa said. "He said you really think I'm that stupid?" I replied. Yumiko suddenly convulsed. She screamed in pain as Shinso turned to me. "You made this too easy," Shinso said in a robotic voice. "What is your name?" Bakugo. I wasn't going to answer, but my vocal cords had other plans. "Katsuki." "Bakugo, fight Mr. Aizawa," Shinso said. I turned robotically towards Mr. Aizawa and got into a fighting stance. I had a fireball in each hand ready to attack. I saw All Might stand in front of Mr. Aizawa like a puny human shield. Before I knew what was happening, a streak of yellow came at me from the side. Gran Torino kicked me in the head. I shook off the effects of Shinso's quirk and threw a fireball at Deku. Instead, Yumiko let out another cry of pain as Aizawa and All Might turned to each other and started fighting. Gran Torino was jumping up and down like a bouncy ball and 𝐭𝐽𝐲 Midoriya was crying. But I don't think that's what Yumiko was making her do. Shinso turned to me, and without control of my limbs, I turned to him as well. "Did you really think you could beat me?" Deku asked. "Miko make cake and kill Mr. Aizawa." I tried to fight the quirk, but I couldn't breathe. When I did, I couldn't say anything. All I could do was walk towards Aizawa with a fireball in my hand. We were about the same height, so Yumiko extended my hand until it was in Aizawa's face. Then I let loose an explosion so big that it knocked me back a few steps. Aizawa fell to the ground. I didn't have to do anything else, so he must be dead. I turned around to find everyone but Shinso laying on the ground, unmoving. How could Deku just kill his own mother like that? I tried to turn and fight Deku, but breaking Yumiko's quirk was different than fighting Shinso's. With Shinso's, I could break it if I got angry enough. Under Yumiko's, I couldn't even move unless she made me. I was a puppet with coherent thoughts. "All right, Miko, you can let them go," Deku said. I fell to my hands and knees. Shinso did the same. My heart was racing, and I was gasping for breath. I heard Shinso's breathing cut off. I looked up to see Deku standing over me with the knife. Yumiko was crying. The amp looked unfazed. Deku had malice in his eyes. "Yumiko, please," I shouted at her. "You can do it." I can't," she sobbed. "Just for that, I'm going to kill her first and make you watch," Deku said. Deku walked over to the young girl and positioned the knife over her heart. I closed my eyes. I'd seen a lot of corpses, but it always sickened me. Another person. ID failed to save. ID failed to save Deku. ID failed to save Ijuru. ID failed to save the rest of the rescue mission. ID failed to save Yumiko. And now ID failed to save myself. I felt a sharp sting in the left side of my chest. Then I felt nothing when I could breathe again. I checked the time. It was almost 300 in the morning. I sat up and decided to go to the training room. Miko was right. Training was better than therapy. I wonder why Kirishima was mentioned by his first name. I hadn't called him Ijuru in 4 months. I entered the training room expecting to be by myself. Instead, Kirishima was upstairs working out. Of course, the one person I didn't want to talk to. I ignored him as I walked over to the sparring dummies. I threw fireball after fireball trying to shake the nightmare. I was starting to have second thoughts about sending Miko undercover. I was used to my explosions, and I couldn't really hear them anymore. I didn't notice how loud I was being until Kirishima leaned over the balcony. I didn't have my hearing aids in, so I didn't notice him until he threw a towel at me. "What do you want?" I signed. Kirishima put a finger to his lips telling me to be quiet. I flipped him off and went back to training. I got hit with another towel in response. I threw a fireball. Kirishima wasn't where I threw the fireball. I almost punched him when he tapped me on the shoulder. But I signed again. "Go to bed." Kirishima signed back. No, I turned my back on him. Kirishima moved in front of me. "A nightmare. Leave me alone." "Go back to bed, hypocrite." I saw Kirishima sigh spar. I snorted. "I beat Deku." "I can beat you. You beat Midoriya in high school." I got into a fighting stance. I didn't know I'd be sparing. I would have brought the hearing aids for my hero costume. And my grenades. Kirishima got into a fighting stance. It should be easy to beat him. All I had to do was tire him out enough that he couldn't use his quirk without my grenades. It would take a while, but beating the crap out of him would make me feel better. I cast the first stone. I threw a fireball, and he dodged. We knew each other's fighting styles, so this could last for a long time. Or I could modify my moves to beat him instead of following up with another attack. I let Kirishima get close. I dodged at him, but moved slightly to the right at the last second. He always dodged right. I grabbed his shoulders and burned a hole into each of his sleeves. Kirishima used my momentum to fall backward. He got his feet under my stomach and kicked. I went flying across the training room. I used my explosions to get upright and stay airborne. I threw a fireball knowing he would dodge the first one and run right into the second one. Kirishima didn't move his quirk, protecting him from my attacks. I dropped out of the air and started the first volley of fireballs. I saw his mouth move as he called out a special move with all the smoke. I didn't see Kirishima run at me. I didn't dodge in time, and he tackled me. I used an explosion to get him off of me. We were about to run at each other again, but I suddenly couldn't move. Todoroki was standing in the doorway, ice covering the floor, keeping me and Kirishima in place. Todoroki held up my hearing aids before walking over and handing them to me. After I could hear, Todoroki started talking. "We have an infiltration mission today. Is this the best time to be trying to kill each other?" He asked. "How did you know we were out here?" Kirishima asked. "𝗧𝗵𝗲 made a special security system that notifies the rest of the house if someone is in the training room. It didn't notify me." I shouted. "You were asleep," Todoroki said. "How did you know?" Kirishima asked. "I was getting ready for the mission. Unlike some people, I know that comment was unnecessary." "Icy hot," I shouted at him. "Please calm down. Yelling and trying to kill each other isn't going to help Miko infiltrate the Crow's base." Todoroki said. "Now go get a shower, preferably in your own rooms, so you don't kill each other, and meet me in the kitchen." Todoroki unfreezed us before walking away. I shouted after him about how the last thing he said was uncalled for. Kirishima shook his feet like that would get the water off. I went inside and took a very quick shower. I wanted to be in the kitchen before Kirishima, making him choose where he would sit. Todoroki was at the head of the table again. Miko was sitting on his left, nervously playing with her hair. I sat across from Miko. Kirishima showed up a few minutes later and sat beside Miko. "Are we going to wait for Deku?" I asked. Midoriya said not to wake him unless the house was on fire. Todoroki replied, "We can start the meeting now. Kirishima, you can leave if you want to." "Why me?" Kirishima asked. "Miko's my sidekick. Why does Bakugou get to stay?" "Because the Crow wants him," Miko said softly, not in her usual arrogant tone. "The Crow had the chance to kill Bakugou, even told the snipers to kill him." Todoroki said. "Bakugou isn't dead because the Crow wants him. If the Crow really wanted him dead, the snipers wouldn't have hesitated to shoot. They kidnapped me," Kirishima said, "to use as a bargaining chip." Todoroki said, "I don't doubt that Natalie Taylor knew about your quirk. I think that rather than killing you, they would keep you hostage to get Bakugou to turn to the dark side." "What if you're wrong?" Miko asked. "What if you're wrong, and they kill both of us?" I put a hand on her arm. "It's a hero's greatest honor to die fighting villains. We believe in you." Todoroki said. "It's okay to be scared." Kirishima said. "You're an amazing hero. You've got this." I thought you didn't want me to do it," Miko asked. "I don't, but I trust your decision." Kirishima said. "You're supposed to tell me not to go. You're supposed to tell me I'm being childish and need to let it go. Tell me that I'm dumb. Tell me that I'm going to fail, and I shouldn't even try because it's going to get me killed." "Miko, I know it's scary to go into a villain's hideout. It makes you want to hide and cry like a little kid. You're one of the smartest, most observant people I've ever met. If anyone knows when it's time to get out, it's you. If Todoroki is right, I'll be right there with you," I said, trying to reassure her. "And if Todoroki is wrong, we're both dead." Miko said. "You're an adult. We can't tell you what to do." Todoroki said. Miko took a deep breath. "I don't want to do it anymore." "That's okay," Kirishima said. "But I'm going to do it anyway." Miko folded her hands on the table in front of her and listened as we dove into more specific details than we did earlier in the day. She listened and contributed to the conversation. She would move up the charts quickly. By the time we got all the details sorted out, it was morning. Deku walked into the kitchen half awake. He was wearing All Might pajama pants and had his hair in a ponytail. His hair was about as long as it was in high school. Good thing the house wasn't on fire. I said, "Shut up, Keiken. Are you okay?" Midoriya Kirishima asked. "Yeah, I just haven't slept well for the past few weeks. Intrusive thoughts. Want leave me alone. What kind of intrusive thoughts?" I asked. I hoped it didn't have anything to do with my nightmares, that I should stop being a hero and become a villain instead. I felt a twinge of panic in my stomach. Any specific things? No, just the urge to quit my job, Deku said. Although around 300 I slept really well. Maybe it's just stress, Todoroki said. We're all stressed right now, Miko agreed. So what exactly is going to happen? Deku asked. I'm going with Miko. We're going separately. I'll go this morning and scope out the place. If they let me in, Miko is going to be sold to the Crow by Todoroki 3 hours later. I said the hard part was communication. Todoroki said Bakugou obviously has his hearing aids, but Miko can hear fine. There's no excuse for her to have something in her ear. That's when I remembered the communication devices Hatsume made for me and Bakugou back in high school. Kirishima said they're small enough that you can't see them. They're skin-colored. And with Miko's hair, they'll be invisible once I'll get as close to Daniel Walker as I can. When we're ready, Bakugou causes a distraction. And we leave. Miko said my only problem with the plan is that we aren't all going in. Deku said you're going to need as much backup as you can get on this one. If all the pro heroes suddenly become a villain, that's going to look suspicious. Todoroki said Kirishima pretending to be my brother is suspicious enough as it is. Deku sighed. Why would you go with a false name that could be easily traced back to you? Because no one knows where he is. Kirishima has the same hair color. And all the Crow will care about is Miko. Todoroki explained. What if your brother works for the League? What if they ask to see his quirk? What happens if the real Taya ever comes back? Deku was spouting questions faster than we could answer. My brother is probably dead, probably by my father. So if Taya suddenly comes back, it's going to look bad on Endeavor, which means the only person who might know something won't speak up, Todoroki said. As for his quirk, all his blood turns to ice, making his skin hard. If the real Taya is alive and comes back, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What about Midoriya? It'll be okay. We're not going to get caught. Bakugou, they know Kirishima isn't the real Taya. Todoroki, Miko shouted into my ear. What? How? I asked. Apparently Dabai knows something about Taya. Todoroki's disappearance. They won't let me in unless I swear loyalty to them. Don't do it. I'll find Daniel Walker from here, I said after I said that I couldn't hear out of my right ear anymore. Then standing in front of me was the Crow. He was holding the hearing aid head just stolen from my ear. I grabbed it and put it back in. Katsuki, Bakugou, so nice of you to join us, the Crow said. I'm surprised you're here. Me too, Carson Strickland, I retaliated. Someone's been doing his research. Walk with me. The Crow started walking. He explained everything that Natalie Taylor told us. No new information, but not totally useless either. How'd you get the League of Villains to join? I asked. They seemed pretty set on keeping Stain's legacy before they all went to jail like a crow. I remembered that they all owed some kind of debt to the government. When I told them that I could get them out of debt, they joined easily. Shigaraki was wanted to several missing persons cases, Toga for murder, Dabai for arson, Kirigiri for tax evasion. I helped them get out of the debt they owed, and in return they helped me. Dabai gave in essential information about a certain Todoroki who went missing. Toga was the perfect recruiter. Kirigiri's bar was the perfect front for my operation. Shigaraki was used as persuasion. Now with you on my side, we can defeat the heroes once and for all. They'll never see it coming. Who would think that the number 2 hero would really be so stupid as to get himself into this situation? The Crow stopped talking. I couldn't move anymore, but the Crow walked away from me and into the shadows. The lights came on, and I saw that villains surrounded me. A little help would be nice, I said into my mic. Having trouble? Where are you, Crow? Deku asked. Deku, can you hear me? Cack breaking up. Where? Deku said they can't hear you. Did you really think that I wouldn't have a way to scramble communications? The Crow asked. I have someone who can scramble communication. Someone who can immobilize you. Someone who can make you see your worst nightmares. I laughed. I see my worst nightmare every night. Get on my level. Kill him already, the Crow said. Even immobilized, I could still create an explosion. I waited until the villains were right on me, until I let the explosion go. I sent every one of them flying backward. The Crow didn't look concerned. As his minions picked themselves up, they ran at me again. I still couldn't move, but I could keep exploding them until they gave up or died. It had been almost an hour since Miko told me that they wouldn't let her, and I was starting to get tired. My explosions were weaker, and the minions got up sooner. I couldn't move, so I couldn't detonate my grenades. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep it up. It's been nearly 2 hours. I can barely manage to create a pop. I'm about to lose the fight. This will probably be the fight that takes my life. I was about to pass out from exhaustion when the door opened. I couldn't move, so I couldn't see who it was, but it was probably back up here to kill me. I fell to the ground completely drained. I didn't notice that the immobilization quirk had released me. I stood up determined to put up a fight. Half the floor had a layer of ice encasing the feet of anyone standing there. I was surrounded by fire keeping the villains away from me. I could see the outline of Deku's bunny ears and Kirishima's hair. I could hear people fighting as my friends beat the crap out of the crow's minions. The crow himself stepped through the floor and walked to a barrel. He looked prepared for a fight. I don't think I could fight right now, but I was going to try instead. He started talking. You know, Ground Zero. I think you would make a great villain. I know I'm a little late, but I can help you get your house back. I don't want anything from you. I spat. Well, I had to try, the crow said before lunging at me. I dodged and grabbed his arm. I spun him and threw him into the fire. He laughed as he stepped out of the fire unscathed. I thought you were smarter than that. I ignored him. I let him come to me. I wasn't in any condition to attack. I just had to stay on defense until my friends could help. The crow strolled toward me. Suddenly, he froze. His face showed panic, so I had to assume that Miko was controlling him. He walked back through the fire. Then an opening appeared that led to the side of the room that wasn't iced over. The battle wasn't over, but several villains were lying unconscious on the ground. Police sirens were ringing in the distance. Miko, who was making the crow sit in the corner, had tears running down her face. Deku had a smile on his face, but looked at me with a sad look in his eyes. Todoroki, who never showed his emotions, looked concerned. Kirishima wasn't standing with the rest of them. Kak and Deku started. Where is he? I asked. Miko pointed to a body a few feet away. My eyes widened as I saw the pool of blood surrounding him. The police sirens faded. The noise from the lights faded. The only thing I heard was the ringing in my ears. He's not dead, Todoroki said. It sounded like he was underwater. A villain ran at me despite my exhaustion. I threw a fireball at the villain. All the noise came back at once. The police and paramedics came in and started to move the unconscious people out. I fought the rest of the battle without fire. I used my hands to draw blood. I didn't notice when the battle was over. Deku pulled me out of the building. The crow was still inside. I pulled one of my grenades off. I detonated it and threw it into the building. The building exploded. All the villains that were still inside exploded. If I was lucky, the crow would be the only one who didn't die. I went to the hospital in my hero costume. Miko brought me clothes to change into when I yelled at someone who wanted an autograph. I didn't want to deal with people right now. All of us had been in the hospital 1,000 times at least. But this was different. Kirishima was almost dead. He went into an operating room immediately. He had a deflated lung, a stab wound, and several broken ribs. I sat in the waiting room for a long time. Miko sat with me, thankfully not saying anything. When Kirishima was moved to a room, Miko and I went to see him. If had been using his quirk, he shouldn't have all the wounds that he has. He has a concussion, black eye, a broken nose, a stab wound, a deflated lung, broken ribs, and several slash marks from whatever had been stabbed with. Miko eventually went home. I stayed with Kirishima. I thought about everything that had happened in the last 4 months. Kirishima had apologized several times, but I always denied he might die, thinking I hate him. I don't hate him. He makes me nervous. And it's easier to be mean than to show that I care. The doctor said that there was a possibility that Kirishima wouldn't wake up. Best case scenario, he was in a coma. Worst case scenario, he died. I didn't want to think about my best friend dying. Bakugou. If Kirishima woke up, I would apologize. I need him to wake up soon. He thinks I hate him. And I don't. I acted like a jerk for 4 months. And now he was about to die, thinking that I hate him. Miko went home, and I stayed at the hospital overnight. I wasn't going to go to sleep. I didn't want to see Deku kill Kirishima. My nightmares were having an effect of Deku. So if I didn't go to sleep, Deku couldn't become a villain. When a nurse came in to check on Kirishima, she asked if I was an emergency contact. I told her that I probably wasn't well. Do you know where I can find Katsuki Bakugou Yumiko Himura or Shouta Aizawa? The nurse asked. In Katsuki Bakugou, I said. Then why didn't you say so? You're the first emergency contact listed. I am. That's what this piece of paper says. I wonder what had happened between Kirishima and his parents in the last 4 months. Even when we worked together, his parents had been his first emergency contact. Maybe Miko knew. The nurse told me that Kirishima would be in the hospital until he woke up. Whenever that was, he would have to stay longer depending on how bad his injuries were at that point. On top of that, he'd have to undergo a psych evaluation to make sure that he was okay. Recovery girl wouldn't be able to do anything because we couldn't take Kirishima to UA until he woke up. Even then, he'd probably refuse. If he didn't refuse, his body would be too weak to handle it. I just wanted him to be okay. I felt bad about how I treated him. I knew he didn't have to accept an apology, but I would give him one anyway. After the nurse left, I called Deku to let him know that I wouldn't be going on patrol today. I wanted to be with Kirishima. When he woke up, Miko texted me and told me that she would stop by after patrol. Deku, Miko, and Todoroki were all going on patrol together. Deku and Todoroki weren't coming to the hospital, though Miko got to the hospital around lunchtime. She brought me coffee and a sandwich after I ate. I asked her why Kirishima had me listed as his first emergency contact instead of her or his parents. So I'm telling this story like it was told to me. I wasn't there for this, so you can't get mad at me in any shape or form. Okay, I said it. I didn't know where she was going with this. Back when you first injured your hands, Kirishima took you back to your apartment. Then he called Mr. Aizawa all night. And your parents, he told them everything that happened. Then Midoriya said that he being Kirishima, was in love with you. You screamed from a nightmare. And he ran in to see what was wrong. At the time, Kirishima denied it, probably because of his parents. I don't know exactly when, but sometime between then and now he realized that he actually did like guys. His parents didn't take it well at all. His dad said that Kirishima wasn't welcome back as long as he was in the rebellious phase that made him gay. After his dad kicked him out, his mom stopped talking to him. She said that she couldn't go against her husband. Now neither one of his parents will talk to him. He's been lonely these past 4 months, Miko said. As for why I'm not his emergency contact, he hoped that he could make it up to you before something bad happened. I slumped in my chair. This is all my fault, Bakugou. It's my fault. If I didn't act like a villain, the villains wouldn't want me. Todoroki was wrong. Had forgotten that Kirishima looked into the crow. Miko said it doesn't matter. He wanted to make it up to me. He wanted forgiveness because his parents kicked him out. And I didn't give it to him. I'm the worst hero to ever exist. You didn't know this would happen, Miko said. You couldn't have known. I found out from Todoroki and Midoriya. I sighed. You can go home if you want, Miko said after a pause. No, I'm staying here. I want to be here. When he wakes up, I have to apologize for how I acted. Okay. But you need to sleep, Miko said. I'll be back later. I'm going to go visit my family. Are they in the hospital? I asked. No, it's just that I want to reassure them that it'll be okay. Then after a pause, and I need a little reassurance myself. Have fun, I said. When Miko left, I turned back to Kirishima. I had to be there. When he woke up, I had to tell him that I didn't hate him. I had to let him know that I accepted him for who he was. I tried to keep my thoughts on my apology, rather than the entire time. We had bunk beds. I've been locked in this stupid basement for 4 months. I get barely enough food and water to survive. This isn't how I want to go wasting away in a basement. I want to die fighting. The next time Deku comes down here, I'll kill him. If I didn't have quirk-canceling chains on my hands. Oh, Kaken, Deku called down the stairs. I have something for you. Why did he always have to sound so cheerful? If I didn't know he was a villain, I'd think he was the same defenseless Izuku that he was in grade school. He still smiled. I wish he wouldn't. That smile made everything so much worse. At one time, that smile had said, don't worry, everything will be okay. Now it only brought pain. His smile before All Might was killed was the future symbol of peace. As he smiled at me, I didn't see the symbol of peace. All I could see was death and destruction. He crouched with a big smile on his face. I have a surprise for you. Guess what it is? I didn't guess. Instead, I spit in his face. Deku's smile never wavered. I thought you might want to talk to Kirishima. But I guess not, Deku said, standing up. Why did he have to sound so cheerful? Why would you let me talk to Ijuru? I asked. Wouldn't I just tell him where I was? It wouldn't matter, Deku said. Where's the phone? I have something to tell him. Who said anything about a phone? Deku asked. He snapped his fingers. All the lights turned on suddenly. I reached up to shield my eyes, only for my hand to be stopped halfway by the tangled chains. When I opened my eyes, I saw Ijuru standing at the top of the stairs. One of Deku's minions was standing behind him with a hand on his shoulder. Ijuru. I shouted. Katsuki, he called back. Deku started laughing as he gave a thumbs up to his minion. The minion shoved Ijuru down the stairs. No, I pulled against the chains trying to get to him. That made Deku laugh harder. He kicked me back against the wall. Hitting the wall knocked the breath out of me. Deku walked over to where Ijuru was laying at the bottom of the stairs. Ijuru didn't have quirk-canceling chains on. I didn't see if Head activated his quirk, but I hoped that he was okay. Deku jerked Ijuru to his feet and led him over to me. So what was it that you wanted to tell him? Deku asked cheerfully. I didn't respond. I didn't even look at Deku. I turned my head so I wouldn't have to look at either of them. Deku punched me in the face. Turning my head the other way, I looked him in the eyes and spit blood in his face. Oh, someone's feisty today, Deku teased. I think that results in punishment. Deku stood up from where Head crouched down to punch me. He was holding on to Ijuru's shirt collar. Deku snapped his fingers, and the minion at the top of the stairs dropped a knife. The knife rattled against the concrete floor. When it reached the bottom, Deku, still smiling, let go of Ijuru's collar to get the knife. Ijuru ran over to me and started pulling at the chains. He was trying to open them. Deku walked over to us, knife in hand. Ijuru didn't have time to react before Deku slit his throat. Ijuru. I shouted. No, see what happens with you misbehaved, Deku Asked now you're going to do exactly what I say. If you don't, I'll kill everyone you've ever loved. You're a monster, I screamed through tears. Maybe, but the last time I checked, being a monster doesn't involve being chained to a wall. While someone threatens your loved ones, Deku said. He was waving the bloody knife around. While he talked, I let out a cry of rage as I lunged at Deku. My hands were out ready to grab his throat. But the chains stopped me. Deku laughed at the attempt. This is amusing, please continue, Deku said, standing just out of reach. I couldn't form words, I could barely form coherent thoughts. I wanted to make Deku pay for what had done. For every attempt to get to him, Deku would cut me with the knife. Several slashes on my arms and face made it hurt to move. A gash on my I made my vision red. I would never give up. I would keep trying to kill him until I did. Or until he killed me. I woke up disoriented. It took me a few seconds before I remembered that I'd fallen asleep in a chair at the hospital. When I remembered what happened in the nightmare, I stood up so suddenly the chair hit the wall. I moved to stand next to Kirishima. His heart monitor was still beeping steadily. He was still alive. His hero costume had to be cut off of him. When he went into surgery, his hair was still standing up, but not neatly. His nose was crooked from being broken, and he had a gash along his jawline. I don't know what happened. I don't know how he could have gotten his injured. If someone had a quirk canceling quirk, I would be dead. How did this happen? Miko, Deku, and Icy Hot came to visit around 3:00 p.m. While they were there, a nurse came in to check on Kirishima. Hello Izuku. Hello Haru, Deku said. How is he doing? About the same. We're still not sure if he'll wake up, Haru said. Isn't there anything you can do? I asked. Between the blood loss, stab wound, and deflated lung, we're doing all we can, Haru said. Haru finished checking on Kirishima and left. None of us said anything about Deku being on a first-name basis with the nurse. After we graduated, he still had trouble with One for All. Now he volunteers here whenever he's not working or spying on me. It's my fault that all this happened, I said, slouching in my chair. Kaken, none of this is your fault, Deku said. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. I can't form a decent plan that doesn't get us all killed, Todoroki said. Todoroki, Deku started. It's my fault, Miko interrupted him. I should have known that I couldn't get in. I shouldn't have been so stubborn and just not agreed to the plan. No, I've been ignoring him for 4 months, and all he wanted was to apologize to me. I said I was on my feet. Now, Kak, if I'd listened to Midoriya, we wouldn't be in this mess, Todoroki said. The only reason I wanted to do the plan, because all of you told me I couldn't, Miko said. Stop. I am the most at blame. What you did is minor. The worst friend ever. If I hadn't been a jerk, he wouldn't be in this mess. I raised my voice. It was my plan, Todoroki said, raising his voice as well. I formed a plan without looking at everything. You can't say this isn't my fault. I'm his sidekick. It's my job to watch his back. Miko also raised her voice. I looked away. And now he's in the hospital. We all started yelling at each other, trying to convince the others that it was our fault. I was holding a fireball. Todoroki had flames in one hand and ice in the other, and Miko had her hands in front of her ready to control us. Suddenly my fireball went out. Todoroki wasn't holding ice and fire anymore. Miko moved her hand. But nothing happened. We froze when Aizawa started talking. I'm glad you're putting your hero licenses to good use, he said. We all dropped our hands. It's all of your faults and none of your faults. There's always more you could have done. But you did your best. The only person to blame for what happened is the person who did it, Aizawa said. Now stop yelling at each other and get to work finding the crow. Yes, sir, we said at the same time. What are you doing here? If you don't mind my asking, Deku said. I'm the third emergency contact. I have a right to be here, Aizawa said. Do we need to call a nurse? Miko asked. I don't need to talk to a nurse. I'm just visiting. Do you know what happened? I asked. I know that you formed a half-cooked plan. He looked at Todoroki, reacted out of anger, a glance at me, lost the crow, a look at Deku, and put citizen lives in danger. He finished by looking at Miko. I also know what happened to Kirishima. I tried to say I don't want excuses. What happened has happened. Put it in the past, move forward. And get the crow next time. We lapsed into a slightly uneasy silence. I was about to ask if Aizawa was here for a reason when Kirishima flatlined. Nurse, I shouted into the hallway. Help, a nurse was in the room. Before I could get the last word out, another nurse shoved Deku and Todoroki out clear. The first nurse shouted before placing the paddles on Kirishima's chest. It didn't work. The nurse tried 2 more times. His quirk is preventing it from working. The second nurse said. My heart skipped a beat. Try it again, Aizawa said, looking at Kirishima. Clear. The nurse shouted. The heart monitor broke the continuous beep. A steady rhythm of beeps took its place. The second nurse put a stethoscope above the lung that collapsed. There's fluid in the lung. Prep for surgery. The nurse made me, Miko, and Aizawa leave. Doctors and nurses took our place. We went to the waiting room to find Deku and Todoroki. What happened? Deku asked. His heart stopped. He's going back into surgery for fluid in his lung. I said if Mr. Aizawa hadn't have been here, he would have died, Miko said, throwing her arms around our former teacher. He'll be okay. He's one of the strongest heroes I've ever seen, Aizawa said, awkwardly returning the hug. We sat in the waiting room until a nurse came to talk to us. He is stable. For now we put a tube in his lung to prevent any drainage. When he can breathe on his own, well, remove the tube. We're doing all we can to prevent pneumonia. Only immediate family in the room. For now his family isn't going to show up. We're all that he has him. Not leaving. I said, sir, you can't be in the room. Mr. Kirishima's immune system is weak and can't handle the stress of another person. We only allow immediate family because we can't prevent them. Unless a restraining order is in place. Roman 2 have to be here when he wakes up. I stuttered, I'm sorry. But you can't. Please don't make me call security. The nurse said, we're the only family he has. I shouted at the nurse. Bakugou, Mr. Aizawa warned, you have to let me see him. Deku said, let's just go, it'll be okay. I have to be here, I can't leave. Deku grabbed one of my arms and Todoroki grabbed the other. Mr. Aizawa blinked hard before looking at me. Miko had her hands up ready to control me if need be. I have to be here. Yeah, you have to let me in, please. Let me see him. Deku and Todoroki pulled me towards the exit. I let them. I didn't know what else to do. My best friend was dying. And it was my fault. I dreaded the nightmares that would inevitably come. I didn't want to stay at the hero house. I wanted to go back to June, to before the nightmare quirk happened, to when Kirishima and I were on a first-name basis, to before we got evicted. I wanted to go back to when I knew my place in the world, back to when I was number 2. Todoroki had long hair and Deku's hair was short. I didn't want to go to the hero house. But I did. I put on a brave face until I was safely locked in my room. It was almost 5:00 p.m. I opened the window and jumped out. I snuck around the house, making sure no one would see me. When I got to the street, I walked until I got to my parents' house. I still had a key, so I opened the door and let myself in. My parents were in the dining room, eating dinner. Katsuki, Dad asked, are you okay? What are you doing here? Do you want something to eat? Mom asked. I took a deep breath. I'd managed to keep my composure this far, but I didn't know how much longer I'd be able to. I declined the food, but accepted a glass of water. I sat at the table and told them what happened to Kirishima. I didn't tell them about the reason I was his emergency contact, and I didn't go into detail about our plan. I told them what I would have told a reporter. If this was a case to be reported, why aren't you at your house? Mom asked. I didn't want to deal with everyone asking if I was okay. I said, hell be okay. Mom said, you can stay here tonight if you want to. I locked the door and snuck out the window. I better get back before Deku breaks my door. I laughed a little. It was a tense laugh caused by stress. Okay, I guess we'll see you later. Yeah, I paused before adding, I love you. We love you too, Mom and Dad said at the same time. I left my parents' house. I wandered around, taking the long way back to the hero house. I walked slowly, not wanting to be anywhere really. When I got back to the house, I climbed back in the window. I unlocked the door. I was restless. I paced around my room. I sat on my bed and counted as the seconds passed. I did push-ups. I wanted to go to the training room, but I didn't want anyone to look for me in the training room. Because of this, I stayed restlessly in my room until someone knocked on my door. It was 630. What do you want? I asked the 3 people standing outside my door. You can't isolate yourself. Miko said. I can. And will you need to talk? Deku said. I don't and want. If you want to go to the training room and spar him down. Icy hot said. I'll consider it. I tried to close the door, but Deku stopped me. I opened the door back, and he reached a hand towards me. Because of the nightmares, I recoiled. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't help it. I also didn't want any of them touching me. Deku put his hand down. It's not healthy to bottle your emotions. Deku said. Not. I probably was. Please come out. We care about you. Miko said. No, if you want to go to the training room, well, I'll leave you along. Todoroki put emphasis on the word. I'll get out of my way. Extras. I'm going to the training room, and you can't bother me. Kaken. Deku called after me. Midoriya. Todoroki cut him off. I went to the training room and threw fireballs. I set things on fire. The sprinklers turned on, but I didn't care. I screamed and beat the crap out of things. I was angry. My best friend was in the hospital, and there was nothing I could do about it. I wasn't allowed to be at the hospital because we weren't blood family. I was still in the training room when Aizawa and All Might showed up. Why wouldn't people just leave me alone? I ignored them for as long as possible. I had to acknowledge them when Aizawa erased my quirk. Deku and Miko were with them. Todoroki wasn't, but had probably turned the sprinklers off. Young Bakugou, we are here if you need to talk. All Might said. Even if I wanted to talk, why would I choose you? I asked. I know how you feel about what happened 4 months ago, and I'm sorry. All Might said. If you're going to lecture me on how I need to talk to people, you can leave. I'm not in the mood. You can't keep your feelings bottled up. Either say something I haven't already been told or leave. If you say I'm here for you, my next fireball will find your face. I said, holding a fireball. Aizawa didn't erase my quirk this time. All Might sighed. I hope young Kirishima gets better soon. I will see you all later. When All Might finally left, Deku and Miko started talking again. Kaken, we can't reverse what happened, but I wish we could. Deku said. I should have been the one to get hurt. Miko added. The sidekick is the one that's supposed to be injured. I don't care how much you think you're helping. But it isn't helpful if you want to talk to someone. Talk to each other, be more like Todoroki and leave me alone. I told them. They hung their heads before leaving. I was prepared for a lecture from Aizawa. I kind of wanted a lecture from Aizawa. I didn't expect what happened next. Aizawa crossed the room and hugged me. He started talking when he let go of me. I know you're tired of people telling you it's going to be okay. You're sick of people telling you to talk and that you shouldn't bottle your feelings. I get that. Why do you think I act like I don't care if I'm not close to a student? I can't get hurt when something happens to them. Something was different about your class. You all made me care. I didn't want to. I tried not to. But I care about your class. You broke a record of the least amount of expulsions. Your class wasn't the best I've ever taught. But for some reason I care about you more. I have to hold it together and act like I'm not in pain. I have to go to school and teach. I don't get the luxury of taking off. When something like this happens, I have to teach the students that stuff happens. And as heroes, they'll have to deal with it. I don't want to, but I have to. If you want to come to UA, you're more than welcome to. Now for the lecture, you have to be there for your friends. They are hurting just like you are. I'm not going to tell you how to deal with it, because everyone deals with things differently. But you have to be there for them. Let Ashido, Siro, and Kaminari know what happened. Make sure Midoriya, Himura, and Todoroki are okay. Just be there for your friends, Aizawa said. Then I started crying. Aizawa patted my shoulder. I had so many emotions, but I didn't know how to get them out. Feelings wasn't something my family did. You'll get through this. You'll grow from it, and it will make you a better hero. Aizawa said. It's my fault. I barely got the words out. It's not your fault. There was nothing you could do. He was hurt before you got to him. It was originally MMY plan. Bakugou. Aizawa cut me off. None of it was your fault. There will be bad plans. Even good plans will go wrong. It was not your fault. I sank to the ground. I was angry at myself, angry at the person who hurt Kirishima, and angry at the crow. I managed to stop crying. But I was exhausted. I wanted to go to my room and sleep. I wanted the kind of sleep that came without nightmares. I wanted dreamless, restful sleep. But even asleep, things went wrong. Aizawa helped me stand up. If you want to keep training, that's fine. But you need to rest. MG gonna go in. I hated the tremor in my voice, but couldn't stop it. That's probably for the best. I'll see you when the hospital lets people visit. Aizawa paused. Or when Himura calls again. Miko called. Good night, Bakugou, Aizawa said. I left the training room and went to my room. I was hungry, but I didn't want the others to see me with red eyes and tear stains on my face. I took a shower before deciding to go to the kitchen. I got back from the kitchen to see a small white box with a red ribbon sitting on my bed. It wasn't there when I left, so I sat at my desk and ate my bagel first. When I was finished with my bagel, I investigated the box. There wasn't a note attached to the ribbon. I sat on my bed to open the box. I untied the ribbon and threw it in the floor. I opened the lid. The only thing in the box was fancy-looking cardstock. I took the cardstock out of the box and read it. There is nothing you can do to stop me. I read aloud. If you choose to come alone in civilian clothes. There was an address on the back. I made my way to the front of the house without seeing anyone. That was weird. They like to congregate in the living room. I checked my watch. It was 800 on the dot. I left the house and started walking. I knew where the address was, but it was a poorer neighborhood, mostly made up of abandoned factories. The fancy cardstock and pristine white box seemed out of place. When I got to the address, I knocked on the door. I didn't have a fireball in my hand, but I was ready to light one on a moment's notice. Only I didn't get a moment's notice. After I knocked on the door, someone grabbed me from behind and put a canvas bag over my head. I felt chains go over my hands. I didn't hear the door open, but I was let inside. I tried to remember all the turns we made, but it was difficult. Unlike on a road, there was a lot of unaccounted for space. Because of the quirk canceling chains, I couldn't put my arms out to feel around. Even if I could, I doubt the captor would let me. I wasn't really sure what made me come here. Even if I had decided to come, I should have worn my hero costume and brought backup. Now I was alone, and no one knew where I was. Why am I here? I asked. Your own free will, a familiar voice said. No one made you come. Who are you? I asked. I couldn't place the voice, but it sent a chill down my spine. All in due time, they forced me into a chair. A rope was wrapped around my chest and arms, something plastic, maybe zip ties, were securing my feet to the chair. What do you want? I asked. Just sit back and enjoy the show, the voice said a little too cheerfully. What kind of criminal are you? I asked. I needed to know what I was in for so I could make a plan. One, people will never believe the bag was yanked off of my head. Deku was standing in front of me. To one side was a brightly lit wall filled with knives. On the other, the wall was bare except for a door. I tried to see behind me, but hit my head on the wall behind Deku was a dark wall. I could faintly see the outline of a body. Deku walked over to the wall and flipped a switch. A light came on, illuminating the wall and showing the body. The person shielded his eyes from the light, but I could still tell who it was, even with short black hair. I knew who was chained to the wall. Ijiru, I shouted. Katsuki. he asked, lifting his head. I see that no introductions are needed, Deku said. What's wrong with you? I asked me nothing. Kirishima, on the other hand, got in my way. His voice took a serious tone. Let us go, I said. No, Deku said. His cheerfulness returned. Then he walked over to the wall with the knives. He picked a knife and walked back to 𝐈𝐺𝐻. He put the blade against 𝐈𝐺𝐻's throat, but didn't draw blood. I have a question, Kaken. What do you want to play a game? Why would I cut myself off when Deku pressed the knife harder into 𝐈𝐺𝐻's throat. Because if you don't, I'll kill Kirishima. He sounded so happy about it. Either you play or Kirishima dies. I'll play your sick game. Only because I don't want him to die. This isn't for you, I said through gritted teeth. I never said it was, Deku said, walking towards me. Deku stopped halfway between me and 𝐈𝐺𝐻. He put the knife in his belt and started talking. You will answer my questions. If you answer wrong, I take a step towards Kirishima. If you answer correctly, I take a step towards you. Whoever I get to first, I'll kill. If you answer questions wrong on purpose to prevent both of you from getting killed, I'll make you watch as I give Kirishima a long drawn-out death. Then I'll kill you. Are you ready? Deku asked. Yes. Deku took a step forward. I would let him kill me so Kirishima could live. Why did you come here? You're supposed to be smart. Who said I'm alone? I shouted at him. Deku took a step back. No one now. I'll give you one more chance to answer before I kill Kirishima. Because I thought someone was in trouble. I said I'm a hero. It's my job to make sure everyone is okay. Why did you come alone? Deku asked as he took a step forward. Because I couldn't find anyone else, the note said. To a step forward. The distance between us was halved. What's stopping me from killing you right now? The fact that you're a psychopath. You're using me as a sick form of entertainment. You want to watch me suffer, I said. Is that really what you think? Deku asked, still unbearably upbeat. I spat at him. Deku smiled and took a step back. If I could keep my temper. I only had 3 questions left. Yes, that's what I think, I said. Very good, Deku said. Deku took a step forward. I felt heat rising in my hands. I wanted to throw a fireball at him. I couldn't even get a spark with the chains. What would you do if I killed Kirishima right now? I'd stop playing your game and try to escape. When I escaped, I'd fight and kill you. I don't doubt you will. But you can't escape. Deku stood still for a moment before taking a step forward. I'll let you have it. I stared Deku in the face. His smile was unsettling, but I couldn't make myself look at 𝐈𝐺𝐻. This could be the last question. Deku took a long pause. Do you know why I became a villain? Because I said you'd never become a hero. You say it with such certainty, Deku said. Deku closed the gap between us. I looked straight ahead, staring off into space. I waited for the sting of the blade, but it never came. When Deku turned, I was snapped back into the real world. I watched as he threw the knife. It hit 𝐈𝐺𝐻 in the chest. No, I shouted. I jerked against the chains, trying to get to Deku. I jerked awake. Deku, Todoroki, and Miko were sitting in the surrounding chairs. I had half a bagel in my hand. My chest hurt from leaning against the table all night. I had fallen asleep at the table, and it was now the next morning.